Hey, everybody. Welcome to NY Giants Rush, the fan appreciation show. This is night 2 of the draft, the 2026 NFL draft. Can't thank you enough for being with us tonight, last night as well. I'm joined by The Truth. Spartan Mike will be joining us later. Truth, what is happening? How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, Chris. It was a good night. I'm totally happy with the first day of the draft for the New York Giants.
Yeah, me too. And, we're going to dip into it. And that's why we're starting out at 5:30 because the guests will be coming on. We can't thank you enough for supporting the show. And we're going to kick that off at 6 o'clock with our first guest. So, Truth and I thought it'd be a good idea to get on here early and just recap that first round and what we might see in rounds 2. And who knows, maybe even round 3. But once again, thanks for joining us. I was telling Truth before, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. We're going to push through. You might see us duck out to use the bathroom, take the dog out. Get something to eat. Just bear with us. Hopefully there's no audio problems. I know last night there were some audio problems, so we will hopefully that's squared away with StreamYard. But so let's kick it off, Mike, while we have some time. Give me your thoughts on that number 5 pick, Avril Reese, falling to us. Avril Reese.
Well, look, I mean, very few, if not anyone, no one thought that he was going to fall to us at 5. Many mock drafts, I'm sure a lot of the fans, all of us looked at, even we all did our own mock drafts. He was being projected to go to the Jets along with Bailey, and then if not him, maybe the Cardinals would take him. Certainly the Titans would take him with their defensive coordinator they have over there. So when Cardinal Tate's name was called going forth to the Titans, that was a big, I'm sure a lot of Giant fans cheered because we had a pick. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mike's finished.
No, I'm just saying that afforded us. We knew that we were going to get a difference maker. I wanted a defensive player definitely in the first pick at 5, and we all knew it was going to be between any of the 3 Ohio State players. And, the Giants felt that Reese was the better option, fit the team better. And, no knock on the other 2 guys. They're both good players. And I would have been very happy with Styles or Downs.
Yeah. Mike, were you surprised that the Jets went with Bailey over Reese?
Not totally surprised because he's more of a finished product right now. He was more established, a pure edge rusher. Reese is kind of like a novice as an edge rusher, and he's really not going to play that with the Giants. You heard the when they had Harbaugh and Shane on in the press meeting, they were talking about how they're going to play him next to Edmonds, and they're gonna have fun with him, move him around, kind of like what Dallas did with Parsons, playing inside, play outside, move him around. I like it. I think that fits him really well.
And, that's what we heard about last year with Abdul Carter out of Penn State, right? I mean, that was the stuff that Shane Bowen, we all anticipated. And we never saw it. We never saw it. When Bullen came in, it changed a little bit. But this is the hopes, we both, as Giants fans, hope to see Carter and Reese be moved around, not being cookie cutter, move over different, schematically throughout the, the team they're playing, whatever the scheme is for that game. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch if they utilize them correctly. So hopefully they get it right. And I'm confident they will because we have a new regime and a guy that's been there, done it before with Harbaugh. And, Wilson has the players, which he didn't have in Tennessee. He has more to work with here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're looking at a pretty good group of linebackers. Giant fans were spoiled in the late 80s, mid 80s into the early 90s that we had probably the best group of linebackers in the NFL, and I'm not, believe me, I'm not comparing anybody to LT or Carl Banks or Harry Carson, but this is a pretty good bunch of linebackers that we've assembled right now. And if they can play, if Carter could take that next step up, if Reese can just let him develop and let him play, and we got Edmonds and we got Burns did a great job last year, and maybe Thibodeau can join the party, and if he's still here, we don't know what's going to happen with him. We're looking at a pretty good bunch of players.
Yeah, and Mike, if you had to make a comparison between Styles and Reese in terms of their play, Would you say that Reese is probably just stronger point of attack, more of a just a more physical type of player than Styles, or
Yeah,
are they kind of similar, or not really?
yeah. No, I would say he's more physical, more explosive off the ball. Um, he plays at one speed. I mean, Styles is a phenomenal football player. Don't get me wrong. Um, and again, like I said earlier, I would have been happy if we got him. But I think Reese is someone who's going to be has a higher ceiling, I believe. And I do believe in the end, down the road, I think the edge will be his position. I think that's where they'll put him, probably within a couple of years.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to those third and long situations where they can move him around onto the
Yeah.
edge, and they're going to in that whatever nickel or dime defense, and they'll utilize him. You're going to have to find him and locate him. So that'll be
Yeah.
fun to watch.
No, it is going to be exciting. It's going to be a NASCAR too. Like
Yeah.
we had back. Yeah, it's going to be
Yeah,
good.
I think
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think that's what we're all waiting for. I mean, last year we talked about the NASCAR, and this will be maybe we're getting back to it, especially if we'll see about Thibodeau. We got to see if he sticks around. But Mike, when you move to the 10th pick, a lot of people wanted Downs. A lot of people even wanted the guard from Penn State, Ione. Do you how were you shocked at the 10th pick, or what's your feeling on at 10?
Well, you and I were tweeting back and forth, texting back and forth, and I firmly believe it would have been Jordan Tyson, if not taken at 8 by the Saints. I really do think he was the guy, but I'm very happy getting Manoa. If I pronounce his name right, I think he's what this offensive line needs. He's a brawler, and we need to do that. Harbaugh expressed he wanted to get the trenches fixed. I know we were questioning free agency, the plays he was bringing in, or lack of, for the offensive line. But this kid is a brawler, and then he addressed the defensive side. And tonight, I think we're going to be talking about that too. He's not done yet. I think there's going to be another addition in the trenches tonight. So I liked it. I did, and I think he's a good player. I think the fans are going to like him. He's a finisher. He likes to. If you watch his tape, when he blocks, he stays on his block and he finishes.
And there goes the dog. Just so you have to do that dog. So yeah, Mike, with the with Manoa at tackle, do you feel like he's probably going to start at guard right away? I would assume.
Oh,
right? I mean, that's the way
absolutely.
they're going to pencil him right in.
Yeah, they even said that last night. They're going to have him at right guard.
Yep.
Which is fine. He's played there before, and again, I think Illumino has a 2-year deal, and he'll be moving over to that. Just like I talked about Reese, he'll move over to his natural position at right tackle, in probably in a couple of years. We'll see. You'll see him move over there.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
you got to love his answer, what he said about Jackson Dart, right? And they asked him how you feel about playing with Dart. Amazing.
I know. It gave me chills when I heard
Yeah.
that. I loved it.
Yeah. If anybody didn't, I'm sure a lot of people have heard already, but he said, I would die for you, man. So that's great. I mean, Harbaugh wants guys that love to play ball. Obviously Manoa wants to play. He loves the game. And, you look at these Samoan football players, they are all dedicated and just give the 100%.
Yeah, they're
effort.
big boys.
I mean, this guy is a mauler. So, I mean, Mike, do you think he translates better? I mean, do you think he translates better at a guard in the let's say Giants didn't have Illuminor at right tackle. Do you think he translates even better at a guard, or his natural position is more because he has quick feet, or is more like a tackle?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I didn't see enough film on him as a right guard. He was young at the time. The stuff I did see on him, but I think he could play both positions. I think he could be successful at both positions, at the NFL level. I really do. He wouldn't have been the second offensive lineman off the board if he wasn't. If scouts or the Giants didn't feel that he could play like a plug and play player, and that's what he's going to be. He's going to be a plug and play.
Right. And the flexibility. I mean, right? If we did have to put him at right tackle because of an injury, not that, you
That's
have
right.
Bo, but I mean, he is, it does just give you another iron in the fire, right? To be flexible like that. And if you had to put him at right tackle, I'm sure he'll get a little work maybe at right tackle in camp, but I would think guard is probably, like you said, primarily going to be his spot to hone his craft and get better at or get used to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mike, when you
So
look
let
at
me.
the, yeah, good.
No, no, I'll go. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
No,
I'll
no,
let
no.
you take the lead.
All right. No, all I was going to say is just looking at the draft itself, the first round, and I know you told me earlier, but tell everybody what you thought your surprise was for round one in the overall.
Well, I think for
draft.
everybody, the biggest surprise was 13. The Rams taking Ty Simpson. I mean, here's a guy who did very well in college, but it was only 1 year. He was only a 1 year starter, and I know he did very well at the combine, and I think that's what kind of prompted the Rams to pull that trigger at 13, because I really think they possibly thought the Jets were going to take this kid at 16. So they said, you know what, we're not going to take a chance. I think they had another first round pick. I think it was the 29th, I believe, pick. So they're probably saying, we're not going to take a chance. Wait to see if he's there. Let's just take him now. And if it's been rumored Stafford may take it year by year, and he could retire after this season. So, what a way to develop under Stafford and McVay. I mean, that's a pretty good 1-2 punch.
I was just going to say that. Yeah. I mean, learning from McVay and learn from Stafford, he doesn't have to rush. And if Stafford plays a couple years, boy, he'll be ready to go. So
absolutely, absolutely. And a team like that, who really, I believe, that was so close to getting to the Super Bowl. I mean, they played Seattle better than as tough as anybody. So they can afford to make this kind of move. They really do. They could have, let's take a chance and let him develop. He could be another the kid out of San Francisco.
Yeah, and for a team like the Rams a few years ago who didn't have any draft picks, who basically traded all them away to win that Super Bowl. Since then, when they've accumulated these draft picks again, they've done a pretty good job. So
they've done a very good job.
Trust their process. They know who they're picking. Yeah.
Yeah, so many of their picks have become starters. They've done a very good job drafting.
Any other thoughts, Mike, or what you were going to say? On the Giants end of the draft, anything else?
With the Giants, not really. I did think the Giants would possibly trade back, especially with the 10th pick. I really did think it was a possibility. And when I saw Dallas make a moving up like that at 11, I said, I don't think the Giants are going to trade back now because. I think with you and I think once we saw Tyson get picked at 8, I think we both thought it was going to be Downs, right? You thought so, right? And I kind of thought it might be a lineman, but I think many of us thought it was going to be Downs. And when I saw Dallas go from 12 to 11, I said, gee, I don't think the Giants are going to trade back. So they're going to stay there. So that was probably the only thing. I thought the Giants would trade back at 10. And I think they may trade back in this round coming up.
I think so, too. And, Mike, it just goes to show that the whole Reese thing, I mean, the fact that he fell to them, they were just as shocked as everybody else. So they couldn't pass him up, right?
No, yeah, you can't. You can't do that. Yeah, I mean, you get best player on the board was certainly him. He was the best player on the board at that time. So you got to take him. I mean, you're old enough, Chris, to remember. I mean, when the Giants got LT and they got Carl Banks, they were loaded at linebacker. They were
and the
loaded.
Giants got knocked for taking Carl Banks. What do we need Carl Banks for? You got Harry and LT, and look how that worked out, right?
Absolutely. And you just can't pass up on talent. When they're the best player on the board, regardless of position, you got to grab them. You got to get them.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. And I'm looking forward to watching this kid play, Reese.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. So, Mike, when we go in tonight, we go to pick 37. Obviously, defensive tackle's a big concern. We went over some of the names before. Robertson, who came over from Atlanta. You have Darius Alexander, who picked it up at the end of the year. But really, after that, you have nobody
Yeah.
Patano, who came over to San Francisco, a free agent, really a role player, not much really to show. I mean, boy, they are thin. And obviously DJ Reed, they don't lose the comp pick after the draft, so then that's probably going to be a given. I would expect them to sign DJ Reed. But going into number 37 tonight, Mike, give me your top defensive tackler. Give me your two, at least two that, one of them would be there at 37.
Well,
they go that way.
Okay, well let's stay on the gravy train. Ohio State, and you got Caden McDonald. I'm surprised he's still on the board. I really thought he was going to go late in round 1. I really did, and there's still a pretty good chance that he will not be there when the Giants pick at 37. I think we talked about Buffalo as a possible landing spot for him at 35.
Yeah, and Mike, let me stop you right there. Would you be surprised? Giants have pick 37, and they really love him. Do you think they would jump Buffalo to? Well, I guess Miami would be in that spot. Would you be surprised if they did that tonight because they love the guy and they need that spot?
I would not be surprised. And so ahead of Buffalo it looks like it's the Cardinals at 34.
Oh, the Cardinals. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Cardinals at 34. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, Spartan. They got Chris. I mean, they got. Let's see. They got some picks. They could package up. They could do what they did last year. Take another pick if they need to. Yeah, if they have that conviction for McDonald, he's they got to replace Dexter somehow with something. And obviously Dexter's a established NFL player, and I'm not expecting McDonald to fill in his shoes. But you got to get someone there who's gonna take snaps and give you something at that position. And he's a pure nose tackle who takes on double teams. He's like a mini Dexter, 6'2", around 330 pounds. So that wouldn't surprise me. Do
you see McDonald playing the nose?
Yeah, they're gonna stay at that. If they're gonna stay at that alignment, a 3-4, which I think they will. That's they wouldn't have drafted Reese. I don't think if they were to go to a 4-3.
But I like to think, Mike, it's very interchangeable, right? Game by game, depending on the game plan, things change, and I'm hoping that's what Wilson kind of plays it. Yeah.
They can move it around. They can have 3 safeties in. They can do a lot of stuff.
Right. Like you said, but when you look at McDonald, I think, boy, he fits that nose position, right?
Yep. Absolutely. Okay. Just to repeat it, I echo it. I can see them moving up.
Me too, because I'm putting money on it. If they don't, I think Buffalo grabs them at 30, at 35.
So let's put a little side note, everybody. So Chris is saying, because you brought it up first, that Giants could trade up to take McDonald before Buffalo. Let's just say that before Buffalo.
Sounds good.
I like it. And if they don't, and he does get taken, let's say, there's a couple of guys, Christian Miller out of Georgia, big boy, a lot of ability. Another big guy who takes on double teams. Another guy they got, Lee Hunter out of Texas Tech, who might be a little early at 37, but we don't know how they view him on their board. We don't know. He could be the 35th player on their board. I don't know. So what I do know about him, he takes on double teams. He's a pure nose tackle, and that's what they got to get. They got to get someone to fill that spot. They really do. For the defensive tackles, those are the top 3 guys I see.
Yeah. Do you think the difference between McDonald and Miller is a big gap, or do you think it's pretty close in terms of the player?
I wouldn't say close, but I wouldn't say big. But definitely McDonald is the better player. I think he's more pro ready than Miller. If I had to get, I think Miller would need to get kind of weaned into it, baby fed more. Whereas McDonald's more of a plug and play. I think he can plug in and play right on day one.
But Miller at 37, you don't believe would be a reach?
It might be. Oh, but again, we don't know how they viewed him on the board. I don't know what the Giant board looked like.
Yeah, no, I value your opinion though, because I know you follow the college game.
Yeah, that's why I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say that he's a surefire pick at 37. No, but if the Giants feel that he won't be there, if they can't trade back, if they try to trade back and they can't do it, and they like him enough, they may take him. Um, that's one option that we've talked about. Defensive tackle could be one, but there's other positions that could be there.
That's right. So, Mike, I think when we talked earlier, I mean, defensive tackle and cornerback is kind of what and also receiver, but is also what I'm pinning on that 37 pick. Cornerback position. In terms of your, Delane's off the board. Give me your next guy off the board there at the corner spot.
Wow. Well, we did talk about this off air, and I know you're high on this one kid out of Clemson. And I think that's who you're going to say. Terrell, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that who you like?
I like him. Yeah. I'm not sure I would take him over the defensive tackle, but if they're going to go
I wouldn't. No, I'll be honest with you. I made it clear when I talked about this pre-draft. To round 2, if we took a lineman in round 1 of those 2 picks, I want a defensive tackle because it's not a real deep defensive tackle. I don't want to wait till day 3 at 6th round to take a defensive tackle.
Yeah, you're going to lose a starter. Right.
Yeah.
It's thin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that will be my primary thing right there. So, but for argument's sake, if they don't take a tackle and they decide to go cornerback, we have a couple of kids. Now, the most talented one is the one that has question marks, which is why he's still not drafted. And that's McCoy, Jamad McCoy out of Tennessee. Mm-hmm. I believe he had an injury to his Achilles?
Yeah, I thought that ankle or Achilles. I believe so. I think it was Achilles. Yeah.
If anybody's armored us, if it's
so.
Not,
we can check that out.
Just let us know. But that kid has a lot of talent, and I don't think the Giants are in a position right now to take a chance and take him and let him slowly, recover and then, then compete. A team like. I think San Francisco might want to do that because they're picking first in the second round. They may go after him. So, because they can do that, they have enough talent on the board to do that. But you got him, you got Terrell, and you got the kid out of South Carolina, Brandon Sissy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's another quality corner that if the Giants want to go that route, they could. So
and Mike,
those 3 I see, just those 3 right now in the second round.
Right, Mike. If you had a pin, well, let's go to receiver first. I mean, I think we all agree there's probably one receiver worthy at the 37th spot if that's the way they want to go, right?
Oh boy, hold on. Chris.
Scatterboo. Yeah. Go Birds.
I love him.
He's an Eagle fan.
Wow, we should let him. Hey, he can't come in the picture here. Come on.
I'm sorry.
It's a Giant show.
Hold on.
But all right, we'll get you eventually. This is the year. We're gonna take it from the Eagles.
Okay. Man, I saw your email late. You texted that guy. I'm sorry.
I got an 8-man Mexican crew coming.
Okay, I got you. All right, sorry about
Mike,
that.
We got a show over here. Come on, what's going on? We got a show, Mike. So let me ask you this: when we look at the 3 spots, let's go back to receiver because we got a couple minutes. But we talked off air, and I'll let you talk about it. But looking at 37, if they did go receiver, which I don't anticipate, there really is one guy that would be on the board that would be worthy of, right?
Yeah, it'd be the kid out of Washington. Yeah, Denzel Boston. Mm-hmm. And is that too early, 37, to take him? Well, we saw in round 1, Cornell taken at 4. I mean, who would have thought that? And if any of you out there thought he was going to go at 4, then I'm very impressed with your football knowledge because I didn't see it coming. Did you?
No, not at all. And Mike, this brings me to my question. If McDonald is off the board, Miller is there, and Boston is there, forget position need. I want to just say Boston, Miller, and McCoy, Terrell. Who are you going with those four players? You got two corners, a receiver,
Oh
and a
my
defensive
God.
tackle. Just play devil's advocate. At 37, is Boston positional value-wise or just degraded, in your
So
opinion,
here's
better
the
than
thing.
Miller at
Okay.
defensive tackle?
Here's the thing. The Giants wide receiver, I know you have neighbors coming off injury, but he'll apparently will be ready. They made moves, got Moody, they got the other kid.
Austin.
Yep, they're going to have Isaiah likely be more of a slot, so he's going to be really more of a receiver, really. He's not going to be really a tight end, guys. He's going to be more like a receiver for them.
Right.
And then the Giants' defensive tackles are very, very limited, very short. The draft tackles are very limited, not that deep. The wide receivers are deeper in this draft, which they usually always are. So I probably would go defensive tackle, either Miller or Hunter.
I agree with you. I agree with you there too, Mike.
We got to stop, Chris, we got to stop the run. We got to, Giant fans know this. I know we got a few more minutes. They all know this so well. We've been miserably, horribly, and pathetically against the run so bad.
Yeah, and I posted,
years.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? I posted it this week, even with Dexter, who we all love and who was phenomenal, even though he had the down year last year. The Giants were still ranked not even top 20 in stopping the run the last 5 years. So it seems like when we lost Leonard Williams, it really started to change, Dexter's buddy. And that's really when the
absolutely.
run,
Absolutely.
So it really means a lot to have those two guys up front, interchangeable, to come in and out and stop the run. So I'm with you. But Miller, you would say, is worthy of a 37 pick after McDonald, and that would probably be it in terms of defensive tackle at that spot.
I would say anywhere from 37 to 45.
Okay.
I would throw him and Hunter in that. And if you really need him, what's the difference? If he was a number 42nd on the board, what's the difference? Take him at 37.
Yeah, he's right on the edge. He's right on the edge. Yeah, I mean the cornerback, like you said, with McCoy, if the ankle checked out or the Achilles and he passed his medicals, then maybe he's the guy to go to. But it's going to be
interesting. He's the best guy on the board right now. He's the best guy to go by that. He's the best guy on the board, best player available. But I don't think the Giants would take that chance. Yeah,
right. Hey, we have our first guest in. So before we bring in Sean from 1925 Wrecking Crew, which is awesome. Last question, Olive. Let's ask Sean this. We'll bring Sean in, and then we'll go through it. So let's keep a tight schedule, and let's bring him in. Hey, Sean, welcome to the show, man. I'm glad you are popping in with us. We appreciate you following us and being on with us tonight.
Well, thanks, guys. How are we doing?
Doing great. So
I like the shirt. You got the hat on.
Oh yeah,
looking good.
You should be in the draft room, Sean.
Thanks, guys.
So Sean, when we kick it off, everybody could find you at 1925 Wrecking Crew, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And Sean, before we dive into a few things, hey, what's your thoughts for round one last night before we dip into round two? With the Giants.
Well, because I think we all knew it basically hindered on what the Jets were going to do it to, because we all thought it was going to be an edge, but which one was it going to be? Which one was going to translate to edge from the collegiate level? So when they passed on Arvell, I was like, no, they didn't. And safe pick or not. And then at 3, I'm like, okay, are the Cardinals trading out? Are the Titans going to trade out? And then they did something I didn't think either thing was going to happen, because I always thought Love might be there at 4, but not 5. But for him to go at 3 as an Air Day fan, I'm like, great for him. But I'm like, that was a little confusing with their situation, because they said Jacoby Brissett is holding out for more money, so they don't even have a QB1 or QB2 in their camp. But that's more their headache than ours at this juncture. And then to take Tate, who is really Ohio State's number 2 guy, because I'm in Western PA, so there's a lot of Ohio State fans. And where I work at the fitness center that I work at part-time when I'm not teaching, They all said that the younger kid that they had the last 2 years that lit up everyone the previous year, Tate's his number 2. The other one that's still there that's not eligible for the draft is their number 1. So Dable took a number 2 receiver, and Solid didn't want to take an edge. And I'm like, wait a minute. So we have our pick of all 3 of their defensive
It's
stuff.
exactly what me and Mike said earlier. Dable talked Salah into that.
So if it's really about BPA, then obviously whoever they have ranked the highest on their board, that's who you go with. And because of everything that happened with Dexter, hate to see him go, but a lot of people have been very outspoken about his demeanor since the elbow injury, and especially about Leonard. But Leonard was asked where he wanted to be traded to, if that's still true or not. Depends on who reports that.
Yeah, it's true.
So if Shane sent him to where he wanted, I don't know where that animosity is coming from Dexter's camp, unless he just was like, okay, all these guys are gone. This isn't fun for me anymore. Can I go somewhere else? And I'm thinking, well, we're going to trade him. You're going to need a sucker. And I'm thinking, Harbaugh came from the NFC North, which is my area. I'm thinking, well, his offensive coordinator is head coach at Cleveland, so the Cleveland's not going to be the sucker, and it's not going to be Baltimore, so that left Cincinnati. I'm thinking, no, not Cincinnati. And they had the 10th. I'm like, they gave up the 10th pick. I was like, okay, this actually will play out well.
Yeah,
so we
I
get
see that.
Reese at 5, and then 6, 7, 8, 9 play outs. And then they said last night Kansas City actually almost had a trade offer for us to go from 5 to 9. Now, if we would have done that, then we would have risked maybe ending up with Caleb Downs and then CC, the offensive lineman from Miami, which would have been okay too.
Yeah.
But Reese was your number 1 guy, and you guys were saying at the top of the show about you can't have enough linebackers. Well, if he translates to edge as well, what did Ernie Accorsi say 20 years ago when he took Matthias Kiwanuka? You can never have enough pass rushers in this league.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like how he wouldn't trade OC to San Diego when he traded for Eli in 04.
And and you have Thibs on the last deal, and he could possibly be traded. Hey,
yes.
Sean, so are you surprised, and this is the question I was going to ask Mike, but I'm glad you came on. Were you surprised that the Giants went with Manoa over Olive from Penn State because he was on the board at 10?
No, because I think the guard from Penn State, he's more guard, not guard with some tackle, while the Miami kid, CC, he can probably play both.
Yep.
Like
He's
we
gonna
thought
have to.
a year ago. Because Andrew Thomas last couple of years hasn't played a full season. And Jermaine Illuminor, probably who knows what happens to him after this extension. So you're looking in the present, but also to the future. So you have 4 solid guys that you can play at tackle, kind of like when we had David Deal, and David Deal played everywhere but center.
Went to left tackle. Yeah.
I mean, he played almost all 4 positions.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and again, as an Notre Dame fan, you saw what Miami was able to do during the college football playoff, and he's a very angry offensive lineman, because you see the stats say where he's pushing dudes like 6-10 yards down the field before his running back even gets there. So
you got to love these Samoans, right, Sean? Right, Sean? All these the Samoans that play in the NFL, they give it everything. There is no slowing them down. You got to kill them. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to, right?
Yes. Yeah, so that brings us now to tonight, because I heard throughout the day today. So what, they tried to trade back in the first round last night. Was that correct or just rumor?
I heard rumor, but I don't know. I don't know what to decipher. I didn't hear the Giants say that they tried, but
Which would have been crazy last time. I'm thinking, okay, what were you going to have to give up, because you don't have a third right now?
Yeah. Right.
And it was I think the talk was for Boston. So now the question is going to be, now you guys were saying about trading back. Now, what if McDonald and Boston are both off the board? Then I would say you probably definitely want to try the trade back.
I agree.
And then just reset the board, because those two are kind of like at the top according to lists that were compiled hours ago before tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So, but corner's also still an issue on the outside.
So we were saying with Mike, with McCoy, with the Achilles, I mean, he is the best corner maybe on the board. Obviously he cleared medicals, but that could come into play, right? At 37 too.
Oh,
Yeah, because I think he was the top corner according to like Charlotte Carroll's list from Athletic last night after they were done with the presser with Shane and Harbaugh. So I still feel that those are their top 3 areas that they need to address both tonight and tomorrow. But again, you gave up that 3rd round pick to get the quarterback last year. So it just kind of goes with the territory, because you look at what, and a lot of younger Giants fans probably don't know exactly how much we had to give up 22 years ago when we traded for Eli.
Yeah.
Because that next year we only had 3 or 4 picks, but you got Brandon Jacobs and Justin Tuck and Corey Webster the next year. So Ernie made the most of what he was limited with. So it's kind of like, what do you do tonight? It's like, and what if they're both there at 37? Do you still trade back and hope one of them's still there, just so you have that extra swing at the bats?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
what would you want to do, Sean, at 37? Let's see. Let's put you in the GM seat. What would you want to do at 37?
I understand Odell had probably passed his physical, and he had they said a very good workout from what a lot of the beat reporters were saying. However, he's probably lost some explosion. You look at what's in the receiving core from free agency, and you don't know when Malik's going to be cleared to play this year. And then after Bleacher Report show last night, which I'm wondering, what is he doing?
The comments. Right?
I can only imagine Pat Hanlon right now probably losing his mind.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, God, we see it every year, right? It's just
it's like,
the filters.
Like, like, please don't do this to your new teammates. Please don't.
No.
I if McDonald's there, I would probably take him because of the void by Dexter.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's off the board and you have your pick of the receivers, I would probably say receiver. And then if you can't trade back and get in the 3rd round, then 4th round, you're almost looking at the defensive tackle list and just hoping that 2 or 3 of your options are there come tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Regardless, because they said that they were probably going to bring in DJ Reader. I think Ryan Dunleavy had said.
Yeah, and it's a comp pick, so that's why after the draft that won't apply. So that's good. I mean, they have a backup plan.
Yeah, that's why they're waiting on that. And Odell probably is a can't buy, but then again, Jalen High has been kind of like more miss than hit.
Yeah.
So
when you look at Bo Collins, Callum Bray, Hyatt, I mean, gosh, I mean, you look at that cast at the end there.
So it's kind of like for the Odell fans, like
Odell will make the team over those guys.
And again, how far down on the depth chart does he fall? That's for them to figure out.
True.
But and then Slayton, I mean, I feel that he can be a competent number 2. It's just them allowing him to be a competent number 2.
Right.
Is the thing there. And
it's the trust with Slayton, right? When there's a big play to be made, that's the problem.
And that's why they brought in the 2 guys that they brought in, because they asked Nagy's like, okay, who do you like?
Mm-hmm.
So brought in Calvin Austin and brought in his guy from Chicago that was in Atlanta, Mooney.
Yep. And that's why the competition is great in camp. Let these guys fight it out and earn their spots.
Yeah. I mean, but Bo Collins, I mean, he showed signs last summer when Russ was the quarterback. So, and then there's also his teammate Malachi Fields is going to be there. Didn't always have a great season last year in Notre Dame, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yep.
So, but the interior, the defensive line stopping the run, that's their biggest issue right now.
Oh man, I think so. Absolutely. Mike, any questions before we let Sean run and we get our next guest in? Anything for Sean?
No, I was going to say earlier, you talked about, your preference, Sean, is in round 2 to go wide receiver if McDonald's gone? Go get Boston? Is that
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, we'll see if that's what they do tonight. So,
and I would think that would be Boston, right? That would probably be the only guy at 37.
I like Boston. You have Bernard from Alabama, and then, like I said, as a Notre Dame person, I mean, Malachi Fields could be an
Yeah.
interesting one, but
Could.
I think
That might
there's
be
a,
too early,
there's
though.
a drop off after
Maybe they move
Boston,
back on
it
that.
seems, according to the rankings. So,
Right.
but
And we were talking earlier. I don't know if you remember. Well, you're a young guy, but David Boston, his father. I don't know if you remember him with the Cardinals. He was his dad played for the Cardinals and a hell of a receiver, very strong.
yes,
Couldn't
well,
bring
I'm
him down.
46, so
Okay. So David, so he's got some good genes in there. He's got some good
Yeah.
genes with his dad. But all right, Sean. Well, listen,
Okay.
man, we appreciate you coming on tonight and sticking with us and being a loyal follower throughout the season. And we're going to be doing a preview show in the fall, so we're going to have guests on for that too. So we hope to see you back on with us. Great input, man.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Sean. Have a good one. Enjoy tonight.
Take
Bye.
care. buddy.
Okay. Bye. All right, that was pretty good stuff there. So, Mike, were you a little surprised that Sean wanted to possibly go receiver at 37 if McDonald's off the board and skip the cornerback? What do you think?
No, not at all. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know Sean much, so I'm gonna keep a tally. By the way,
I wasn't either. Like
I'm
I'm leaning that way too. If McDonald's gone, I'm fine with Boston because I think that might be actually a good spot for him at 37.
I think.
But,
I think McDonald's gone. To be honest with you, I would try to trade back.
And that's why I
Maybe
think the
trade
Giants, trade back, or maybe they do jump Buffalo and try and get that defensive tackle.
Yeah.
It depends how much they really, grade him and in love with him, but we'll see. So anyway, we're trying to keep a tight ship here. So let's bring in our next guest.
So listen, if I
good.
pop away, it's okay, right? If you're talking to these guys.
Where you going, Mike? Got to use the bathroom already? Where you headed?
No.
No, go ahead. You got to go? You pop out. I'm bringing in Joe DiMarzo. Joe and I will run the show. You go. We'll see you later.
Joe, quick, let me make a quick call.
All right, you got it. All right,
Let me
Mike, we'll
quick
catch you in a minute. All right,
What's
let's
up,
bring our
Chris?
next guest,
How are you?
Joe DiMarzo. Hey, Joe, thanks for joining us tonight, man.
All right, my pleasure. Happy to do it.
Well, you're co-hosting now. Mike's out. He's not even coming. Truth is gone. He's gone for the night.
In college, that's what I used to do up at Fairfield. So when I was up there, I used to do pre, post, and halftime with Bob Husler for basketball and football and hockey.
Oh, really? With Bob Husler? Oh, wow. That's great. You got to talk to Craig, man. We got to get you a segment.
Yeah, I used to run a show, like a lead-in show up there, and we would get different guests on all the time and stuff. So
Awesome.
I kind of gave that up, and when I started working and whatnot after college, and I've stayed in touch with Bob, but I started coaching youth sports down here in Madison, so it was kind of I transitioned to vests and coaching on the sideline and the whole bit. So,
That's awesome, and that's what Madison, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not too far from me. I'm near Long Valley, Morris County, so not too
all
far.
right, yeah, we play Long Valley.
Okay, yeah, it's very close.
Every couple
Awesome.
years, they come back in and out of our division. So.
Oh, all right, cool, man. Very good. So, Joe, let's get to it. Thoughts on round 1 last night? Pick 5 and pick 10. What did you think?
I really wanted them to draft the safety, and then when the Cowboys traded up, it kind of bothered me because I think that's a generational talent right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I really thought there were probably only 7 or 8 grade A players in the draft. And the issue isn't that the tackle may be a good player, but the issue that a lot of people are having that I've talked to today is when you pick number 10, is that a guy that you can plug at like left tackle and say for a generation that he's going to be, there? Mm-hmm. It's not to say this guy may not be a good player, but, does the value meet the pick, so to speak? And the problem with this draft is it wasn't very top heavy with a lot of great talent, say 1 to 15. It was a shorter draft. And now you're going to get into that block of the next 30 guys are kind of somewhat similar in level. The thing that I thought was curious was either the Jets are going to wind up being right or the Giants are going to wind up being right. Because the Jets basically passed on our pick, which everybody thought they were going to take. And 3 years from now, one of us is going to be very happy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it'll be interesting because, look, does a weak side linebacker normally get picked, with the number 5 overall pick? Not in 30 years, but, it happens once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens. I mean, they're not reaches in terms of their athletic ability, but they're reaches as far as does the draft value equal the pick level of where you were picking, basically.
Yeah, and you nailed it. I mean, it was very thin at the top of the draft this year.
And that's reflective of what you had in the draft this year.
Yeah,
but that's why I really wanted, Khalid, because Khalid is, to me, he's a 5-tool safety. And, you don't see those very often. Now, look, I have been against how they built the team for the last 7 or 8 years. It's nothing against Dexter Lawrence personally, but I don't like premium dollars going to defensive tackles. To me, that's a backwards logic that it never worked when we were winning.
Mm-hmm.
And you need great defensive ends. You need one linebacker that's very serviceable, whether it's an Antonio Pierce style or a Michael Boley. And then you got to have good corners. And you got to have guys that can cover in the way the league is now, and usually one good safety. To me, it was ripping the Band-Aid by getting rid of Dexter. And I thought that, if you look at Dexter's career, he had 3 good seasons. He had 1 pretty good season, and then he had a couple seasons that were terrible. And, I go to every game. I sit in 144, row 12. I haven't missed a minute of a Giant game since I was 5 years old. And it drives me nuts when your highest paid defensive player is checking himself off, for probably, 30% of the snaps, 40% of the snaps sometimes. That to me is just a non-starter. You need your guys on the field. I'm not saying it's got to be Michael Strahan playing every down, but you got to have guys that are participating more than that, where on big downs, they're on the field.
Yeah, and maybe last year, right, Craig? He wasn't in shape, and the elbow, so maybe that had to play a part in it, not being in shape in the rotation. But
I'm sure it did.
Yeah,
but that's also a pro doesn't let that happen. Your elbow doesn't prevent you from having your wind, and he was out of shape.
Yeah, he was out of shape coming into camp, and maybe that all stemmed from Shane.
Not to interrupt you, but he weighed 385 when he got weighed by the Bengals the other day.
Right.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes. I like what they're doing directionally. To me, I think that they're going to probably go for what I'm hearing. I asked a couple people around the team today because I knew I was coming on with you guys. It seems like they're very keen on wanting to draft a D tackle.
That's what Mike and I were saying too. Yep.
So that seems like where they want to go.
Mm-hmm.
But, they're picking 5th. They're not picking 1st. So, things can happen. So then it becomes a question of what happens at that point. So it'll be an interesting couple of minutes because there's probably one really good D tackle that's a run stuffer, which is what you need when you're getting linebackers that you want to play scrape football with. So we'll see what happens. I mean, if they can get this kid.
And you're saying McDonald.
McDonald, exactly
saying, right? Okay.
Hey, Joe, can I ask you a question?
Sure, Mike, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. Chris and I were talking about a scenario if McDonald's is on the board after a couple of picks in round 2, and then you see Buffalo, because there's rumors of Buffalo possibly wanting a D tackle. So before that happens, at pick 34, could you see the Giants, if they really want him, trade up?
Yes, and the reason I can is because of the connection the GM has to the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, can you see that?
If anybody's going to know what they're going to do, he's going to have a pipeline into that, or at least he should. That to me would be, grade A material that he should be able to ascertain. And then really, I mean, what you would be doing is you'd be trading probably a 5th round pick to move up.
And they got one.
Yeah, I mean and ultimately, listen, you want your picks, but 1 through 3 are going to be much better players than 4, 5, 6, and 7. So you got to lose a 5th to get the guy that you need. Go get him.
Yeah, agreed. Mm-hmm.
So it's been an interesting couple of weeks with this whole organizational thing. I mean, I love what they're doing though. They're setting
us too.
They're setting up running football basically is what you're looking at on offense. They're saying last night, okay, this guy's going to come in and play guard. 10th overall picks are not usually guards, but if you're going to line this up where you're going to say, okay, we're going to play smash mouth football again and we're going to run the ball, which is a great thing for a developing quarterback. To me, that's a home run that you just got, some beef up front, but you got to do it on both sides of the ball now. You got to get a D tackle that can stop the run, got to run the ball and then stop the run.
Yeah, and that's the identity, Craig. You nailed it. And he's got to be a Quentin Nelson, right? When you're getting picked at 10, maybe not a Quentin Nelson, but he's got to be in that ballpark at 10.
It's. I mean, unless this is a very much a no-name thing. I mean, outside of the Ohio State players, there wasn't a lot of guys that you watched and you said, "Wow, that's an incredible player." Even this D tackle has short arms. If you look at his measurables, that's a problem when you're playing D tackle in the NFL.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of perfect players left to pick from here.
It's not an overly
for
deep
sure.
draft.
You're right. It
What was
gets
that,
thin.
Mike? I didn't hear you.
Say again, Mike?
No, I said it's not an overly deep draft. I'm agreeing with Joe what he's saying. I just saw something on the comments. Someone's Craig is talking about Tibbs might get traded to the Saints. You guys hear anything about that? Any reports on it?
No, I haven't, because it's not a normal trade partner for them.
Yeah.
The scenario that I think is going to play out is I think the 49ers are going to take an edge player. I think the Cardinals are going to probably take an interior offensive lineman. The Bills are probably going to try to take Jacob Rodriguez, or they're going to go for Denzel Boston.
Well, then.
Craig, let me stop you right there. You don't see the Bills at defensive tackle with that spot.
Yeah.
35. I'm thinking the Bills might go McDonald right there. That's
what I think too.
I think they need a linebacker too.
Yeah, their defense needs a few players.
Well,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
You're right.
They can give up points to everybody. But it'll be interesting because the other thing that the Giants need to do is they need to figure out what they want at running back going forward. You really need 3 running backs the way this is setting up because I love Scadaboo, but that's a guy that he's coming off a very serious foot injury. When your foot's going the wrong direction, you got to be careful with that. I see that he's out of practice already and everything else. That's a serious injury that he's coming back from. Yeah. And quite frankly, they need a little bit more depth at running back too if they're going to try to play smash mouth football.
Yeah, and I thought, if Love was there at 5, I really thought maybe they would have gone Love too, just because of that reason, because Harbaugh leaning on that running game. But,
is that who you?
So it's water under the bridge. No, I didn't, but I saw Harbaugh. I kind of thought he would go Love at 5 if he was there. But
I
what
didn't
did you think,
Love
Craig?
was going to drop that far because I thought the Cardinals were going to take him.
Yeah, or the Titans, right? We even thought the Titans might take him not get to the Giants at that spot. But yeah, no, I'm with you. So Craig, before we let you run, give me your thoughts on 37. Who, if you had to be a GM, who's your pick for tonight at 37?
For me?
Yeah, for you.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe.
For me,
Sorry,
it has
Joe.
to be McDonald if you can get him.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not going to be McDonald, then you're going to try to get the corner. So, it's kind of a best ball of the 3 guys. McCoy is one of the 3 best players left.
You talked about him.
Another one.
Yeah, we talked about him.
Probably you're looking at Boston or maybe Terrell out of Clemson. Those guys are probably some of your better players. Look, could you go and try to get some trade flexibility? You could, but you're not going to get it for a player this year then. You're going to be getting draft pick capital for next year. I think it's got to be one of those 3 guys, though. McCoy, Boston, and McDonald. And not in no particular order. For my order would be McDonald, then McCoy, then Boston.
I think we're on the same page. Mike and I were saying the same thing. So let's
And-
see.
and
I
Boston-
don't want, and this is a conversation for another day, and I'd love to debate it with Bobby Skinner one day,
Mhm.
but I don't want Odell on this team. And I know he's coming back, or I know that they're going to try to bring him back because you just follow all the different guys. Carl Banks is talking about how fast he can run and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But he got booted out of town for a reason. And when you're coming off that many injuries, I think they got to find a receiver in a different direction. I'm very worried about the locker room chemistry. And, when he gets into New York, he loses his mind.
Well, Joe, the old Odell did, but I think he's been humbled a bit in the fact he's been with Harbaugh. And my feeling is, and maybe you don't agree, is you need 90 guys on the roster. See what happens in training camp. If you have to cut them loose, you cut them loose. When you have guys like Callenbury and Bo Collins and Hyatt on the roster, there's room for him to try and make the team. But any disruption, any problems, he's gone.
Yeah, I just hope that Hyatt's not on the team and Odell's not on the team.
We're going to find
Get rid
out.
of number 13.
And I hope you're like me, Craig. We're going to trust Harbaugh until we can't trust him, right? We're going to let it roll until we can't trust him. So I'm with you, man. Whatever he wants to do, I'm on board with until the wheels fall off. So, all right, Joe.
I agree. So,
Listen, man, we appreciate you coming on tonight. Appreciate you being a follower. And like I said, we're going to do a preview show in the fall, and we're going to have guests on, meaning you guys. So yeah, join us again. We'd love to have the input because the Giant fans, we're one of the smartest. Well, we like to believe we're one of the smartest fans out there in the.
Listen, we're all great, but I love what you guys do. I've been with you guys since the beginning, and it's been fun watching because it reminds me of when I was up at Fairfield building something. So,
oh, that's awesome, man. Well, you come from this line of work, so man, you know. Joe, thanks again, man. We appreciate you having us, and we're going to catch you soon. Thanks for chatting up with us too online. All right, thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
See you, Joe.
All right, good stuff there.
Take you had, huh?
Yeah, he did, and that's what's great about having our followers on tonight is that we get a different take from everybody. Like, we're not all cookie cutter. We all have our own views. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong, and we're going to let it all play out as the season goes along with training camp, and then we'll make our own. We'll make our own opinions at some point, like we always do.
Chris, you mentioned a running back at some point.
Do you have somebody later on, Mike, when we get into that?
I do.
Or we got a couple sixths. Go ahead.
I have a kid.
You got a minute?
I have a kid out of Penn State, Katron Allen, possibly a 5th round pick.
Okay.
Maybe 6. He may get.
Yeah, Giants have a few 6s. Yeah, right.
Yeah, they got 3, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I pick 145. They can, if they don't make any trade downs, he'd be a nice running back to have. He was a workhorse at Penn State. He took the starting role away from the Singletary, and he did a good job for them. 1,300 yards.
Yeah.
So nice 3rd down back who could catch the ball.
Who would be the odd man out, Mike? Let's say whoever it is they draft in. Not saying the 5th is even going to. Who would you say, Tracy?
Well, I don't mean Tracy's. I think he's so unappreciated. He's done a good job for the first 2 years. He's been with the Giants. I think he's, he catches the ball at backfield. He gets a lot of all-purpose yards.
Right.
Unless there's if there's a value on him, and they can get something for him that's maybe more than they expect, then he'd be the odd man out.
Yeah, and I'm only thinking that, Mike, just because Harbaugh comes in and the fact that they gave Singletary the extension shows you that he really likes Singletary. He's great in pass protection, and that there's no really, other than Shane, there's no really, allegiance to Tracy.
Right.
So I let it all play out in training camp.
Draft him. You're right.
Yeah, let it all play out in training camp. All right, Mike, we're going to bring in our next guest. This is my good friend Craig, actually, up by where I live. So Craig's a big Giants fan. We're always talking Giants. Let's bring Craig into the show. Hey, Craig, welcome aboard.
How you doing, guys?
Good. How you doing, man?
I'm great.
Good. Hey, Craig, I know we talked a little bit today at the gym this morning. I'm not going to say what we spoke about, but let everybody know what your thoughts were for round 1 at pick 5 and 10.
Well, at first, like I said, when I came up to you, at first, I was a little skeptical because the last couple of days I've been listening to things, and it leaked out that if Reese got to the Giants, they were taking him according to Adam Schefter. Okay, and everybody says, "Oh, when he speaks, you listen because he's like spot on usually." So I'm thinking, what are we going to do with all these guys? Okay, like how are they all going to contribute? But then, like throughout today, knowing I was coming on here and everything, and I started thinking about stuff. And with me, I'm 65 now, and I've been a Giants fan pretty much my whole life. And I've been going to the Giant games because tickets have been in my family since I was in high school.
You're like our boss who runs the show, Craig, the other Craig. He's same thing with his family.
And I've had my own season tickets for probably the past at least 25 years. So, I've been dealing with them and doing this, and I was spoiled with George Young and Ernie Accorsi.
Oh my gosh.
You can't get 2 better GMs than those 2 guys, in my opinion, anyway. And we got away from that. And the last couple years, the last, 15 years with the guys we haven't had Giant teams. We've always had an unbelievable defense. And when's the last time we had a great defense? I mean, really great defense.
None.
It's been a long time.
Even in 2011, it wasn't great in the Super Bowl.
You know?
They picked it up in the playoffs, but even then, when they won, they were.
So I look at it, I'm looking at it now, and I'm like, I was listening to NFL Network today in the car, and I forget who said it, because I guess the Vikings picked an edge rusher. Mm-hmm. And they're like, why did the Vikings pick him? And then the one guy said, I think it was Turbo. It was this morning. It was Turbo, the running back. And he said, you could never have enough edge rushers. And then it dawned on me, he's probably right. And what makes Reese good is that's, he can play, an offline back or two, and he doesn't have to be rushing the passer. And so my thoughts are, we picked this guy up from Ohio State, McDonald, because he's supposed to be the most unbelievable run stopper. Okay. He's not a pass rusher. They said he's got to work on that. But I'm thinking to myself, how much does he have to work on that? If we got 4 edge rushers, you know what I mean? Why he doesn't have to get to the quarterback, really? I mean, yeah, that's a nice luxury to have, but we haven't stopped the run in how many years? We're like a sieve.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard before, Craig. Yeah, we brought up the stat before that the last 5 years, that even with Dexter, who was phenomenal, the Giants were still not even top 20 in stopping the run.
Yeah,
so it's been an issue. Ever since Leonard Williams left. It's been an issue.
Yes, you're right. And so this guy seems to be good. And I don't know. I was really high on what's his name, Darius Alexander. And hopefully they can get more out of him this year, because he was non-existent last year.
Yeah, well, you saw it pick up, towards the end of the season. And so many guys, just went backwards on that defense.
The culture last year was horrible. So, you know what? Look, we all, I think believe in Harbaugh, and, my motto now is in Harbaugh we trust. Okay. And that's what I'm saying now. And so going back to what I've started to say, what wins championships is defense and the trenches. And if you have 2 great lines and you have a good defense, you're going to win most of your games, and you got a good shot to be in the Super Bowl and get.
And we've said it, right? And Mike, I'm sure you'll agree, but we've said it, Craig. It's all the flashiness during the season that you see the highlights, but when it comes to the playoffs, it's running the ball and good defense, and that's who wins.
Yeah, exactly. And if we believe in Dart, like what we saw last year from that kid, okay, and then Scattaboo, like we're talking about, he's. The energy that those guys bring. And like, I didn't see the draft last night because I was out, but I was looking at it.
Wait, Craig, where were you? Were you out there?
What? My wife had a thing going on, and I was with her. So anyway, but I was on my phone the whole time.
You don't have to explain.
On your phone. And I said, the Giants were drafting. That's what I was doing on my phone. So, anyway,
you have to tell the wife, you have to all right, 2 days before is draft night, I'll be on my phone wherever we're going.
So, but like what you said about the lineman, Magoya, or however you say his name, I'll die for you. That's like, you get these guys.
Which one,
the
tackle from Miami?
Animals.
Manoa, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's it. And so you picked up this guy from Ohio State, and if Alexander, comes up and is good, and then you got these 4 edge rushers, and you got Tremaine Edmonds, okay, and McFadden, I don't know how he'll be, but he's decent. We got a good chance to have a pretty solid defense, and I'm having a good feeling about, our defensive coordinator. I just feel like Harbaugh wouldn't have picked him unless he saw something that this guy could do. That's just my opinion,
Yeah. And Mike, you remember when we had guys, and you too, Craig, when we had guys like Robbins and Jonathan Hankins. I mean, those guys were really brought here to stop the run, and that's in the middle. Pass rush was a nice extra, but they were here to stop the run.
Linville Joseph.
Linville Joseph, yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
had some really good. We had some really good linemen that they let walk out the door over the
Yeah.
years. You know
Even the
what I
guy that
mean?
went to the Vikings a couple years ago. You know what I'm talking
Linville
about.
Joseph.
No, after that. After that. He also, another one went to the Vikings, run stopper.
Really?
Yeah, second round pick. Was he second round? Now it's going to bother me.
No, yeah,
I'll have to
I
say his name.
can't.
Went
Now
to the
I know we need
Vikings?
defensive backs, and I mean if they take that what's his name, Gerard or Jermad, whatever. If they take him,
McCoy?
You say? Yeah.
McCoy,
Mhm.
I mean I wouldn't be upset with him, but I think we should take McDonald.
I think
don't know.
we're all
What do you
thinking the
guys
same
think?
thing. Right with you, Craig. Right, Mike? That's what we're saying at 37
Yeah,
if
I
he's
mean,
there.
we talked about the Giants are in that position to take someone like McCoy, who's coming off an injury. They got to get someone who's a plug and play right now.
Yeah.
Especially at
Well,
pick
yeah,
from-
I was reading about him, and even though he's right now ranked according to the pundits, there at Yahoo Sports, he's ranked as the best available guy right now. But they put an asterisk there, like he hasn't done anything since January of 25. So that you're talking about a year and a half on. I mean, when football comes around, it's going to be damn near 2 years that this kid has done anything. And so do you take a chance on past history, or do you go with the more solid guy in McDonald? And I think Harbaugh is going
What
to
do you
go
do?
McDonald's. That's me.
And we were also saying this, Craig, Mike and I, if you think Buffalo or one of the teams ahead of you, do you like McDonald that much where you would jump a couple spots to grab him since the defensive tackle position is so thin in the draft?
There's a hell of a good chance because Buffalo's ahead of them, right? Because they moved down ahead of them.
And they need him.
Buffalo scares me, but Buffalo does need a defensive back too.
And a linebacker. Even Joe was saying that earlier. That
you know what I mean.
need a
So
linebacker
it's
as well.
like, what do you think they want more of?
Mhm.
And they got crushed by the run last year too.
Mhm.
Okay, and so they scare me. But how do you get ahead of them? How do you get ahead of them?
Well, listen, don't forget you got C.J. Hill is still on the board, so Buffalo could like him an inside linebacker.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They need spots all over on that
There's
defense.
players that they could like and take, you know what I mean? And that's the key here. Do you roll the dice? How much do you like him? How bad do you want him? And I don't know, but I'm hoping he's there for the Giants. You know what I mean? That's all.
Yeah, a lot of us do. Definitely, Greg. A lot of us.
And the other guy you had on, Joe, was talking about Odell. First of all, I think if Odell walks in the door, he's going to want to prove something because of how he left. All right.
I mean, he's a hard worker too, man. He is working his butt off.
I agree with you. Yes, he had antics, but he still was really good. You know what I'm saying?
You'd like to think he's grown since then. I mean, we saw him in Baltimore, Miami. There were no really issues. So
no issues.
Yeah.
There was no issues in law. He was going to be the Super Bowl MVP if he didn't get hurt.
he played for Harbaugh. If Harbaugh thought it was a problem, he wouldn't have brought him in. So the fact that Harbaugh had a good relationship with him in Baltimore.
And then I heard that his workout was really good. So
I heard that. We heard that too. Yeah.
And then I forgot, we're probably like me and you were saying this morning, they're probably signing DJ Reader. So there's another big guy on the line.
Insurance. Yeah. They'll need him. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I mean, do they think Reader is the guy enough and they don't take McDonald? I don't know. That's a kid.
But I'll tell you what, and I think they sign Reader either way, because now you start to put together a nice little package with Alexander, McDonald, and Reader. Now you got a nice rotation there, and you can play McDonald at the nose and move the other guys around in the gap.
And they're going to, like you said, I think they're going to figure out how to plug and play these guys, and they'll always be fresh. And then you can have guys coming off the line, edge rushers. You'll have 2 edge rushers in there that are like really fresh every single time. And I didn't even know until yesterday when they were talking. I didn't realize that Brian Burns is only 27 years old.
I didn't realize that.
He's turning 28, sometime either before the season or during the season. That's young. I mean, I know we're talking about these guys, but I thought he was like 30, or something.
Oh, he was he was in the same draft with him and the other defensive tackle that went to Miami. That's still on the street. Who had the problems. You know what I'm talking about? The defensive tackle. from Clemson, Dexter's buddy.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
Wilkins.
Wilkins, yeah, who's still out there.
Wilkins.
He's had some issues, yeah. So,
But
so
you know,
yeah.
so I think, you know, I think Odell's going to be good. Now, I think they could use, you know, another like probably pretty good receiver, maybe a bigger guy that can go up there and fight for the ball. You know, we don't.
Well,
Really
that's where
have
Likely
that.
comes in, right, Craig and Mike. That's where
Who?
Likely's going to be moved around from the slot. You might
No,
see.
I'm saying we also have two really good tight ends. I mean, if you look at our offense, it's nothing to be ashamed about, right? I mean, if it
I
went
really
into the
wouldn't.
season right now, the way it is, if they sign Odell, you know, with Likely, Theo Johnson, okay, you know what I mean? Then the receivers we have, and then we have all our backs can catch out of the backfield.
And
You
that's
know,
partly-
well,
yeah.
at least Scadaboo showed he could do it, and Tyrone Tracy definitely can do it.
And
Singletary,
yeah.
you know, I don't think he's as good as the other two out of the backfield like that, but
He's pretty
but
good though.
I
He
think-
made some good catches last year.
I think our running back room is not bad. Okay,
No.
I'm happy with that. I mean,
Yeah, and it all
obviously,
comes. And it all comes down to health, Craig. Right? I mean,
we got to
these
see how
guys gotta be healthy.
Scadaboo turns out.
This is
Exactly.
all, you know, we tend not to talk about the injuries, but they're going to happen, right? And that's why I think an Odell addition to the team, once again, Colin Bray, Bo Collins, Hyatt. You mean to tell me Odell can't make the team and improve that receiving core? Even if he was, he could probably be, I think, a 3, maybe at the least a 4.
I was joking with somebody today. My cousin, he works with me, and he's like 22 years old, and he so we were talking about the draft and that, and then he said, "Oh yeah," he goes, "I heard Hyatt doesn't want to give up 13 for Odell," and I said, "Well, the Giants will probably just cut him then. They'll probably say, do you want to be on the team? Give 13 to Odell, or we'll see you later. Which one do you want?"
Yeah,
You know what I
they'll
mean?
probably pay him anyway. So, yeah,
You know what I
it'll
mean?
Be interesting to
Because
see. Be interesting to see.
I don't even know why he's on the team. I mean, I guess they got to pay him because what is this his 4th year now? Is this his last year of his contract? Do
Or
those
is it his
guys get
third
guaranteed
year?
contracts
It's his
too?
third. What's that?
No.
Do all
I
the
think this
rookies
is
get
fourth.
guaranteed contracts or just the first rounders?
I think the first round gets the guarantees.
Okay, so then I don't know why he's still on the
Well,
team.
you know what? Shane drafted him, and you know what? They need 90 on the roster to bring the camp. So there's no hurt or harmful, you know, bringing him. And I think Harbaugh even said it. He's giving everybody a clean slate. He's the new guy in town. So he's even Banks, right? We thought maybe Banks wouldn't even be back, but everybody's getting a clean slate. And it is cloudy with the roster in terms of how these guys played.
Banks is a first rounder, so he's got
Yeah.
a guaranteed contract.
True. He may not,
So,
if the Giants were
You're
better
going to
at
pay
corner,
the
he may
money
not
one
be
way
back.
or the other. You might as well have him hanging around.
Yeah, no, I agree. Mike, what else? What do you got to add in, Mike? Anything
Well,
else?
I was going to ask Craig. I know for a fact he definitely made it clear that he wants McDonald at 37. If that's the case, and we get him, and then we're going to have a long break unless something happens. The next pick is 105. What do you want there at 105, round 4?
Well, I mean, they're either a receiver. I don't know anybody, down that far, but either a receiver or a DB. You know what I mean?
Okay.
We really, we need to get some bodies in for that. Both those positions. It would be nice to get some young guy that steps up and really takes over the spot.
Yeah.
So
I'm wondering. We talk about McCoy, cornerback, how he's dropped right now, because he definitely would have been a at least top 15 pick if he was healthy. But another kid on wide receiver who looks like he's going to drop too, and that's that kid Chris Bell out of Louisville.
Okay.
He had a season-ending injury. I wonder how far he drops. Because he was projected to be an early second-round pick. I don't know. I don't see any talk about him being picked that early. So I wonder if he does fall late in the third round, or maybe gets to the Giants' fourth-round pick at 105.
Maybe he didn't do so good on the medicals.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
And that's why they're not talking about him. Who knows?
Yeah.
Well, Craig, you got some bonus time because our 640 guest is not here. So
Okay.
yeah, man, you lucked out with some bonus. What else, Craig? What other? If would you move up? Would you grab McDonald and move up and jump Buffalo? Because right now it looks like the 49ers, maybe they see that there could be a run on defensive tackles and are trying to get rid of that first pick in the second round, which is number 33.
It
To put it
depends
out there.
on what
What do
it
you
would
think?
cost because we don't have a third rounder. So I mean, flip flopping the second and then throwing in one of, like you were saying before, we have 3 sixes. Like flip flopping that because it's not like it's a big drop off, okay? And then throwing in a 6 rounder to them to get that spot. If they'll do that, I would do that.
Mhm.
You know.
And what do you think about Tibbs, Mike? What do you think about Tibbs being traded during this draft at some point? Do you think that's off the table? Because it was talk a few days ago before the draft, like, nah, they're not going to trade him. But now things could change, especially
But
with
they're not
Reese.
going
Do
to
you
get
feel
anything
like-
for him.
Well, yeah,
Well-
you're not. Well, you're not. But you don't want to just get rid of him and
No,
let the compensation dictate what you should get.
you don't. But if they have that third round and knowing they only have him for 1 year, that's my only thing. Is who would want him for a 1 year higher than a 3, unless they ripped up the contract and gave him a new
that's-
deal.
Well, it has to be
'Cause
somebody.
You only have
who's
the
get-
option year.
Yeah, it would have to be somebody, Chris, who has conviction for him, who sees him in a different light than what we do to make that deal.
Yeah, he's a
Give
good
up
player. It's a team that's ready to go. They're on the cusp of winning.
Right, exactly. And they're
everything.
out
So,
there. I mean,
Yeah.
trades can be made. They're out there.
Yep.
I just have to be fortunate.
Yeah.
But do you
Not-
think? I mean, don't you think it would have happened already if somebody really wanted him?
No, not
I
really.
feel like draft day we see things happen. On draft
Yeah.
these drafts, it seems like it gets down to the 12th hour, 11th hour, and trades go down. Not that I think it would be Buffalo. I don't think they would trade him to Buffalo, but it's interesting to see when teams are
Well,
desperate
the
for.
scary part was I heard that a lot of talk about Dallas, and I'm like, do you really want to trade him to Dallas? You know what I
and who
mean?
knows if that's even true, right? I wouldn't want to do that. No.
Can you remember the last time the Giants made a trade with Dallas?
I don't.
The last
Eagles and-
trade I can remember was way back when we traded away our first round pick for Greg Morton. And they got
God.
Brady.
Yeah, and there
they
were guys we got
White.
from Dallas. Yeah, right. Yeah, the
been a long
cornerback back in
time.
the Super Bowl run in
The quarterback,
90.
Greg Morton.
Yeah, no, the
Yeah,
corner
back in the
also in
70s.
90. The ex
was it?
Cowboy, the corner in 1990. The corner from
Everson
Dallas, he was
Walls?
with them for years. Everson Walls.
Everson
yeah.
Walls?
Not a trade, but that was end of his career. Everson Walls with the Giants.
Wasn't
yeah.
he
All
a
those years.
pickup, like a waiver?
Yeah, he was.
Wasn't
Yeah, I wasn't saying a trade.
Oh.
I was just saying, a
Oh.
Dallas
Yeah.
guy. That was good.
Yeah, no.
Hey,
we've
Craig,
gotten
we're
that
gonna.
kind
Yeah.
of-
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Craig, we have our next guest coming in. So, hey, man, good
Okay.
stuff, Craig. Thanks. So,
Yeah,
real
no
quick,
problem.
last thing.
Thank you guys
So,
for having me
yeah,
on. I appreciate it.
Of course. So, you said 37. You're going with McDonald if they stay in that spot. That's your guy.
If he's there, yes, and then I don't know, maybe McCoy or a receiver.
Yep.
You
We're
know.
saying we're kind of. I think we're all on the same page with a lot of this. All right,
Yeah.
cool, man.
So far, it sounds
All
like
right,
it.
Craig. Enjoy
right,
tonight.
thanks. Have
I'm
a
sure
great-
we'll be
Yep.
we'll be all chatting. All right, thanks, man.
Yep,
Catch you
we'll
soon.
know shortly.
Okay, bye.
All right, thanks a lot.
We will.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Will.
All right, we're
Will
gonna bring our
Allen.
next-
Hey, here he is.
How are you?
Hey,
guys?
so we're
How you
bringing.
doing?
Hey, thanks for coming on, Chris. Right?
Yes. How you guys
Yeah,
doing?
gotcha. All right,
How you
Chris.
guys doing?
Yeah, thanks, Chris, man. Appreciate it. And we can find Chris at Chris _ NYY28. Chris, thanks for being a loyal follower of NY Giants Rush, always jumping in on our shows. So, man, thanks so much.
Yeah, it's an honor to be on with you guys. This is a great concept that you do with the draft kind of marathon and having everybody a lot of different fans hop on and stuff. And I think it's a great thing that you guys are doing. So I'm just happy to be a small part of it.
Yeah, no, you're definitely a big part of it, along with our other people. And Craig, our Craig that runs the show, man, it was his idea, so he did a great job. But so Chris, what's your feeling on? And I'll let Mike take over. But what's your feeling on round one, man? What's your thoughts?
I really I loved what the Giants
5 and
did.
10, the picks
Yeah,
for the Giants.
I loved what the Giants did. I mean, I think that when you look at getting Arvell Reese at 5, I think is unbelievable. Like I just thought there was no chance that he would ever be there at number 5, and the Giants are able to get him. I thought it was the clear best player available at that point. So I'm really happy that they were able to do that. And then at 10, look, I mean, I was a fan of Caleb Downs. I would have, definitely, I thought that was going to be the pick. I think everybody did. But I can't complain.
I
Getting
think we
Maui
all
Noah.
thought, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But getting Maui Noah, I just think makes you feel so much better about the offensive line going forward.
Mm-hmm.
Like to have Maui Noah,
Yeah.
Illuminor, and Thomas for the next 3 years at least, that's just incredible. I don't think the Giants have had a line like that in a long time, to be honest with you. And I just think Maui Noah is going to – I think his body type lends to the transition at guard, and I'm excited about it. I thought the Giants did a great job. I thought they stuck with their board, and they just took the best players that they had ranked. And if you want to kind of gripe about where they had guys ranked, that's fine. But they didn't say, oh, we can't do this because we got to get another position. They were very just – they took the best player available in their mind.
Yeah, no, I feel the same way.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I was gonna Chris play it back when you were sitting there, because Chris and I relived it. We talked about it when you were sitting there, and Tennessee was gonna pick. I'm sure you thought it was gonna be Reese, right? When Tennessee was picking.
I thought there was no way they didn't go Reese at that point.
Right.
I just thought it's like, how does he fall? How does he keep falling?
And how did you feel? Like I know our reaction, like holy shit. They picked Tate, who's a good player, but when you see Reese there, now Reese is right there. Styles is right there for the Giants, and I'm sure you'd have been happy with Styles too if we got him. But you got Reese sitting there, who has so much high ceiling. His game. The Giants really are gonna have a that NASCAR package again that they had in the last few Super Bowls,
Of course. And, it was very interesting when it, because I really never thought Arvell Reese was even in play for the Giants. I thought for a long time the Jets were going to take him at number 2. I just thought he made the most sense to the Jets. I know the rumors were Bailey at the end. But at the very end of the draft process, I kind of started to watch some Arvell Reese tape, some Arvell Reese highlights and things like that. And I'm obviously not a scout. I'm a fan. I'm not a scout, but when you watch him versus Styles, you bring up Styles. I think Styles is such a great he has so many intangibles, kind of similar to Caleb Downs. Like you hear Styles speak and you think like the guy's going to be like in a front office one day. Like he's so smart. When you watch Reese, though, the first thing that jumps off the page is this guy is powerful, man. Like,
We were saying
hits
that,
somebody,
yes. The big
he
difference.
hits somebody and they go backwards. And you watch Styles and it's like, okay, like I see it. The sideline speed. I'm not bashing Sonny Styles. I just think Reese is the better player. I really do. Like, I could be wrong. Again, not a scout. I'm a fan. I just think Reese is so much more powerful, and he does similar things to Styles. Like, I didn't realize how much he can play off-ball linebacker. Like, I thought, okay, he lined up more at edge. Again, I never thought it was possible for the Giants to get Reese. So
Nobody
I really
did,
hadn't hadn't even thought about him. I remember last year, the Giants were playing Washington week 1. And everybody was saying, maybe you use Abdul Carter as like this spy on Jaden Daniels. And when you watched Abdul Carter this year, that's not really his skill set. Abdul Carter's like an edge rusher. That's what he is. You talk about Arvell Reese, he can stand in the middle of a defense and chase a guy sideline to sideline, and he can rush off the edge.
And he's powerful at the point of contact, and that's what Mike and I were saying, is that he just seems stronger than Styles and could actually shed and get off of blocks too. Maybe a little better than Styles.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So yeah, no, we're with you. Let me ask you this, Chris. Were you surprised that they went with Manoa over Olive from Penn State at that spot at 10?
I think it came down to, I would have been a big fan of taking the Penn State kid, Ioane, I guess is how you pronounce it.
Right.
I would have been a fan of it. I think that something that we're seeing in this, I guess, new era of Giants football is, Harbaugh, I think, thinks he can coach up a lot of different players. And I think he looks at Maui Noah and he says, Maui Noah is a better player than Venga. So I'll take the better player and we'll play him out of position. And look, a lot of people have said Maui Noah is going to transfer better to guard. That's what people have said. Like, This is not a right tackle through and through. The Giants are saying, no, you're going to play guard. He's got the shorter arms. There's things about him that don't really that don't really make him, suited to play tackle. So I wasn't stunned they went him. I just think they viewed it as a best player available. Now, like it's hysterical. Wenger went to the Ravens. I'm like, the Ravens just do it again. They just sit there and they get one of the best players.
Yeah,
I would have been happy with it, but I understand why they took Maui Noa.
Yeah.
I think he was the best tackle. I think he was the best offensive line prospect in the draft.
Yeah, and it gives them the flexibility if they had to kick him out the right tackle because of an injury or just even to be a little more flexible. What else, Mike? What do you got to anything else for Chris?
Let me see. Did you before the draft started? Did you expect the Giants to trade back at all at pick 5 or 10?
That was my first thought actually when Reese was on the board. I was like, maybe the Giants will trade back here, because it was kind of, you figured someone else would want a pass rusher more than the Giants would. But obviously the Giants had Reese ranked so highly they didn't want to do that. And I think Joe Shane said they had an opportunity to trade back from 10. So I am a little surprised they didn't trade back. And now there's rumors. I mean, obviously the second round is getting going, in a few minutes. There's rumors that they might want to trade up a little bit now. That surprises me.
We talked about that too.
Yeah,
And that brings us to our question with, is it, and if they did trade up, and we're the consensus with me and Mike is that it's going to be McDonald. That's the guy they really want. Yeah. What do you think if they were to move up from 37? And how do you feel about it?
I think McDonald clearly is the target. I do think, though, the Denzel Boston thing, the wide receiver out of Washington, I think that is something that I have my antenna up because, this morning when I saw some of the Boston rumors, I read a couple scouting reports on Denzel Boston, and he just fits the Harbaugh-Dart pairing like to a T. Great blocker. Like the first thing I read, great blocking.
That's what Harbaugh likes,
Harbaugh
right?
loves that because they're going to run the ball. They want the receivers to get dirty and block. And he's a great contested catch guy. And if you watch Jackson Dart last year, now he was throwing to Theo Johnson, so not maybe the best receiver, but a lot of his passes are like jump balls. Even the play he had against the Eagles, the little Jordan Humphrey pass, he just kind of threw it up, and Humphrey went up and made that play. Boston, if you watch his highlights, he's a guy who goes up in the red zone and makes those contested catches. And for as great, Malik Neighbors is an amazing receiver. He's a number one through and through. But this guy's a little bit unique in that he's that big X receiver. And there's not, and the point I was trying to get to is there's other defensive tackles, not on the level of McDonald, but you've got a Christian Miller, you've got a Lee Hunter, maybe a little later.
We were saying that, right?
There's a huge receiver drop-off that happens after Boston. He was in that group of like 6 receivers that were all going to go round 1, early round 2. Once you get past those guys, you're starting to look at later in the draft for receivers. So if the Giants want to get a receiver, maybe that's why they want to push the chips in a little bit and go up and get a guy. So that could be the target too.
What do you want to do at 37?
I would be okay with multiple positions. I'm not overly like, you have to get a defensive tackle. Like, that's a glaring need after you trade Dex. But personally, I just want to kind of play the board. Like, all right, if the top player is a corner, take a corner. Like the Giants could use a cornerback. If Boston fell to 37, you can take him. One of the things I love about what the Ravens have always done is they've been pretty patient not trading up. And I think unless it's a quarterback, I don't really know if trading up is very smart, honestly, because I think that you're ultimately a lot of times going to get the player to fall to you anyway. And the Giants, to me, need to build depth in this draft, especially in the later rounds. So you say, well, you trade a 5th, you trade a 6th. Yeah, if it's like a 6th-round pick, sure. But, I mean, the Giants need to fill out the back end of their roster too.
Good
so
point.
I would be – and I see 5 players that I like. Like there's the corner, Terrell. You have McDonald. You have Boston. Like there's – to me, there's a – and like, I mean, McCoy has the injury issues, but he's a name. Colton Hood. Like there's 5 names to me that you don't need to, but maybe they think, okay, we have to go get McDonald. And if they do, and it's a 5th-round pick, that's fine. I have no problem with that. What do you guys think about the Thibodeau stuff? I think that's like the biggest.
We were just saying that before you came on, right, Mike? It still feels like it's lingering out there. Like it's been put to rest a little bit, but you still feel like it could happen.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, it still feels like it's still hanging around. There's still a little smoke. How about you, Chris?
Yeah, I'm very torn on it because I definitely think that the Giants can't get to the end of the line here and either let him walk for nothing or they can't let him walk for nothing, in my opinion. I think that they've had this happen too many times. They should either extend him and pay him or they should get value for him. I think the question is, when's the best time to get value for him? Thibodeau just had a pretty rough season last year. He missed like half the year due to injury. I think he had a season-ending injury. Next year's draft is a better draft. Why not let him play out the season, or at least half the season, and you trade him at the deadline, and maybe you get a third next year. But
that's what I was saying, Chris. Teams get desperate. You might get that playoff team that loses somebody in October, and they're desperate to give up a little something extra, even for a guy that's on the last year of a deal. And who knows? The agent rips it up, and they do an extension or redo the contract anyway. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think I wouldn't be surprised if October a team gets a little desperate that wants him.
And listen, if you can get like I know the Saints has been a rumored team. If you can get the 73rd pick straight up, you've got to consider that. That's a high 3rd round pick. But I don't want to trade Thibodeau for a 4th round pick in a draft that might not be the best.
I would like to see him in this defense, right, Chris? I mean, I would like to see him with all these pieces be a part of it. Yeah. He's a good player. He's not a huge playmaker, but he's a good player. Not for where he was picked, but it would be nice to see him with the surrounding cast coming into the year.
I agree. And something underrated about him too, he is the best edge run defender they have on this team.
Surprisingly, he's gotten really much better than he was his rookie year.
That's one thing he can that's one thing he can do, right? He's not really the greatest pass rusher. Like, he had that one outlier sack here, but he can set an edge and stop the run. And like, to me, Carter and Burns is a great player, but they're more like sack guys. You know, they're getting sacks. Thibodeau to me is a more like he can set an edge and stop the run. So I just feel like, I don't know. I don't want to give him away. You know, if they get a good package, yeah, do it. And you know what the great thing is? I trust now with Harbaugh there, they're not just going to give him away. Like I said to someone before the Dex trade, if they do this, I'm expecting a good package because I just know I think they're run a little more competently now. So I think it's a situation where I think if you see on ESPN that they've traded Thibodeau, I think they're going to get a pretty good pick back because I don't think they would just trade him to trade him. So,
yeah. I agree with you. I feel like they're not showing to be desperate. If it doesn't fit, they're not going to do it. And that would have been with Dex too. They would have let him sit out and come in then if they didn't get what they wanted. Or, you know, and I think we're all surprised. Obviously, a top 10 pick was crazy, but
right to get a top 10 pick, they probably felt like, let's pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, I think we all saw it first round and maybe another round, but boy, top 10 was good.
Crazy. Yeah.
So you get some extra time, Chris. We're still waiting on our 7:00. And I know the draft is kicking off, so that's going to kick off any second. We're still waiting for our 7:00. So you got some extra time, Chris. If you just want to stay on with us, up to you.
Yeah,
Love to have
for
you.
sure.
All right,
I'll definitely stay on. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I feel like there's going to probably be some kind of trade up here. Maybe not with the Giants, but it's just like it feels like all these teams are getting offers to trade up from the guys that fell to the second round.
Who do you think is the guy that teams are targeting right now? Is it McDonald? Is it McCoy? Who do you think is the guy that they're?
I think the McCoy thing is crazy. Right, the McCoy thing is crazy because everybody says if the medical checks out, you should take him. But to me, and it's just kind of, I'm a little wary of drafting him because in this particular draft, for him not to go round one, the medical must be pretty bad. And a lot of teams must be like, he's not on our board completely. Because I look at some of those guys drafted in the 20s yesterday. Like, he's a much more talented player than some of those guys. And yet none of those teams took a chance. Like, none of them wanted to take that risk. Mm-hmm. So it's very easy to say, if the medical checks out, but like the medical might not check out, that it's very possible. So I'm interested to see who takes that risk.
Hey, Chris.
Draft.
Chris, do you think it's the injury that he had is the reason why there's doubt with him?
Well, I would think going back to the combine when they do the medicals, they don't disclose that. A lot of times that's HIPAA. They keep it all quiet. So it's got to be right because you guys know better than me. I mean, I follow college a little bit, but right, Mike. I mean, McCoy was probably the number one corner healthy in this draft. And would you say he would be a top 10 pick, blue chipper, top 15 if he was healthy and played?
He definitely top 15. Definitely top 15.
It's got to be, yeah. Then this is definitely, an issue. But I guess, you fall to the, I don't know. Do you see him fall into the third round, Chris McCoy? Or do you see him getting picked up in the second?
I think someone will take the risk here. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Wil Johnson from last year, who I believe went to the Cardinals. He was getting top 10, 15 buzz, and I believe he went early second round. I don't remember the pick, but it kind of reminds me of that. And I think you get to a point where you just kind of have to take the gamble, And I do think someone will, in this second round.
And you got to trust your medical staff, right? The job that they did, and you got to lean on them and see where he's at if it's worth the pick. But hey, Chris, before we let you go, so at 37, what's your pick? Move up, move down? Do you have what's your shot at 37?
McDonald's the guy that I want. I think if you could get him, man, that would be some kind of defensive draft to get Reese and him. I think it's a gaping hole there. I would have no problem though with them taking a cornerback either. I think Avian Terrell is a name that has been linked Clemson to the Giants. He had the 40 issue where he didn't run very well. But you know what? I would be fine with him. But to me, if they could get that defensive tackle here, that would be big. You'd feel really good about the defense.
Yeah. Last question, Chris. McDonald's off the board. Miller's not the guy they want at 37, but you have Boston out there, and let's say you have Terrell and McCoy. Who are you going with at 37 if McDonald's off the board?
I would go Denzel Boston. I think it's a really good fit. I think
you got conviction. We're going to remember that, Chris. If he goes, we're going to give you props. That's
I think he's a John Harbaugh receiver. So I could see it. I
can see it too. And that's one of the reasons why I think they brought back Isaiah Hodgins, because he could block well downfield. He may not be the fastest, but he runs good routes and he's a good blocker downfield. Because I think we were all surprised that Hodgins got re-signed, which is good. Let him try to win a spot. But hey, Chris, we're going to let you go because we have our next we have our next guest. So we're going to bring our next one in. Chris, thanks for watching the show. Always being a part of the team, and then we'll catch you soon during the season or before.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. No, likewise. Thank you. All right, so we have a few guys in the back. So Jeff is coming on. What's that?
They're on the clock right now. San Francisco. They have under
okay, keep us updated. I know I got a couple things running. We're going to bring Jeff. We're running a little behind, so hang in there, Ben. Let's bring Jeff Johnson to the show. And Jeff, you can find him at Giants Fan 014. Hey, Jeff. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Hey, how we doing?
Good, man. How you doing? Thanks for following us. Thanks for following the show, and thanks for keeping supporting us every week. Appreciate that.
Yeah, did this last year. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's getting better. It's going to get better too. So, Jeff, the picks are starting now, but like we're asking everybody, what's your thoughts in round one? Pick 5 and 10. You happy? Not happy? In between? How you feeling?
Oh, you got to be happy. I mean, most people would agree Reese was the best defensive player in the draft. I mean, I've seen some mixed reactions on here, and I just think it's funny. People are complaining we didn't get Sonny Styles. I think Styles was talked about so much because nobody realistically thought Reese would be there.
No.
Because Reese is just as fast as Styles. He ran the exact same 40 time at the combine. He's bigger. He's stronger. He has pass rush upside. He's a better player than Styles. We've just been so focused on Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs because there's no way Reese was going to be an option for us. We got the better player, and there's some people that are disappointed by that for some reason.
Yeah. And I think that's what Mike said earlier. We talk about strength, point of contact, powerful, right, Mike? I mean, that's Reese. He gives you the whole package.
Right. The biggest knocks on Styles, like the week of the draft, people are starting to knock him down a little bit. He's not physical enough. He's not strong enough. You're not going to hear anybody saying that about Arvell Reese. He's 240 pounds. Watch, the cut-ups are all over the internet today. He's throwing offensive linemen around left and right. He's a big, physical, strong linebacker. Like, that's what we've won with, those type of players. That's what we win with.
And isn't it amazing how we got back to Giants football? I mean, we talked about all these years not drafting a linebacker in the first round, and here we go, Abdul Carter last year, and now to Reese. So 2 years in a row, we go linebacker. The Giants go linebacker in round one, and before that, we had to go 30 years longer for a linebacker in the first round. So
And an actual offensive lineman, like a physical, strong, good
Yeah.
offensive lineman.
a
And that's
bull.
the other one that's comical.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
yeah, I get it. I wanted Caleb Downs too. I think he's a really good player. It stings that he's in Dallas, but like, how can you look how bad our offensive line has been for 15 freaking years, and you're going to
Mhm.
complain about taking maybe the best offensive lineman in the draft, who's a physical,
Wow.
road grading. What did he say on his interview last night? I'll die for Jackson Dart. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
amazing, right?
if that doesn't epitomize Giants football between the physical offensive lineman and the physical defender, what does?
That's
And
it.
we're mad because we didn't get a safety. Like, come on.
That's Giants football. Mike, keep us updated. What's going on in the draft right now?
Okay, with the 33rd pick, the San Francisco 49ers picked Dijon Dribbling.
Oh,
out
from
of
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss.
Okay, the receiver, right?
He was
Okay.
projected to be a day 3 pick, and a lot of websites I looked at. Wow.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so
Not
Jeff,
on the top of anybody's big board for
No.
available players right now.
and that makes a couple of these other guys now trickle down, a little further, which is great. Jeff, what are we looking at 37? If you
Who do you want?
Yeah, who do you want at
And
37?
Yeah, I want a defensive tackle. I wanted
Yeah.
a defensive tackle at 37 before we traded Dexter Lawrence.
This has been well, we were thin even before that, even gotten worse. But
We'll probably get to this draft. Yep.
We should
who-
get to this draft, and I know we're signing DJ Reader on Monday. I don't care. That's
Right.
great. I wanted
It's
to
still
draft
fun.
2 defensive tackles when we still had Dexter Lawrence on the team.
100%.
We have no depth at the position. You saw it every time he came off the field. We got ran through. I'm fine with Darius Alexander last year, but I still wanted a bigger guy who could come in and replace Dex because look at the statistics, splits when he's on the field versus when he's off the field. Every time he came off the field, teams would just run through us.
Yeah.
We need bodies at the position, especially now we finally have fast physical linebackers with Edmonds and Reese. But if these 300-pound guards are getting to the second level and wiping them out, what good are they going to do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and when you look at a guy like McDonald, you could plug him right in at the nose. I mean, he's 340 pounds, so he fits the profile, right?
He's definitely that. He's the one everybody thought was going in the first round. I was fine with Lee Hunter. Some people think that's 37's too high for him. I don't.
Okay.
Dan Jeremiah's got him as his 41st player, and Dan Jeremiah knows more than I do. So if he's 41st on Jeremiah's big board, that's good enough for me for 37.
37, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Supposed to come.
we talked about that. If you like him, what's the difference if he's ranked 43rd, 44th? Take him at 37. What's the difference?
There's no difference. It's splitting hairs. It's the nonsense we talk about in the offseason because we have nothing better to talk about. When they're in the same cluster, 5 picks, who cares? Is anybody going to remember 10 years from now he was the 43rd player and we took him at 37? No. If he's a good player, it's fine. When they're close enough. Don't take the 90th player at 37, but when they're close, they're close.
That's right. And Jeff, the nice part about getting those 2 picks in the first round is now you got these guys for 5 years with that 5th-year option. So how nice is that you're going to have Reese and Manoa at least here for 5 years when they're looking for that new contract. So,
the 5th-year option works great.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly they were peeking around to see if we could move back into the first last night. I don't know who they would be targeting specifically, but usually if somebody's trying to trade Dak into the late first rounds because they want that 5th-year option.
Yeah, and not to cut you off, Jeff, it looks like the guard Basantis from Texas A&M went to the Cardinals. So
okay, so my feed's I was just going to say the Cardinals pick is in, so my feed's a little behind.
Yep.
So that should make some people feel better too.
Buffalo's it. Tell me, Mike. Buffalo's the interesting pick at 35, right? Do they go
That's right.
defensive tackle?
That's right. I think Buffalo's the key. I think Buffalo might get McDonald.
Okay.
You don't think they're going to take Boston, the receiver?
I think they can go
Why?
so many
You think
ways.
they're down on Coleman? Is that why? Because of Coleman, they're down on him.
Yeah, Coleman definitely.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
I mean, if they take there's only 2 teams left in front of us, and there's 3 defensive tackles I like. I like Christian Miller from Georgia. I think
So do I.
he's got more pass rush outside than any of them.
He's the younger of all 3 of them, isn't he? Is he not the youngest of all 3? Christian
That
Miller?
I don't know.
I think he's 21.
Wow. Hey, both guys last night are 20, right? Reese and Manoa are both 20.
Yeah, they'll be
so
21
how great.
by training
Amazing.
camp. Yeah.
Yeah, one's in June and the other's in August, I guess, for 21.
Amazing.
So Basantis going now kind of can make you feel better about Maui Noah pick. you know, some people were saying we should have taken Downs and then you just come back and get Basantis at 37. Well, Basantis just went. So
Right, exactly.
hindsight's always 20/20, but
Listen, you're going to have one of those
Exactly.
you're going to have one of those corners on the board. You're going to have either McDonald or you're going to have Boston at 37, unless there's a trade. So one of those three will be on there. Whether you like McCoy with the injury or you go the other way with Terrell. Let's say just for the hell of it, Jeff. Before we let you run, if you have all three, if McDonald is off the board at 37, are you leaning more towards the receiver Boston, or would you go towards the cornerback in either Terrell or McCoy?
I'm taking Christian Miller.
Oh, Miller.
Before he
Okay, so
goes.
that's your guy. Okay.
Warner,
Jeff, so you got McDonald's your first, Miller's your second, and Hunter's your third DT, right?
Let's see.
probably. I value the run stuffer more right now. Miller's got, like I said, I think Miller's got the pass rush upside, which probably in most cases would be the differentiator there. It would put him a little bit ahead, but we just need the run stopper, and I think McDonald's a little better there. So I would go McDonald over Miller. Corner, I believe, is a huge need. I think I might be just as concerned about corner as I am about defensive tackle. But with McCoy's injury, I mean, he would have been a top 15 player in this draft if he was healthy.
We
The
were
fact
just
that he
saying
didn't
that.
go, the fact that he didn't go in the first round at all tells you, you know, I can't be taking risks with the 37th pick in year one of a new
Yeah.
regime trying to turn this thing
And the round
around.
two.
Yeah, you gotta. I mean, hit a double. Don't swing for the fences. McCoy, you're swinging for the fences. You know, he might be the best corner in this draft. In 5 years, he could be an All-Pro. He also may have played 12 games 5 years from now. So
Yeah.
I'm just not that. If we were the defending Super Bowl champs and he was sitting there with the 37th pick, sure,
You
take
could-
him.
Yeah. Right.
But we're not. So no, I'm not taking him.
We need players.
Terrell's physical. He's fine. His 40 time. That's one position where I think 40 time kind of matters. I don't know if I like a slower corner on the outside.
Mhm.
And receiver, I'm not as worried about receiver as a lot of people are. I mean, we scored 30 points against Denver and Philadelphia last year with a rookie quarterback and no Malik Neighbors. Like, to me, the trenches and other player areas are much more important than your skill players. You can make it work. You can score points without first and second round wide receivers right now. And
And the
it's
fact
just not
they added
fit.
Mooney in Austin, you know, that's
we
a
didn't
bit of an
downgrade.
upgrade with Mooney. Yeah.
Right. We may not be better, but we're not
Hey,
worse.
Buffalo
They
picked
like these better.
TJ Parker. Buffalo
Oh
picked
wow,
TJ
they
Parker.
took the edge. So wow, all right. So we got the
Oh,
defensive
wow.
tackles, Miller and McDonald still on the board. You got Boston on the board. You got McCoy on the board, and you got Terrell on the board. And you got the Texans coming up at 36. So wow, this is going to get interesting. Hey Jeff, we're going to run and get our
Everybody
next.
you're hoping for is still available.
That's say it again, Jeff.
Everybody we were hoping for is still available after three picks.
Absolutely. This is good.
None of our guys have been picked yet.
Imagine this is going to be interesting. Jeff,
Yeah.
we can't thank you enough for keeping up with the show, supporting us, and thanks for coming on. And hey, we're going to do more of these fan interactions, so you'll be back on with us at some point again.
Always happy to. Thank you.
All right, thanks,
Take
thanks,
care,
Jeff.
Jeff.
Take care. Enjoy the rest of the draft. I'm sure we'll be all
You too.
chatting later.
Yes,
Thanks.
sir.
Bye.
Thanks.
All right, Mike, we're running a little behind. Keep us updated on pick 36. I know we
I
got Ben
will.
in the
I'll
back
keep
room.
raising my hand. That's all.
I got it on here too, but in case I miss
Okay.
it, sorry guys, we're a little bit backed up, so just enjoy the show, and we're going to get you on. Let's bring on Ben. We got Ben Hort coming on. So Ben, thanks for joining us. Hey Ben.
Hi, thank you for
Hey,
having
Ben.
me. Good to see you guys.
Hey,
Hi.
of course, we wouldn't have a show without you guys, no doubt. So Ben, as we're
appreciate
waiting
it.
for pick 36, give us your thoughts on pick 5 last night and pick 10 with Reese and Mawanoa. What you're feeling last night?
I was thrilled. I was mostly happy when Arizona took Love because I was afraid with all the rumors. I really didn't want a running back in the worst way. So I knew it was only going to be somebody that we wanted after that. But I never could have expected Reese. I thought he'd probably go to the Jets, frankly, but they usually
Yeah.
screwed up.
I think we were shocked there. And also the Titans, right? It looks like Dable talked Salah.
Yeah, I mean, the
into Tate.
receiver came out of no. I actually thought we might. I didn't really want a receiver at 5 either of the receivers. So I was happy to have him off the board also. Although he's a good player, I was more concerned about Tyson, frankly, just because of the injuries and I don't know.
Yeah.
The 5 felt high to me for him. So
Yeah,
no, I
but-
was thrilled. And again, I love the offensive lineman from Miami.
Hey, hey Ben, do you think
Yes, sir.
if the Jets would have taken Reese and Bailey was there at 5, You think the Giants would have taken him or
Yeah,
trade
I've heard
back?
people talking about that all day. I obviously don't have the foggiest notion. One of the things I really like, and by the way, it's been so of Shane the last few years, is there's a lot of smoke and talk and misdirection. And I have to say, for all the criticism he gets, Shane since he's been there, usually does what I think he should do. He's picked either the guy I wanted, or in this case, it wasn't that I wanted a particular guy, but I really believe in taking the best available player. Again, you go back to LT in 81 and Banks in 83. They didn't need linebackers necessarily, but you end up with stars and a Hall of Famer. A guy should be in the Hall of Fame. And when you reach, you end up with like Eric Flowers or somebody like that.
That's right. We were just saying that before about the linebackers. You can't have enough, and if the player's there you want, go get them. Right.
You just take good football players who hopefully going to be in the league. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is it would be nice to re-sign. And again, they don't even have to be stars. I had to write them all down because there are so many of them, like second, third round defensive tackles that the Giants have taken in the last 20 years. So you got your Cornelius Griffin, Fred Cofield, Linval Joseph, Hankins, Tomlinson. I mean, obviously Leonard Williams.
Tomlinson I was thinking of right now. And how about William Joseph back in the day, right in the 90s? William Joseph was another one that fell through.
The rest of these guys were all really solid citizens and good players. Not like the kind of guy we're going to draft now, maybe.
Right, but not where you pick them at that spot, right? Not what we thought they'd be at that spot.
Solid citizens, and also played in the league for years, and most of them didn't get hurt. Like, we should keep guys. Every week you're watching games, and there's a million guys, not stars necessarily, but contributing to other teams. And I go, why couldn't we make it work for? You should keep your own guys that you draft if you can. And I just wanted to mention Leonard Williams, who wasn't a draft pick, but worse, we gave up assets for him. And similarly, just great player since he left. Just won a Super Bowl. Is a Pro Bowler. I mean, we always let guys go, and obviously we'll see what happens with Dexter Lawrence.
It's so true. I mean, we were just saying before, Ben, the last time the Giants really were stopping the run is when you had Leonard Williams. Even go back to Snack Harrison; those were the guys that Jonathan Hankins. But ever since those times, it's been an issue. The last 7 years, even with Dex, it's been a problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, what are you thinking at 37, Ben, tonight?
Again, I'm not qualified to say which, especially.
Listen, we're not qualified either. We're not qualified.
No.
Might be qualified. He calls the college game more than me.
We're all opinionated. I mean, the Texans just took McDonald.
They did.
Oh, you bastard!
So
not him. I mean, I would say him, but so he's not coming. I mean, I
Boy,
was looking at
We'll see if Jeff is right with Miller, or maybe they do go receiver or corners, or maybe they go back.
Look at that Houston defense now, adding McDonald. Oh, my Lord.
They're good.
That's good.
They just have to fix their quarterback, but boy, they're good.
All right, who do you want, Ben? Now that McDonald's off the board, who would you want at 37?
I
mean, was it Miller's the guy from Georgia? I believe
Miller's still there.
Kristen Miller
is interesting. These corners are very obviously we need a cornerback, but again, I want a guy who's going to be on
stop
the
run,
in 5 years.
Yeah,
we have to stop the run. We obviously have to stop the run. I assume our linebacking play will be better this year. But I'm happy to take a good defensive tackle. Obviously, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Didn't you guys think it was interesting that Harbaugh, who everyone I guess is more in charge than Shane now, re-signed all these guys from last year, who again are good guys, like Oshevsky, Neal, Ezadu, Singletary, Hodgins.
Yeah, even Hodgins. We said Hodgins, right? Yeah, we are.
All these guys. I think that's bringing back guys shows a lack of just wanting to be good, and they're probably not going to all make the team. But
right,
it's interesting that they brought them all back.
Right, and the fact that he's not looking as Dable guys or Shane's guys, like he's keeping an open mind with these guys, and for what it's worth, that's how he's looking at it. So I agree with you.
That's all anyone cares about.
That's it for sure. So Giants are right on the clock, right, guys?
We're waiting on the Giants.
Minutes. Okay,
we're up. 5 more minutes.
We're up.
All right. We got 5 minutes.
Who? I mean, I don't even know who's the next highest ranked guy. I don't even.
Oh, McCoy
probably. Right?
The injury, coming off the injury, McCoy. We'll see if he falls, and then you have Boston. Probably that's a good spot, right, guys? At 37 for Boston, like we've been hearing from a few of our guests, that 37 could be a sweet spot for him.
Yeah, I don't mind our receivers, and it sounds like Odell might be back.
Yeah, I think the receiver's deep. I think he can get one in the 4th round.
The thing is, I always say, like, professional receivers catch the ball, and all. You need the trenches and linemen and guys who can tackle. They have some guys, and anyone that they add will be competent. But again, if they see someone they love, that's fine. Nice,
Yeah,
maybe
and that's
a guy
why you
could return.
And you said it, Ben.
Picks are
Harbaugh
fun.
with the trenches, especially going at 10. Like, that's what makes you think maybe they do go to Miller at 37 because they just want to really solidify that line on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Harbaugh said it. He wasn't BSing you. He wants to run the ball and he wants to stop the run. That's what he said.
I mean, guys, we've been talking for years. What's the identity of this team, right? When Barkley, you thought it was a running team, but now we really get a feel of, especially with the fullback Ricard, like the identity of this team is going to be smash mouth, old Giants football, running the ball.
Yep.
Pick
Setting
is
up the
in,
pass.
boys. The pick is in.
Okay.
I'm waiting to see who
Wow.
it is.
All right.
Here we go. I bet it's a
Well,
corner.
Yeah, you going corner.
Okay, that's
hope-
he's
I hope
on
it's a
corner.
deep
I'm gonna say it could be. I'm gonna say Miller at defensive
That'd be
tackle,
great.
but
Happy for
Peter
these
Woods
guys.
is Peter
They're so
Woods is
emotional.
still sitting out there too. Don't forget him.
Yeah.
He's more of an end though, right? D. Peter Woods.
okay, still waiting here. Okay,
I read
It's-
Thibodeau. They may move to they may move
We-
inside.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Did you? Yeah, Ben, you heard some rumblings.
Is he
They-
big
I'm
enough
just
to play
moving him
inside?
around.
Okay,
That
we'll
they
move
might
around,
try
yeah.
him inside a little bit.
Okay, okay.
Who knows?
I'm trusting their Denard Wilson and Harbaugh. So until we can't,
Yep.
whatever they think. But yeah, I didn't see
What
that.
is he
either.
about? 250, 255?
Probably.
big is
Yeah. Not obviously not huge. But
Is he that?
he plays the run pretty well.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about it before.
I know, but he's got.
We were saying.
You're talking about.
Yeah,
you're
he
talking
said
about
he's
him
gotten
playing
better.
with-
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know that he's a 3-down player inside.
Yeah, are you talking about him playing with his hand in the dirt all the time?
Maybe. I don't. We'll see. I just saw that. I just saw that an hour or two ago.
Okay.
Somewhere. I don't know if it's true.
All right, still nothing, right? Nothing's hit yet, right, guys? We're
No,
pick is
but
in,
it's
but we're
in.
waiting for the announcement.
Oh my God,
Okay.
this is. It's a
Mike, what do you
kicker.
think? Mike, throw a name out. What do you think?
I wanted to be a tackle, Miller, Hunter. We got to stop the run.
Yeah. Did you throw a name out, Ben? Who do you think? 37. Not who you want, but who do you think?
Miller, or I said the
Yeah,
guy
Miller, yeah.
McCoy, the corner,
Okay.
maybe.
McCoy. Yep. Okay.
Craig's being a wise guy, saying it's a kicker.
I know we got to carry 2 this year. That's cost us games every year.
Yeah, I think they're going to battle it out, Ben.
I'd like
I
to
think,
go through the season this year without
Yep.
without having a game with no.
Talk
kicker.
about Jalen Hyatt not being cut yet. How
That's
come
true,
Cano's
Ben, yeah.
not cut?
That's
Why is it Cano
interesting.
cut?
Well, Gano did get cut. He got cut. He got
Well, he
released.
did finally.
Yeah, he did.
Gano
They had to
finally
wait
got
for
cut
the
a couple
medicals.
weeks ago. Recently, though.
Yeah, and I think
Okay.
Saul's the kicker. He hasn't kicked anything over 42 yards, so I think they're going to let them battle it out.
Oh, corner, Cottonwood.
Wow, you mentioned the name, Mike. That was one of the names you just threw out.
Yeah,
didn't you?
Cottonwood.
All right. So,
Okay.
Mike, what's your feeling on that? You're up on the college game, Ben. What do you guys think of the pick?
He's good. Cottonwood's good. He was like played in the shadows of McCoy. Then McCoy got hurt. Then you saw his value. That's why he's been taken early in the second round.
Yeah,
Because of the injury
Decent
McCoy.
size. He doesn't necessarily have to be a slot. Like he could possibly
Right.
play on the
and with
on the
and with
outside.
right, and with Drew
Yeah,
Phillips,
he's a good
right?
player. He's a good player, but well, we'll see what they
Yeah.
got to do with the.
So much of it is scheme. Like Phillips last year,
Yeah.
he had been really good and really didn't play so well last year.
And
But
you
so
know what,
much
Ben?
of it is,
Yeah,
is
you're
fitting in the scheme.
And we've said there's been such a setback. Tyler Newbin, Javal Holland last year, even Okereke with Bowen, it felt like everybody just took a step back. Banks, it's
Yep.
so cloudy with that defense. So maybe things will change.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
They have-
hopefully.
one of these years. We had that one good year in 22. It
Yeah,
was fun.
I-
But yeah, it's been
that
a
was-
long
that was.
slog.
And it's,
Yeah, it sure has, man. It sure has.
the Giants could trade back into the third round.
Maybe.
They could. So, all right. So they went corner. We knew it would be obviously could have been
Yeah.
corner
The
defensive
special
tackle was
teams
probably
were
where
better
they go.
last year. The special teams were much improved. Is
Yeah.
always taking guys who can they tackle better. I mean, I usually say at this point, I wish they should take someone who's a punt returner or kick returner. But I think Olszewski's great. he plays hard, and I'm happy to have him back. And they even had, I don't think he even got in a game. The guy who returned kicks 2 years ago when Ashevsky was hurt was on the practice squad.
Yeah, Ishmir.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
he had been good. When Oshevsky was hurt, I always say that was the longest groin injury in the history of.
And to your point, Gunnar played well in the slot. Yeah, and Gunnar played well in the slot, even when at the end of the season, coming in the game and catching balls. Yeah,
catches the ball. He's a keeper.
Yeah. So all right. So overall, we needed a corner. We got what is he from?
You got really good reviews
Buffalo.
on him, guys.
I mean, Colorado. Did he come from Colorado?
He's at
He was okay.
That's what's great, though, is that everyone's saying tackle. They're not just drafting by position, which never works.
Yeah,
you just take guys you think are good. And by the way, they know better. But whoever they think is the best football player is the guy they should take.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be, right? That's what.
Yeah.
All right. So, Ben, anything else? We're going to ask Ben one more question before we let it go. Thibodeau, what do you think, Ben? Are you on board with having maybe getting a pick for him? You want to ride it out with him this year? What's your feeling on Thibodeau? Yeah. Let's say you got a third back for him. Let's say you got a third back for him. Would you do that?
I'm happy to keep him. Maybe they could get
me
more
too.
For him.
I'll take him for 1
year.
year.
I like Thibodeau. Right. He was hurt. And also they were moving guys around. Last year was such a strange season. I like Thibodeau. Right. I think he can play. Yeah. I think he plays pretty hard. I mean,
he's a good player.
Healthy.
Yeah.
I have no problem keeping him.
I guess for where he was picked, we expected more of a playmaker. But you know what? He's a good player.
It's been 3 or 4 years.
Got picked high.
And he had one great season. Where he had a lot of sacks.
Yep.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, Ben,
I feel like the offense will be good.
Yeah, I agree with you. And we could see, we were just saying the identity of the team. It's going to be a run team, so we're gonna see a lot of old school Giants football. Well, Ben, thanks for joining us. We appreciate the time, following us. Yeah, man, we're gonna do more of these. So continue and enjoy the rest of the draft. Go Giants, right?
Thank you. Thanks.
Guys. All right, thanks, Ben.
Thanks,
talk
Ben.
to you soon. Thanks.
Bye. Nice to talk to you.
All right, Mike. So we are on our way. Go ahead.
All right, keep going.
All right, so let's bring our next guest. Yeah, good.
Real quick, the Raiders just got Tre'Davious Stokes, safety out of Arizona, 38th pick.
Okay. All right.
I mean, do you want me to give you this follow-up since it's no more Giants? Do you want me to bother?
Yeah, do it. I'm gonna put. I got my stuff on here too, and let's. Neil comes in at a great time because he can give us his thoughts on the pick and also the first round. So let's bring Neil in. So let's get him up here. Hey, Neil, thanks for joining us tonight. Appreciate you following the show and supporting us. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. It's an honor to join you guys. This is always my favorite time of the year. So,
man, it's an honor for you to be with us. And by the name Neil believes, man. Neil, are you believing in this draft? How you feeling after 3 picks?
I believe, and you know what? The reason for my username is really because back when we went on a Super Bowl run, like Deion Sanders, who I used to hate, by the way, when he was on the Cowboys.
Well, I think we all did, yeah.
He was always, that whole season, he was like, I believe in Eli. I believe in Eli. He kept saying that. And then so that's why Neil believes. So the real long extension of that is Neil believes in Eli Manning, really. So that's why my thing is Neil believes.
I like it. We got a little insight on that. Now I see it. All right. Awesome. So before we get into tonight's pick, Neil, what's your feelings on last night, pick 5? Consensus is everybody loves the Reese pick. So tell me your thoughts on pick 5 and 10 last night.
I think everything worked out for us. It just was. When have we ever been in a position where we could have our pick, or it was hey, who do we want? Who's the best player on the board? Who is the best player in the draft that we could get Reese? I mean, that's just absolutely amazing. I think that it worked out that way. And just for us, I think with Harbaugh being there, the tide has turned. We've already gone through some rough seasons. We've gone through some rough years. But now is the time where I think that we're all in and just really love this a lot. So I'm excited about Reese and building in the trenches.
Yeah, Mawanoa. Were you surprised it was Mawanoa and not the guard from Penn State?
I was surprised. I mean, obviously, a lot of people wanted Caleb down, so that's why I thought we were
Oh,
might
that
be
too.
going
Right.
there.
Okay. So yeah.
But but I think what we've been talking about old line for years, and so to even be in a position where we could actually, have a position of need right there, and I think for Harbaugh, like he's going to build everything the right way. So I'm really excited, and the fact, like what he said afterwards about like how he wants to, protect Dart, I think that resonated with a lot of like us, and I think that's something I'm looking forward to because that O line is just going to be a bunch of guys that are just not going to like tolerate anything or anyone getting near Dart the way like he was able to get tested
Yeah.
last year or impacted.
Yeah. And it's funny you
Get
mentioned that
nasty.
about. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. Say.
No, get nasty. I like what
Yeah.
Neil's saying. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and to your point, Neil, what Memo was saying that last night about Dart, that's a clip that's going to follow him for his whole career. I mean, it was so Harbaugh wants guys that love to play ball, and you could tell this Memo he just loves the game, so he's going to fit right in as long as he stays healthy. The back, obviously, he had some issues with the disc and some things we heard about, but he cleared medical, so I'm trusting the medical staff and Harbaugh and the group that he's good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we need some like because we've like even though like the O line hasn't been that great like before last year, I thought it improved a little bit. But just like imagine the people that we had like during the first Super Bowl run, and then even like back in the day, like people like Jumbo Elliott, like guys like that. I think we kind of need like bullies like that, like on the O line that like really would dictate the pace of the game. And I really think
Yep.
we're heading there.
Yeah, and that's how Harbaugh wants to build the identity of the team, right? I mean, it's we've seen this little bit of a finesse offensive line through the other regimes, but Harbaugh seems to put a stamp on. He wants maulers, brawlers, even with Denard Wilson, the defensive coordinator, when he talks about what he wants to bring to this defense. He wants to bring an angry, ticked off type of play, similar to what we've seen with the Ravens. I mean, if we could emulate what the Ravens have been all these years and the Giants to be that, because with those Ravens-Steeler games, we see those guys fly around and they just beat the heck out of each other. And that's kind of what we're hoping the Giants will be now, that identity, right?
Yeah, smash mouth football. You
Yeah,
know, like
old
I
school.
want it to be where like we could actually like impact impact the players on the field too. Like when I went to Dart's first game, the crowd was insane, and I felt like we really got to the Chargers like we got to the Chargers offense, and I think that like if we could have that home field advantage again, and we're gonna have something like just to scream our heads about, and just have like great tailgates before the game, and just be like have that home field advantage. We need that. We need to have it like be on the playoff, like have that like atmosphere the way it was against the Falcons that playoff game we had against them, or even yeah. So we need that again, and I think we're going to get there. And Harbaugh's bringing an identity that we've been missing, but we have the pieces right there with Scadaboo and Dart. I think we're going to be amazing.
Yeah, and with Ricard, right, the fullback. How great is it to bring old school football
yeah.
back with a traditional fullback, not an H-back, an actual fullback that just doesn't even want to carry the ball. He just wants to hit people. He can care less.
Yeah, that's like cool. It reminds me of just like remember we had Hynaski, like someone that's just like an absolute
Madison
bruiser back
Hedgecock. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
Like,
so Neil, you got to
going
tailgate with us, me and Craig, when you go to the games, because we're there every week. So you got to tailgate with us. Get in touch and come join us for the tailgate.
I will. I absolutely will. I think that's such a special thing about like us, like about our fan base is the tailgates, and I think that's something that like people. I mean, things can go haywire on Twitter a little bit, but the true identity of like the Giants fan base is at the tailgates, at the games. You see it there. The camaraderie there is beautiful.
It is. And the Giants have been so miserable for so many years that at least we're there to share in our misery together over some food and drinks. Because once the game starts, all hope goes out the window. That's going to change now. But the fun part was going to the tailgate. And then when the game started, you just didn't have any faith in like, are we going to win today or what? We don't even know. So
yeah. Yeah, that's exactly his thing. Like, hey, what's gonna happen today? I remember I went to that game, the first game. It was a couple of years ago against the Cowboys. Where it was raining week one. It was pouring on us. Like that was like, oh man.
Andrew Thomas when the field goal got blocked and he pulled the hamstring. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, so we're far removed from those moments now, and then we're going back to a great spot, like, and just like we see a top 5 defense overnight, I think we're going to get there. I mean, Dexter Lawrence is gone, I get it, but I mean, I don't feel bad about him being gone. It will work out for us, so we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Until we can't trust Harbaugh, I mean, the resume speaks for itself. He's put a great coaching staff together. And one thing we didn't talk about tonight, when you have Greg Roman running the running game and you have Nagy in the passing game, and then you bring in Callahan, who's the former head coach and the quarterback passing coordinator. Boy, there's so many different pieces and things to work with. It's like a big stew, and just putting it all together. So it's going to be fun to watch how this offense and defense comes together, right, guys?
Yeah, coaching staff. I mean, it's just going to work out really well. I mean, because that's an important part too. I mean, there was times where we felt like we were out coached before, but now I don't think we're going to be in that time period anymore where we're getting out coached. I mean, maybe that might happen. Well, I'm not going to take a dig at the former coach, but maybe that might happen somewhere else. But I think we're going to be fine here.
That's a good point, Neil, because we saw, and Mike too, we heard this about Dable, that they would go in with a game plan, and if it worked, it looked good or great even. But when it didn't work, the game plan didn't necessarily go out the window, in that they couldn't pivot, right? They couldn't pivot on the fly and change things. They were always stuck in mud when the plan went south. So you get the feeling with Harbaugh, man, they've done this he's been around so long and been a head coach that, hey, he knows how to pivot and to adjust when he needs to. So that's what I'm hoping anyway.
I hope so too. And he said an amazing thing about beating the Eagles, beating the division teams that we struggled against before. Like, that's a very important thing. Like, focusing on how do we match up and be able to beat those teams in the division. Right. I think like we are right there where we can compete with them. I think that's important.
Yeah,
no doubt. Go ahead, Mike.
Just real quick, you talked about Harbaugh. I just cannot see them sitting down and just sitting with between this pick and the next is 68 picks. Yeah. I just can't see them sitting there and just hanging out. I think they're going to move back up. They're going to do something.
Harbaugh loves his third rounders, right? I mean, he's gotten a lot of depth in the past. With
somewhere in the 80s, like get a pick somewhere around there. I don't think they're gonna sit and wait until they pick at 105. I really don't.
Yeah. One of the names that jump off the page, guys, is Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington. Imagine. Denzel Boston, who I like. He's probably my favorite actor. Denzel Washington is probably my favorite actor. So Denzel Boston got picked by the Browns, number 39th overall. So he's off the board. Probably the best guy, after Tate and Tyson, right, guys? He goes off the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that it remains to be seen. I wonder what's going to happen, like you're saying, at wide receiver, because there's talk about Odell coming back, but that's still, we need more than that. I don't know if we could rely on Slayton. Or just,
that's the feeling we've been talking about. Do you trust him, Neil, at 3rd and 5? Big spot. Do you trust him at 3rd and 5 on a 7-yard, in? I don't know. I mean, it seems like we get too many drops, right?
Yeah, we're punting the ball, right? We might as well just punt right then and there if we're going to be throwing him the ball. But
we got to be punting now.
Yeah.
Well, Neil, you get bonus time because we're still waiting for our next guest. So they have another 7 minutes, and a couple people didn't make it or had a pivot. So if you're cool, Neil, you can hang with us another 7 minutes until the next guest comes on. If you want, we'd love to keep you on. That's up to you.
Absolutely. I look forward to that. This is always a
honor
to join you guys.
Oh, thank you. It's an honor to have you.
I'm interested in how the schedule is going to shape out too. I mean, that gets released in in a couple of weeks. So
I think they said between May 10th and 12th, those couple days. So that will be. Who do you want week 1? Give me. They play the Titans, obviously that division. So who do you think in week 1? Who would you want?
I definitely don't want to do another week 1 Dallas game again. I mean, but I think we're going to do it at home, aren't we? Because to celebrate the which team?
The 86.
Yes. Which I would have loved to have been there. That seemed like that was a fun season to have joined. I mean, watching the championship game, that looked like how windy it was and everything. Like, I wish I had been there for that season.
Yeah, me too, man. I wish I was. I could have been. I'm older than you, 14, but I wasn't there. But I do remember watching on TV. So my feeling is, and I don't know how you guys feel. I feel like it's going to be the Titans. I think it could be the whole Dable thing coming back, and some ex-Giants with the Titans, plus Salah coming back to New York. I don't know. I'm going to throw it out Titans at Giants week 1. But what do you guys think?
I think so.
Or it could be an NFC rivalry, bringing it back to 86. It could, like Daniil's point, it could be Giants-Washington. That could be something because of that division rivalry back in 86. I don't know.
And I got to meet Harry Carson, by the way, and it's like one of not my proudest moments because I look like such an idiot. So I was at a supermarket. This is a complete side note, but this is quick. So I was at a supermarket, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's Harry Carson. And then like I wanted to tell him how much like I love the team, how much I love to grow up loving the Giants, my favorite team, and I thought of all these things, and I had stage fright. So then I was like, I said the closest thing that was right next to me was like pitted olives. So I asked him about that. I was like, and then he gave me like a tutorial. Like he helped me out. He's like, oh well, the difference between like pitted and not pitted olives, like he took time to help me out. And I thought,
Well,
like,
you know what?
I
He
wanted
probably appreciated it. He's probably tired of it. The fact that a normal question, he probably was waiting for the football question. So actually, good job by you. You took his guard down. He's probably enjoyed that for once. Nicest guy in the world, too, isn't Harry?
Yeah. He was so nice. I was like, he helped me out. Like, I was like, oh, thank you. And I just meant this. I didn't get to say anything about the Giants, though.
So I got to tell you guys a quick story. So when I go to the gym in the morning, they have a key rack. You know, you put your keys. So I'm always looking at the numbers, what's available, and I'm thinking of Giant numbers. So it seems like it's always in the 50s. It's either 58 for Carl Banks, where the keys go, or 53 for Harry or LT. So it's funny, man. It's you know, those old Giants, man. They don't leave us for guys our age, or I know you're younger probably than us, Neil, but you know we don't forget the old school Giants, man. They made an impression.
Oh yeah, Sims is like, I love Eli Manning. Don't get me wrong, but Sims is my favorite quarterback.
Sure, yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, he was tough, Phil Sims. You know, you got to remember when the Giants won in '86, they haven't won that was obviously their first Super Bowl, but that was their first appearance since '56 when they won a championship, right?
Wow.
So it was. I mean, fans back then. I remember this. Fans were so like craving. They were hunger for that. That was such an intense season that year, especially after what happened in '85.
Absolutely.
You know, when we lost to the Bears. That's that windy game.
And just to get to the playoffs in '81 when they beat the Cowboys, right? I mean, that was a big deal in itself. With and I remember that when I think Byron Hunt and Joe Danello misses an extra field goal and he gets another shot. But hey, Mike, to your point, and also Neil, Christian Miller comes off the board. He goes to the Saints at 42.
It's a good pick for them.
Yeah,
it's a good player.
Yep,
good player. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of pretty nice players going now. This gap.
Yeah, and there's a lot of meat on the bone, right, guys? When you get to this part of the draft now, going into the later second, well, not later, but middle to second to third, is a lot of it'll kind of all come together. The players, right, Mike? I mean, it's there's a lot of meat on the bone. So,
hey, let me ask you guys this question: Did you like before the first round? Did you have in your mind which position would get the most selections? I mean, were you shocked that OT tackle was the most? 7 were taken.
I was.
That shocked you, or did you expect that?
I was shocked.
Were you?
I wasn't expecting that much, but I'm glad we got one of the best ones. I mean, that was surprised that. It's interesting how drafts go like that, because sometimes there's like a mad dash for a certain position, and that felt like that was a really big important one. So it makes me happy that we went there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it started at 9. It wasn't like any tackles were taken before that. It started at 9, and they finished with 7. So I was pretty impressed with that. You know, that they had that many.
And it just goes to show how the NFL with the offensive lines, how valued these tackles are, man. You know, they're just trying to find them and plug them in. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Evan Neal, by the way, speaking of just like with our line in general, I think because of just like how much more elevated it is, I think he's going to turn it around. I think he'll have a better season.
I think so too.
I think he sees the writing on the wall. They say he's training, he's losing weight, which is good. I think he always needed to get some weight off him. So
and they're finally, just letting him work at guard. Last year they still didn't move him there that much, and they were still working him at tackle. Like now, just work him at guard and let him hone his craft in the offseason into preseason. And but yeah, we'll see. This is we're all surprised he came back, right? I mean, Harbaugh gave everybody a clean slate. He saw something on the tape. He liked him coming out of college, and he gets a vet minimum, which, hey.
You gotta trust him. You gotta trust Harbaugh. You gotta
no risk there.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that makes me wonder just like, hey, what move are we going to do to move back into move into the third round? I'm wondering who could get traded, what could happen.
Yeah, we don't want to go to bed we don't want to go to bed too early tonight, because that may happen. So yeah.
Yeah, it might. And what position will
Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker at Texas Tech, taken by the Dolphins.
Okay, so he's off the board.
He's a tackling machine.
Good spot, Mike, at 43. That's a sweet spot for him.
Yeah, that's about where he was. I saw him a lot in the high fours, like 47. Yeah,
that's great. So Neil, we're going to get our next guest in. Can't thank you enough for coming on. We're going to do more of these in the upcoming season. Thank you for your support. And hey, we'll catch you at a tailgate, I hope. We'll be in touch. Me, you, and Craig.
Absolutely. Let's go Big Blue.
That'd be great. Awesome, Neil. Thanks so much,
Neil.
Man.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, Mike, we're moving right along. We got Kerry from UK Giants fan. He's a big follower of us. They have their own show. So let's bring Kerry in. And we're trying to keep on schedule. I think we're doing all right. We might have to pivot a little bit later on. Hey, Kerry, welcome to the show tonight. Appreciate it.
There he is.
Hey, how are you guys this year? You're doing good?
How's everything over? We're doing great. How's things on the other side of the pond there?
Well, pretty good. Giants doing really well.
Yeah, I think so, right? So, as you know, we got some time, and we're asking everybody what their thoughts are. What's your feeling before we get to round 2? What's your feeling on the first round, 5 and 10?
Well, I was really surprised Reese actually made it to 5.
I think we. I
didn't think there was any way he was going to get past 2 or 3 or 4. And then it's like, okay, when we're on the clock and like he's there, I'm thinking like, I think we're going to take him, and then we took him. It was just like, it was the one pick that you just nobody seemed to think was ever going to happen, apart from Schrager. You know, he obviously knew something new at the time, but yeah, he's always the one. He's always the one.
Yep. Yeah, he's a Giants fan. He has his ins. Yeah, he knows.
Exactly. I mean, he probably figured out what was going to happen in the first 4, and then figured out, well, there you go, we're going to take him, and we did.
Yep.
So that was good. Then Mauiga, Mauanoa rather, at back end and 10th pick. Yeah, I thought he'd go earlier as well. I thought maybe he'd go either Cleveland or Kansas City.
Yeah, Cleveland.
Yeah, that's what they had. You're right.
Yeah. Do you think the back, you know, he had the surgery and there was question about some disc, but obviously he cleared medicals.
Yeah, I mean, well, apparently we have inside info in that their doctor at Miami now works for us. So, you know, it kind of helps. I think we probably know more about them than anybody else.
Good tidbit there, Kerry. You got to. I don't know if you posted that. Yeah, that's great, man. I didn't know that.
I saw that.
That's. So you got to trust it. Yeah. Wow. That's good. Good stuff.
Well, you know, that soul's right guard for probably like another decade. Then, you know, providing he works out the way we think he's going to.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get even a little bit close to a Quentin Nelson at that 10 spot, boy, that would be something, right?
That really would be, wouldn't it?
Sure would.
You know, I'd settle for like another Chris Neal or Ron Stone.
Oh,
you know.
Ron Stone's a great one. Amazing, yeah. And he came from Dallas, too, which was even better. We took one of their guys. But, yeah, Ron Stone.
We literally stole him for nothing because they couldn't afford to pay a tender that year.
Yeah, it seems like we're talking about these ex-Dallas guys. Another one, if you remember, Shepard, the wide receiver. I forget his first name. He had a back problem back in the 90s. Came over from Dallas, too.
What about
Mike Sherrard?
Mike Sherrard. Yes, Mike Sherrard. Very good. Yeah, right. So we're getting this little Dallas Giants connection.
Chris Canty, another one they got.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he played well for us too.
It's always good to take guys from other teams that we hate and they're successful with us because it seems like the guys that leave always turn out better. So it's good to get some of their guys once in a while.
That's unfortunately very true.
Yeah, right.
And obviously, we're used to them stealing our players right in front of us, just trading up right in front of us and taking them.
Just saying, you know, it's nice, you know, we keep some of our guys and get to that second contract and not let them walk. But you know, maybe that's changing now. So that'll be
hopefully.
Great. And
hopefully we'll draft the right players we actually want to keep for a second contract.
Yeah, that's right.
Really, you know, we haven't really done it under Shane, so hopefully under Harbour it comes through.
Any feeling, Kerry, on Colton Wood, the cornerback out of Tennessee, that they got at 37?
Yeah, I mean, well, I must admit, early in the process, when we kept getting linked to him, I'm thinking, what the hell are we being linked to this guy for? Because like, I remember at Colorado, he wasn't very good. And I didn't actually get around to watching him until probably the last 4 weeks or so, playing at Tennessee. And he's pretty good. So I stuck him on my list of people that I thought might actually be a good pick at 37. If he got there. Because, I mean, most people still thought that he was going to be a day one pick.
Right.
So I think we got good value. And, yeah, I mean, I would have preferred a wide receiver, admittedly, and I'd have possibly taken Boston, but Boston just went a couple of picks later after him.
He did. Yeah, 2 picks
So,
later to the Browns.
yeah. And McDonald, they traded up in front of us, and somebody, Houston took him literally 1 pick in front of us.
They did.
I thought the Raiders were going to do that to us instead, but no, Raiders traded out and let Houston do it. So thanks, guys.
Hey,
Appreciate it.
how about? I
And
said
that was
to
the
Chris
thought that
earlier-
somebody would pop up and grab McDonald, and they did. It happened.
Yeah,
Yep.
and I said it to Chris. How about that Houston defense added McDonald? That's pretty.
Oh, no. I mean, they're killers there anyway. I mean, that's the one thing I'm hopeful of. At some point in the next few years, we're going to end up with defense like that.
Yeah.
It's on its way.
Yeah.
It looks that
I
way.
hope it
Yeah,
is.
for sure.
So I think Hood's going to fit in. Probably challenge for a starting spot straight away. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I never liked Daddy Bo anyway. I don't know what we paid so much money for him for. And last year he was really bad. So it's like, if he comes in and challenges Daddy Bo, I mean, I probably think, I'm probably thinking that Newsom's got a better chance of starting than Adebo had in a fair fight.
Yeah. Maybe there's the motivation factor a little bit. It seems like so many people, right? Kerry last year took a step back on that defense. We were saying before, Newman, even Okereke with all the tackles, and Holland, Banks.
Yep.
It seems like so many guys just took a step back under Bowen. You're hoping now with Denard Wilson, things change and transition more to these guys, getting to the next level.
I thought they played pretty well under Charlie Bullen. But it really was the case of at that point we were losing players left, right, and centre, and we weren't playing anybody good. But they tried hard and they cut out the mistakes and stuff. But it looked like no one was trying under Bowen. It's like they hated him.
It was
and
like
just waiting to get him sacked.
It seemed vanilla, and it seemed like with Bullen there was more creativity with Carter. You saw the run defense even without Dexter play better. So yeah, and then that's a big reason why Bullen probably was retained with Harbaugh, one of the couple, only a couple coaches.
Yeah,
so yeah,
exactly. And obviously, I think Burns and Carter both vouch for his coaching ability, which is that's good of them. But at the end of the day, it's like they were his, and like his unit performed really well. Those are the coaches you keep. The ones whose units suck, it's like I don't care whether the players are good.
Right. So Kerry, we were saying before with Neil, week 1, the schedule will come out early May. What's your feeling on week 1? It's going to be probably a home game. Who would you like to play that first week?
Oh man, I'd love someone easy. I'm sick and tired of starting off the season where basically you start off the year, they set you up to fail. Here's your first 4 games. Oh, by the way, they're all divisional champions. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, so we're 0-4 before we kick off and the season's ended. I want someone weak would be nice.
How about the Titans? I mean, I'm thinking Titans with Robert Saleh back to New York, Dable, the ex-Giants there.
That'd probably do it. Yeah, that'd do it.
And plus, the Giants have the ex-coach. They have
exactly. Yeah,
Callahan. Yeah, so
and Callahan versus them as well. I mean, that'd be great.
Yeah,
gotta make it happen, Chris.
I don't know. The NFL works their own magic, but that would be nice.
I know. I think you ought to talk it into existence.
That's right. We could do that. As you might know, Kerry, Wellington Marriage to say meaningful games in December. I like to say meaningful games in September because it seems like by October they're 0-4 and 0-5 and we're already packing it in.
Exactly.
So it would be nice to get to have a winning record going into the fall. So we'll see. I'm feeling good about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking this year, at the very least, we're going to be competitive in every game.
100%. Kerry, will you make it over? I think you last year your crew made it over to a couple games or at least one.
I made it over to Chargers game.
Oh, you were at the Chargers. Well, at least you got a win.
Yeah.
I was there too. So
exactly. Came over for that. So I normally come over in either September or October.
I don't blame you.
Either come over for 1 game or come over for 2, depending.
Yeah, good weather and at the very least 1-5. Good weather and at the very least they're 1-5.
That's it. So I'm trying to tick the teams off that I haven't seen.
Yeah.
So it's hard year on year because I've been coming over since 1989. But I've still got a few teams on the schedule this year. Want to see. We'll see if we can actually play them, and hopefully they'll schedule it nice and early. But I don't know. And always the schedule comes out, they put that game on like Christmas or something. And it's like, that's never going to happen.
Well, unless they're in the playoff run, maybe at that point maybe you'll make a trip too. So
Oh yeah, then I'd definitely consider it. I've not done a cold weather game, probably for a good reason, but
Yep.
an away game somewhere nice and warm might be good.
Oh, that would be. So, Kerry, I'm sure you told the story. I may have heard it, but how did you become a Giants fan being in England? How did that all happen years ago, or when it happened?
Well, we used to have the NFL on like Sundays, get an hour show, like a highlight show, and always used to be at times when like we're eating dinner in front of the TV. So I got into it then. And then I was well into it in like my late teenage years, and came to my first game when I was 18. So I just flew over on my own, went to a game.
And what made it Giants? Was there a particular player during that time? Obviously, one of those great defense players.
It was the great defenses. It was the fact that like everybody else, my friends were like they were like Bears fans or something because Bears had the best defense, and others were like Miami fans, and yeah. So that at the time that year in like 84, 85, we just had a habit of the Giants basically of being the team that somehow suffered some sort of a tragedy and lost a game. Right. So, things like Ed Tootle Jones returning an interception for a touchdown when you're beating Dallas, and,
Carl Banks, Randall Cunningham. Yeah.
Breaking Theismann's leg and still losing the damn game. It was that sort of thing that was basically like, oh, I've got to support this team.
Yeah. Wow. And that's great that you've stuck with it. And obviously your family and friends, have you gotten others besides the group of your UK Giants fans? Have you gotten family members to kind of go towards the Giants?
I've got some friends that now. Well, I've been to a couple of games in UK with one of my friends here. Right. So when the Giants have come over, we've been lucky enough to get tickets to it.
Nice.
And obviously, our record in London's fantastic.
Great. And you know what? I go ahead, Mike. Were you gonna say?
No, I just want to say that, man, he's able to get a few Giant games from England. I can't even get up.
I know. I was trying to get Mike to finally get up from Carolina to the Giant game. And so Kerry, when you do come to a game this year, you got to connect with myself or Craig, and we'd love to hang out with you at our tailgate, and
sure, I can drop by.
Yeah, that'd be great. Now I think about the Charger game. Were you near J19, J20 for the Charger game? I thought I might have saw your UK Giants flag, but I'm not sure. Where did you go?
No, it wouldn't be me. I don't take a flag out.
Okay.
So no, I'm normally in club now.
Okay, nice. Very good.
I've got
Very good.
over there, so yeah, all good.
All right. Fantastic. Well, Kerry, we're waiting for our next guest. If you still want to hang with us, man, we'd love to still keep you on because we're our 8 o'clock is running late. They're not here yet. So if you want to hang with us, you're more than welcome. And
I'll hang on a couple of minutes and then I need to put the chicken wings in the oven. It's time to eat.
That sounds good to us. Me and Mike were saying this is a long night and we're both hungry.
Exactly. It's a longer night for me. Trust me. It's 1:03 now.
My God.
Oh my God. That's right. All right.
So I'm hanging around just in case Thibodeau gets traded and we come back on the clock. I don't want to miss nothing.
Good segue. Mike and I were talking earlier. What do you think about the whole Thibodeau maybe going in this draft and picking up a couple picks or a pick? What do you think?
I'd love to pick up some picks for him because, it frees up $15 million in cap for one thing.
Yeah.
And for another, it's like, he's not going to get as much playing time as he needs here to secure himself a good contract at the free agent next year. So realistically, he needs to move off in order to do by himself. But obviously, the Giants aren't just going to give him away. No. Same way with Dexter Lawrence. It's basically a case of, if you want him, pay the going rate, or what we consider the going rate, and then you can have him.
Yeah, and the ransom could be in October even with a team that's really desperate for a pass rusher that goes down. They're on the cusp of a playoff game.
Absolutely. I think for us, it's better now. We can draft someone in round 3 then. But whether we're going to get it's another matter.
And what's nice, guys, is the Giants aren't in a position to be desperate. They have pass rushers. So, you know what? It's not like you have to get rid of them or keep them. Hey, we keep them. It's just, but we're not desperate to move them just for a pick.
True. That's the hope anyway.
Yeah. That is the hope.
We'll see where we get to with it. It's supposed to be the Saints or somebody interested in trading for him.
I think Craig actually posted that earlier. Yeah, that was a rumor. So
Did,
we'll
well,
see.
did anybody hear what kind of compensation it was being thrown around? Anyone?
Nobody mentioned a thing on it, so no idea. Just that it's we were talking with the Saints, and it's sort of like cryptic as to what's even on the table. I mean, is it a player swap?
Ooh, I don't know who they have to get rid of.
Yeah.
I don't know
What
either.
do you think?
I had a quick look at their roster, and I'm like, yeah, they're a bit thin at the places that we could do. We've actually taken players.
Yeah.
So, if you want to give us Chris Olave, yeah, okay. Maybe go something in return. But in reality, that's not happening.
Yeah. And originally, like a month ago, we were thinking a corner, right? Maybe that Tibbs would go for a starting corner because the Giants were really thin. And
Or
still
starting
are,
guard, and we now don't need either.
Yeah.
So it's like, basically, I don't know what really they can offer. And it speaks.
Saints have a third round pick, number 73.
I'd take that. Whether they'll take it's another matter, but yeah, I'll take that.
That'd be good.
Have they drafted tonight?
The Saints?
The
Yes.
Saints,
Yeah.
They took the defensive tackle, which we
Okay,
Miller.
So it still leaves an option then, basically. If they haven't picked up a pass rusher, that maybe what Thibodeau offers is better for them than what they can get in round 3.
Yeah, that's a great point. Hey, Mike, I'm going to let you run things. Kerry, hang on. I'll be right back, and we're still waiting. So, Kerry, just hang on, and I'll be swinging back in a second.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you something now. I mean, I know you're hoping that they trade back. I'm hoping. I just can't see Harbaugh sitting there for 68 picks, not doing anything until 105, right? Don't you think he might want to move back in?
Well, I think it's possible. I mean, we got 3 5s, right?
Yeah, 105 is the next pick.
Yeah, but we got 3 5s.
No, we have 3 sixes.
3 6s. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what that's really worth. I mean, the pick at the top of round 4 is pretty good, but the other's not really good. So you might be able to move back into round 3 for somebody, but then you're going to be giving up more at the back end of it.
Yeah,
I prefer if we can trade Thibodeau, then just do that. Get around 3 picks for it. Maybe even 4.
Yep. I just can't see them sitting there and drafting all 6 picks, 6 round picks, 186, 192, 193.
No, I don't think so either.
I mean, it could trade Tibio and with a pick, one of those picks, and get back into the 3rd round, perhaps.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think the Saints have got 101 as well, which is practically a third. It's a very, very late third, in it. Like it's basically a couple of picks in front of us. I think basically that might work as well. I mean, it's slightly less than you want, so maybe put that together with a pick next year, a late one, and call it quits, if you can do it. But I'd love to have seen Thibodeau stay, but when we've added another pass rusher, at least a guy who's going to play inside linebacker but can actually play edge as well, or different pass rush packages, I just don't see the point of having him because you're going to get so little out of him compared to what you're paying for.
Yeah,
it's 15 mil,
Yep, and they talk about him with his hands in the dirt, playing on an end. I don't know if he's big enough to do that.
Well, he did it last year. Obviously, he ended up injuring his shoulder. So, so I don't know. I mean, he's never been the biggest guy. It's not like he's 270. He's like 245, 250 if he's lucky.
Yeah, but he's got long body, a long lean. He's not compact.
Yeah. I think Golston's probably better suited to play in the end. Obviously, we didn't see much of Golston last year because he got injured early, and Bowen didn't know what the hell he was doing with him anyway.
That's a great point, Kerry. That's like a forgotten man. I mean, we expected so much from him, or not so much, but something, and we saw nothing. I know he's hurt a little bit, but boy, talk about invisible, right?
Yeah, he had a couple of good games at the end of the season, but I mean, at the start of the year, he was getting no snaps. It's like Bowen just didn't know what he was there for.
Yeah, and to your point, Kerry, once Bullen took over, we just saw things start to change a little bit and a little bit more life out of some of these guys that didn't do much early on. So,
Yep, exactly. So maybe he'll continue that, and then we'll get something good out of him at the base end.
yeah,
Because he's not really like a 3-4 outside linebacker in terms of dropping in coverage and stuff. And yeah,
Right.
he can probably do it, but that's like saying that Thibodeau's good in coverage. He can do it, and he can drop back, but he's never made a play in his life going backwards.
Yeah, and the one thing it provides, right, is depth. Maybe the Giants finally get some depth on this team with guys like Golston that can come off the bench and you can get them. You're not going to have to see so much of a drop off because that's one thing. This depth's been such an issue with this team for so many years.
Hey, starting level has been an issue with this team for many years.
Oh my God! How about grabbing guys in November off the street to play linebacker? We've seen that so many times. Just guys off practice squads and throwing them in there with no practice and having to plug them in.
Well, we saw that last year with our cornerbacks.
Yeah.
So, man, that's another thing that we've now addressed. It's like, yeah, we've probably got 4 now. Who knows what we're going to get out of Banks. And, he can run with everybody. He just never turns around and sees the damn ball.
Yeah, his ball location, yeah. Kind of reminds me, if you remember the guys, Will Allen and Will Peterson, they had that problem.
Yes, they did, yes. But they were better at it, and they didn't give away like 10 pass interference penalties all the time.
Right.
So, he was playing pretty good.
Yep.
Oh, I've seen Avion Terrell's gone to Atlanta. He's joined his brother.
Yep, that's right.
There we go. Yeah, that was one of the, yep. Mike and Kerry, before you go, Kerry, are you guys surprised that they took Colton Wood over Terrell, who was out there? Was there that much of a drop off?
To me, Terrell's more of a slot guy.
Yeah.
And Hood I think is a better player and certainly better player for our need. He's a better athlete anyway. I do think that Terrell's more of a slot guy. I mean, if we needed a slot guy, I'd have been happy to say Terrell.
Yeah, and that's another player, Kerry. Drew Phillips took a setback. We're hoping he rebounds too.
Yeah, he needs to. He was really all or nothing last year, and mostly it was nothing.
Yeah, after such a great year one, which
rookie.
we all raved about.
Rookie year.
Yeah, he really did.
Yeah. He did.
Again,
maybe it's just the sophomore jinx.
Yeah.
That's our hope anyway.
Yeah, we're going to call it the Shane Bowen effect. Everybody took a step back last year.
Absolutely.
Yep, for sure. Well, Kerry, you are really getting bonus time because we are still waiting for our next guest. So you're welcome to keep hanging with us. I know you got the wings, so do what you need to do, but you can hang with us.
All right,
Mike and I are just upset that we can't have any.
Exactly. I'm gonna love you and leave you. I gotta get things out of the oven now.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, Kerry. We're gonna let you go. Can't thank you enough for supporting the show. Come back again, and we'll see you soon. All right.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks. All right. Go Giants. Thanks, Kerry. Bye.
He's
he's something. Oh, I don't blame him. I know we kept him on long, but that's what happens when there's somebody missed. So our 8 o'clock isn't here. Our 8:10, which is Alex, is coming on. Our Alex is coming on, but he's running late. So yeah, and we have Joe Clark at 8:20. So you know what? We'll have to pivot a little bit. But Mike, give me your thoughts. You're the college guy. Are you happy with the pick at 37 with Colton Hood?
Listen, look, he's a good physical corner. He can play both man. He can play zone. He's a good player. I'm not unhappy with it at all. I was just so pressed on getting a big body on the defensive line. That's it. And I do like Christian Miller, who came a few picks later. I do like Lee Hunter. I watched him play. I liked his tape. Real rugged nose tackle. I just think they got to get not just bodies, but quality bodies to stop the run. Else we'll have the same stuff as we had the last few years. How many times did we have 3rd and long and they still got the first down? I mean, it's just frustrating.
Yeah, even though you're adding DJ Reader, you got Darius Alexander, you have Robertson, and you have the guy Mola Tuno came from San Francisco. They're still going to have to add somebody else in. Out there. You're going to.
I think 2 more. I think 2 more tackles. You got to get 2 more defensive tackles.
Yeah. And you know what, Mike? It doesn't have to be that pass. Just a big-bodied run stuffer. That's what they're probably going to just have to try and fill in that spot.
Yeah, a great point. The Giants, with all the great plays they had, Bill Parcells once mentioned this guy, John Washington, who played with when Leonard Marshall was there, LT, and that guy, you never heard a lot about him, but Parcells would always talk about how great he was. He handled two slots, two gaps,
The Caps, yeah.
as well as anybody.
Yep.
And he was never a starter, never got famous. But that's what we need. Like you just said, guys like that who are going to occupy space and bodies and let our players behind them make plays. That's what we got to have.
Absolutely. And Mike, you come from the same era. I'll bring up another name. You remember Jerome Sally. Jerome Sally was another
Oh
guy
my gosh.
in the middle
Absolutely.
during those playoff teams and championship teams that he played it in a big part.
He did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even
Another
Eric,
good-
right? And Eric Dorsey, who coming out of Notre Dame was supposed to be so much better than he was, but he still did a decent job. But he was a good,
He was
a
okay,
good run
yeah.
stay. He was okay. So let me ask you this, Mike. Looking at Colton Hood now at cornerback, and you have Newsome who came over from Cleveland, and you have Banks. Banks we're not anticipating to be a starter, but I don't know. In terms of Newsome and Hood, is he a guy that can actually start right away? I mean, are you looking at him as a starter, or are you thinking a guy that is going to get kind of babied into the lineup?
Well, listen, these guys, it's up to them how quickly they can pick up the system and how quickly they can acclimate to the speed of the NFL. That's the biggest thing, right? I mean, it's the same thing when you and I play sports growing up. I don't know about you, but I played against older people, my older brothers, and that's a big difference when you were a kid. You remember that?
Oh yeah. Oh
Playing
yeah.
against your older brother, how
Yeah.
fast they moved. It's the
Yep.
same thing.
Right.
I remember
Made you
playing
better.
varsity. I remember being a freshman and I played varsity, and it was, oh my gosh, it was so fast. But you acclimate, and then the speed, you catch up with it, just like these guys are going to do.
That's what you hear, right? By halfway through the season, you always hear players say the game is slowed down, right? Halfway through.
Exactly. And,
So, Mike,
some guys pick it up quicker than others. Some guys get it quicker than others. You know what I
Right.
mean? And Hood could be one of those. I like him. Will he start right? Maybe not, but that's okay. Newsome's not a bad player.
Right.
He was pretty good about 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, and he was a first-round pick. I mean, Cleveland. Well, who knows Cleveland? They make picks terrible picks all the time. But Mike, I'm going to throw rapid fire at you. And I know you're the college guy. If you had to say Colton Hood, ball skills, good, decent, good, average, very good, ball skills, awareness, Colton Hood.
I would say good. Okay, he's a pretty good. One thing I like about him is he's pretty sound as a tackler. I did watch tape on him, and he's not afraid to get in there. And unlike a lot of guys, he does use his arms when he tackles.
We see that, Rob. That's great.
With the
That's
shoulders,
great.
you know what I mean?
So a good tackler. He wraps up. Good tackler.
He's a good tackler. I wouldn't say great, but he's a good tackler.
More of a press, more of a zone, more of a man-to-man. How would you classify him?
Well, I'm reading that a lot of people see he's equally as good in both. He's good in both equally. I'm reading his bio right now since the pick, and they talk about how he's very good in both a zone and man-to-man. He competes very well at 50-50 balls they talk about here. I know he's got pretty good hands, they said. And again, here's a kid that was a nobody. No one knew of him when he was in Colorado. When he went to Tennessee, he was in the shadows. And then when McCoy came up, got hurt, this kid, he came and he played and he showed up. And now look at him. He's a 37.
Yeah. And when we talk about ball awareness, right, that's the big knocks on Banks. He just doesn't know where the ball is. He can't locate it. So this is, if this guy is really, has that type of ball skills, that'll be,
you know what's funny about that, Chris? You know what's funny about? I just can't understand why a guy playing at the pro level cannot figure out. I'm sure the coaches see it. We all see it. Why he doesn't turn his head to try to make plays or avoid penalties.
Yeah.
If you don't turn your head, you're going to get a penalty called on you almost 99% of the time. I wonder why he doesn't understand that.
That's I think we all wonder that when we watch these games. Hey, Mike, we have Joe Clark in the back. We're going to bring him in. Let's keep this so we're right on time. So let's bring Joe in. Hey,
Chris.
Joe.
Hey, what's up?
Thanks for joining us. Long time.
No,
How you
thanks
been,
for
Joe?
having me on. This is like my 4th year out of the past 5, I think. So it's a pleasure being on with Chris and Truth. Really appreciate it. Always love the show. Big fan of the show. And dude, this is, I think it's for many of us Giants and football fans. It's Christmas and spring, and we have nice weather to go along with.
Yeah, and hopefully we're not getting any cold, right? We got some good gifts this year, which I'm thinking we're feeling good. So that brings us up to it, Joe. What do you think? Let's backtrack. We'll forget the first round right now, but because they just picked at 37. Were you thinking defensive tackle if McDonald was there, or did you want Miller? What's your feeling at 37?
All day long. If McDonald were there, and I was surprised he even survived to the Texans, to be honest with you. I love the guy. I think he's plug and play nose tackle. Maybe he's not Dexter. I mean, Dex is, one of one unicorn, whatever, but he would have been a nice replacement. And it just, kind of just hurt that he went 1 pick ahead of us, but whatever. I would have been happy. There's like 3 other, defensive tackles, probably at least 2 others, 3 others. Maybe they've gone since then. I'm unsure. I just got out of the shower, so I don't know what else developed in the draft.
So Miller went, obviously McDonald, and I think and I'm waiting for Mike to come back. But yeah, you're right. There's 2 more. They have did Woods?
Lee Hunter just went.
Lee Hunter went, and Woods, did he go?
Lee Hunter, I would have liked.
Peter Woods is still on the board.
Okay.
No, didn't Woods go in the first round?
No, I don't think so.
No DTs went. Yeah, so Woods is still out there. Yeah, but
let me go check.
Yeah, maybe we missed that.
But no, I would have liked there's like 2 of those defensive tackles I would have liked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Listen, when it comes to I trust this staff, and that's cool. And honestly, after Deontay Banks, I'm done trying to grade or project cornerbacks. The only cornerback I really, really liked in this draft that I was sold on was I'm sorry, who's the guy who went early? Delane.
Delane, yeah, from LSU,
yeah.
right.
And McCoy, if he hadn't gotten hurt, I guess. But I don't blame them for not, taking him at the top of the second round. Mansour Delane was the only guy I was really sold on. He is really sticky. He's a clean player. Kind of sounds like another Caleb Downs, like the cornerback position, just kind of like a captain of the defense, really smart player. But whatever, he's not a Giant. Hood, I'm just going to trust in I've got nothing against him. I just have stopped kind of looking at cornerbacks after never getting.
Joe, we've been burned by guys like DeAndre Baker, Jerron Hosley in the second round or wherever he was picked. Even Prince Amukamara first round was a nice player, but you expected even more from him. Right. So we've been DeAndre, Baker, we said, but you got to go back to Mark Haynes. I mean, for a corner that truly was unbelievable. I mean, that's how far.
Yeah, I mean, Corey. It's funny. Corey Webster. People don't remember. It took him like almost 3 years to develop. But when he did, right when the 2007 playoffs kicked in, he was like a lights out cornerback. I'm not saying he was elite, but man, he shut down. I remember he used to shut down. It seemed elite to me. He used to shut down, opposing wide receiver ones pretty well. I mean, you had a great pass rush going too, but Corey Webster took a few years to develop. I just want Giant fans, younger Giant fans, to remember that not everyone's plug and play. Even second, third round picks, like sometimes they take, a few years to develop.
100%. You're so right, Joe. And Mike, you remember Corey Webster, he was labeled the bust until that Buffalo game where he had that key interception. It's like his confidence came back and everything kind of turned around for him after that Buffalo, we all know in the snow with Ahmad Bradshaw and then the interception.
That was a great game.
Yeah, and obviously Corey Webster against Favre, right? I mean, the confidence just seemed to come back and play better. So, yeah, man.
I think that's a great trivia question. I believe I'm correct on this, that Corey Webster caught the last pass ever thrown by Brett Favre as a Packer. Am I right?
You heard that right too. I think you're right, man. You think you're right. I heard that as well. So
guys, oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
No, I'm done, man. That's all I wanted to mention about Webster. But go ahead. No, it's your time. Your time.
Yeah. So how do you guys feel about the draft? Like, I just feel confident that we have competent coaching. A head coach. I like the coaches. Love the coaches they brought in, and we'll see how everything develops in time, of course. But what do you guys feel so far with our first 3 picks, and however you want to break?
We were going to ask you about 5 and 10, but go ahead, Mike. I mean, how do you feel, Mike, so far, the way this regime is running things?
I like it. I mean, I said in my on X, first 3 picks, I want to see them address the ball, at least 2 out of 3 picks on defense. I did have a defensive tackle in mind when I with that comment, but I'm still happy that they did that. 2 out of 3 picks is defense, because they got to get better on defense. They really do. They have to get better on defense.
And Joe,
go
ahead. No, finish.
I'm sorry. I have a habit of speaking over people. I like
me too.
I like to talk way too much. Yeah, I loved yesterday. I'll describe it this way, and I think it's the general feeling of the Giants fans on X or YouTube or whatever over the past few days. Love when Reese fell to us. I'm like, Reese is the pick. You know, as much as I love Downs, I'm like, dude. As much as I love Downs or Styles or Delane, whoever. Or even some of the wide receivers, I'm like, you got to take Reese. And then when we got to 10, I've been wanting Downs so much only because, and I get it with positional value. However, I believe that anytime you can get a special player on defense at any position, you take him. I see Caleb Downs as someone who's going to succeed at a higher level than most people at like a defensive tackle or say, a cornerback position. So I just think he's a special, smart player. And so, I really want to Downs. However, I'm not complaining about our offensive lineman, our tackle / guard from Miami. It's not about him. It's not about him. It's not about the idea of beefing up the trenches on the offensive line like we should do. That's winning football, So it's more like I'm not upset about the pick. I'm just disappointed we don't have Downs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of sentiments of a lot of Giant fans.
Over it. Dude, we got a good player, man, at number 10.
Are you surprised they took Mawanoa over the guard from Penn State?
It's Chris, it's great that you asked that question because I was thinking about that. I hope they have plans where, okay, we're going to start you off at guard, and then eventually, maybe in 2 or 3 years, you're going to replace
Illuminor.
Illuminor. That they feel that he has the potential to do that. At least have the potential to do that, to play right tackle in the NFL in a few years. Because if not, if they picture him as only being a guard, which is fine down the road, then maybe I would have went the guard from Penn State, Vega.
Yes, right.
But I love the guy from Miami, so great personality too. He's going to be like the bodyguard for Derek.
I mean, it just embodies what Harbaugh wants in this team.
Yeah,
tough guys, loving the game. Put his neck on the line. It just seems like Mawanoa is that type of guy, right?
Yeah, and listen, I follow this podcast regularly. I love you guys, and it's a really smart crew from Craig all the way down. And don't you I love old school football, man. I want win trenches. And it's not that it's boring when your team is winning. However, I don't care if it's a dominant run game. When you're winning, that's all that matters. You're going to feel great after you win. It doesn't matter because you ran because you have guys, running backs, who put up 250 total yards in the ground, and the opposing defense can't stop them. Wins are sexy. I don't care how you get them. But I believe in the trenches. You have your quarterback. We hope. We'll see. I believe in Jackson, but get your quarterback. Build the trenches and build a overpowering defense. And I think that's how you win, not just stay competitive, but you put yourself in position to win, to compete or be in the Super Bowl conversation year after year after year.
Yeah.
That's long-term success. And we're going to get there. This is the first year of the regime. Once they traded Dex, I would have been fine. Even before they traded Dex, once they got a Harbaugh, I would have been fine if they took a whole wrecking ball to 90% of the team. That's not even against anything about the players, but I kind of want, as someone else on YouTube, maybe it's Justin Penick calls it, I forgot who it was, but the disease of losing. Just exercise, get an exorcist in there and
of the players. But it says a lot that Harbaugh came in here and is really just taking it at face value and kind of not letting the whole Daboll regime and his play, he's kind of taking each guy, because we see it with a guy like Banks still on the team, Hodgins, Neal. He's given a clean slate to a lot of these guys that he kind of believes in and could still be part of the depth of the team.
I like it because even for Banks, I like that. Listen, you're not going to be like 5 or 6 deep at cornerback. I don't care. Like we're not there. We're not even close to that. So why not give this guy who's under contract? Why not give him at least one more year under your regime? Give him a fresh start. His rookie year, Deontay Banks was fine. He wasn't Pro Bowl, but cornerback is really tough to come in the NFL. And his rookie year under Wink, he seemed fine. Maybe there's an attitude problem there, but I don't know. Maybe he just got frustrated, whatever with Banks, but he was fine his rookie year. And I thought they put too much on him in his second year, and the whole place was a mess anyway. But anyway, I'm glad Banks is there. I'm not counting on him, but why give up on him yet when you need to fill a cornerback slot anyway? Same thing with Azudu and Neal. Listen, if these guys, our offensive line is deeper than it's ever been. If these guys don't make it, that's fine. But let's remember about Azudu too. I'm 54 years old, and maybe it's just, I focus too much on the Giants, but I don't ever remember someone being drafted as a guard and like, okay, we're going to move you out to tackle. Maybe it's happened. I just don't remember.
And they kept doing it. Like they kept pushing it. Yes.
And do you remember like his rookie year, apparently, at least in the camps and practice, he was succeeding as a guard. And then
even last preseason as well, too.
Yeah. And then he got injured, unfortunately.
Yep.
And I didn't even know who Josh Azudu was when they drafted him.
Right.
But like, why are you insisting on putting, maybe because you need tackle, why you were insisting on destroying this guy? And Evan Neal, who knows? They should have made the transition to guard. They should have put him at guard, just like they're doing with Malamola or his, our tackle from Miami. Like, you probably should have put him at guard in the beginning. But I know when we drafted Neal, we needed a right tackle, so you put him out there.
And it makes you wonder too, Joe. And I got more thinking when you got Neal. He was a left tackle, and now you're at right tackle with the other leg in front, the other in back. You would think, and I'm not obviously a scout, but you would think that's such a big difference. It's like going lefty to righty, and that probably was a disservice too. Is playing the right side, and he never did really.
Right, and maybe like putting him at left guard, if you're going to bust him inside, putting him at left guard next to, at least on the left side, next to Neal, his buddy. Maybe who at that point Thomas was, as a stud,
right?
Maybe that could help him. So, but I love, like, I know Neal, like he does put in the effort. It seems like, at least in the gym, like, Harbaugh's got some belief, or at least he's like willing to roll the dice. So I'm cool with it. I'm glad to see some of these guys get a chance to reclaim themselves as NFL players.
Yeah,
I do not believe. I think the Shane Dable era was so bad for player development. I cannot believe that all these players, including Tyler Newman, are busts.
We said that too many setbacks, right, Joe? There was too many guys that took a step back under that old coaching staff.
It was too much. There was I'm like, there's no. It's like it has to be statistically impossible to bust, on that many players. I think it was the coaching staff, especially Shane Bowen.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone developed under Shane Bowen, except for, Brian Burns had a career year, but, that's, also playing with Dex at the time. And that's nothing against these players, but we didn't really see even Abdul Carter do all that much.
Until Bullen really came in, and then we saw.
Until Charlie Bullen came in, right. So what do you guys think about – it's funny because I so wanted Shane out of there as well. Like, once Dable was gone, I'm like, all right, let's get Shane out of there. Let Harbaugh bring in Donna Ponte or whoever he wants to be his general manager. What do you guys think about their relationship? Seems pretty funny. Like, it seems to be working well, but when I see them interact now, like last night, you had them sitting together after the picks in the first round were made, and you see, like, I think they were asked, the press were asking Harbaugh about Kayvon, and Harbaugh said, in a nutshell, hey, we don't trade good players, right, Joe? And that wasn't like that was kind of like, set you straight, kind of like, you don't need to answer the question. It's like, I just answered it for you. It's like a rhetorical question.
It is funny. Yeah,
it is. And I don't know. I think they could wind up, I'm not a Shane fan, but like these reclamation projects on our roster, maybe he can, be reclaimed with the help of Harbaugh. So
yeah, I agree. What about you, Mike? What do you think with the whole Shane Harbaugh chain of command? I almost get the feeling that, hey, give us your input, Joe, But it doesn't mean we're going what you say, but we want to hear what you have to say. I'm making the call. I mean, that's basically what we're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
I think they're on the same level. I don't think it's a stereotype where he's a GM, he's the head coach.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
He knows his role. He knows his role now.
He knows his place.
Yeah. And I think, obviously, I think Shane understands that he's going to let Harbaugh, kind of take the reins a little bit and let him, because he does have a good track record, like you guys said.
18 years of success.
Yeah, that you got to trust that. And I think the damning thing with Shane is the roster management. What he does with the practice squad, moving guys back. He doesn't pull guys in, going with James to be the punt returner. And things like that. And we saw even Eric Gray still on the team last year. Mind-boggling type things that
stuff I'd never seen before in my life with roster management. And I'm like, are you trying to be like too linear of a thinker? Like, I don't know. There was just, and there were players that we let walk. Like, I'm not someone who's like, I like Saquon, but I understood when they let him walk. But like, I remember just the one that I go back to, and it's not even so much McKinney because it's an expensive player, but 2 years later or a year later, you pay Holland only like $2 million less. I go back to, and I still kind of harp on it. It's just something that sticks in me. Was Love when they let Love walk. And was it
not much either.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. I realize, you spent the money, but you came back for looking for $7 million a year that Seattle offered him. You just had a good year in 2022, and he's a rising player. Why would you not find the money, extend some other contracts, and keep this guy? Especially since I knew they were never going to re-sign McKinney. I knew they were never going to go $20 million or whatever it was, that they weren't going to keep McKinney. Right. I just felt that way anyway. So
I mean, and that goes along with the whole roster thing. Even with a guy like Dante Miller, the running back, you'll have Eric Gray still on the 53, and the Giants are out of it. Play Miller. Let's see what you got. But yet they still keep him on the practice squad until the last game of the season, so they could protect him from another team picking him up, which doesn't make sense. Might as well play the guy. So let's see what he can do.
I agree.
You're 3 and whatever. Who cares?
What do you guys think about? I would be happy to keep Thibodeau throughout the rest of the year just to see what this organization can do with our 4 edges. But do you think he's going to be – and I'm fine with him being traded. Don't get me wrong. I'm also fine with him holding on and trying to make this defense something special with these 4 pass rushers. What do you guys prefer? What do you think is going to happen with –
Go ahead, Mike.
I think eventually they're going to trade him.
You like before the trade deadline, or you mean like today for a 3rd-round pick?
I think it's less likely today, and I think it's more likely at the trade deadline. Like Chris made a good point, where teams are having injuries, but they're on the cusp of being a playoff team or making the playoffs.
They want to add that pass rusher in October. There's a team that needs one.
I think that's more likely. But like you said, anything can happen. Anything.
Yeah.
But I do like the ammunition, Joe. I do like all these pieces to play with.
I mean, I don't know exactly how it's all going to work, but that's why you guys get paid the big bucks, in the front office. So
make it work.
I am curious,
and guys get hurt. I mean, we talk like guys, but guys will get hurt, dinged up, going to miss a game. We got a little depth now. We got a guy that can, play a little bit more because, somebody's out. And listen, it's one thing the Giants haven't had is depth.
Isn't it funny now, though? Remember the Gettleman era? And I appreciated Dave. Don't get me wrong, he should have been fired. I appreciated Dave for a few things. And that is, he had a really hard time getting edges. We all know that. We were all begging for edges. If he didn't take Daniel Jones, we all know it would have been Josh Allen, the edge. But I'll tell you one thing he did is that he stacked what he could get his hands on. And at some point when we had, was it Tomlinson at the nose? He drafted Dex at pick number 16 or 17 in the 1st round, traded for Leonard Williams. And even at that point, you had 3 starters in line. You had B.J. Hill as your number 4, who they also drafted. And now you don't have any of those guys. And now we're like, and we didn't have any edges then, but we were stacked at young defensive tackle.
Right. Even Snacks Harrison, right? He brought in Snacks too.
Oh no, Snacks was actually brought in by Reese.
Oh, he was
Reese. That part of that 2016.
Good call. You're right.
Class.
The playoff
Snacks was awesome.
That's right. With all the free agents, yes. With everybody they
Snacks
brought in.
was awesome. But he had that young, and then he also stacked the safeties too, where McKinney, Love, even Peppers. I think was it McLeod?
Yeah,
McLeod
from
Logan.
Yeah, Logan. Yep.
Logan.
The
The
Patriots.
Like, so, it's funny how you're stacked in a few 5 years ago, we're stacked at like two positions. Now we're like empty those positions, but we're stacked at edge. And it looks like we're getting a little stacked at linebacker, which I love.
Right.
Bring back 80s football, guys.
And you know what? We said that earlier, Joe. How is it crazy that the Giants, for all these years until last year, finally drafted a linebacker in the first round, and now we've done it twice in 2 years?
It was like general manager after general manager was allergic to drafting linebackers, in the first or even like second round. It was like it was a, position with no value, and I never understood that.
I guess the league, right, Joe, was going to more of these nickel and dime packages with more DBs on the field, and it was trying to get away from the middle linebacker. But now we've seen the running game come back now, the way these teams are playing. So it looks like that middle linebacker position is now starting to be appreciated more. And coming back.
Love the linebackers. Yes, I do love it. And man, I'm so excited about this, what this regime is going to do. With this talent. Listen, we've got holes. This isn't a 1-year fix. But I'm excited about what we can do in offense with that offensive line. I assume Scatabo is gonna come back, healthy. That's my assumption. Neighbors, I don't know, if he's gonna be ready week 1. I'm not expecting that, but and I also expect that it may take the full year for him to get back to like being the Neighbors that we saw his rookie year. I'm fine with that, but I like the additions they made with Likely. And I thought, Mooney was a savvy.
Even Mooney 2 years ago played great under Nagy.
Yeah,
Chicago.
He was savvy. The little slot guy from Pittsburgh.
Austin.
Signed. Yeah. So, but everything's going to be different too. I'm just really looking forward to like a serious focus on run game as well.
Yeah, and the little details, right? Those are a couple of things with Dable that you saw the details, not. Maybe dotted I's, crossed T's. You feel like Harbaugh has it all covered, especially being a special teams guy by trade. I mean, that's all about details with him. So
look at it. Look at our great coaches in fairly recent history. Say over the past 40 years. I mean, Parcells was such a stickler for details. That those Giant teams, you had to beat them. They never beat themselves. You look at the 1990 team. I don't know. I'm assuming it's still a record, but the 1990 Giants team, when they won Super Bowl 25, I think was the least penalized team, or they gave up the ball less than any other. I think they gave up like 13 turnovers in 16 games. And Coughlin was a big, he was a stickler for the little things because the details do matter. It really, it separates you from the other teams. Everyone's got talent.
And the feel of the game, right, Joe? Not so much of the analytics. I always make a joke. If the analytics existed in 1990 and Bill Parcells wasn't the coach or he believed in analytics, Giants don't beat San Francisco. They don't kick those 5 field goals. They probably end up going for it most of the time and not hitting it. So you know what? Analytics, have a feel for the game. And we saw that with Parcells. He had a feel for that game, kicking those field goals.
Yeah, I agree. Don't be afraid to punt it on 3rd and 4. And don't feel like you have to go for it. But especially when you have an overpowering defense, you can I guess roll the dice. That's not a great term for this, but
no,
you
you're
have
right,
a great
though.
defense.
You're right.
Yeah, it matters. I want a powerful, imposing defense. I want other teams to fear our defense again. That's what I want.
That would be great. Hey, Joe, you're going to co-host right now with Mike. I'm going to take the dog out. I will be right back.
Sounds good.
You got time, Joe, to hang out? Because we're waiting on guests.
Yeah, no,
all right, cool.
I'm all good.
All right, cool, man. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Enjoy.
Right now.
Keep the ball rolling.
You got it.
So hey, Joe, while you and Chris are talking, I'm looking at the draft. I'm checking out positions. 56 players have been taken right now. What do you think is the position that's been taken the most? If you haven't looked at it yet.
You know what? All right, so what position? No, I actually have ESPN.com up over here as like a reference. I haven't really been checking. I'm not cheating. So again, your question, which position so far has been taken the most?
Out of 56 players, yeah.
All right, I'll go man. Great question. You're stumping me here. I guess I'll go Can I go offensive line, or do you want tackle, guard, center?
Yeah, I was gonna do. Yeah, yeah. You gotta make it like tackle or guard.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll go tackle.
Okay. Well,
That's my guess.
tackle. All right. So tackle in round 1, 7 were taken.
That's a lot. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I think it is. Right.
That was the most. That was the most. 5 were
Mhm.
5 edges were taken in round 1.
Yeah.
In round 2, 0 tackles taken, 6 edges taken.
Wow.
And edges have 11 right now.
Wow. You know what? It's funny. I'm glad we got the edge or the flex player interior. I'm glad we got Reese, and I know they can.
I'm not even counting Reese either as an edge.
I know, because they're talking about making him in the will, but it's funny. Like, I'm glad we got our players. I'm not, with this class, and I think we all know, is not next year's class that's allegedly coming out. And it's not the same class from over the past few years that have been really, really deep. That with the Hood, and this is no criticism of Hood. Like I said, I really am not too familiar with Hood. I trust the regime. You guys get the guys you want to get. One thing that was good about this class was the defensive tackle depth. And I do like the idea of, in this, especially when, we don't have a 3rd round pick, at least right now, unless we trade for it. I like the idea of, drafting at least one player from the depth of the class. And, I'm not going to worry about picks for, 4th round, 5th round, and 6th round. Nothing against those picks, but the way I see it is like, make your money in those first 3 picks, and whatever happens after that, is icing on the cake. But I would really, if they can trade back up into the 3rd round, maybe they can, because their 4th round pick's an early one. Maybe they can package the 6 rounds and move up somewhat. I don't know. Or maybe they trade Avon and
maybe somewhere in the 80s, somewhere.
Yeah, I'd like to get out of here with a defensive tackle, and not just for the sake of getting a defensive tackle, but one that's worthy of going in the 3rd round, who can be, at least a run clogger. It would be nice.
Let me tell you who's still available.
Big Orange, is he still there?
Yeah, he's still available.
I like him.
Yeah, but I'd be shocked if he gets out of the 2nd round.
You know who's still there, and we got a ways to go to the 4th round. We're not going to, obviously, as of right now, we don't have another pick tonight. But Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, he's a safety.
I know. I'm shocked he's still
Anthony
there.
Hill.
Yeah, yep. Hill's still there. CJ Hill. CJ just got picked up.
CJ Allen.
Yeah,
I love him. If they double dipped at linebacker, I would have been very cool to CJ Allen or Rodriguez, who's small, but the guy can cover and he's fast. And then we wouldn't have to hear about the linebacker position for another 10 years. If we double down at linebacker. D'Angelo Pons is small, but man, he's another he really covers very well. D'Angelo Pons, cornerback from Indiana. Ted Hurst is still out there.
Yeah, he's got good size.
Jalen Kilgore I actually like as like a 3rd round safety. Elijah Surratt, I love him. He seems just like a safe, dependable wide receiver.
Yeah. You think they're going to double dip? And if so, what position do you see that happening?
You know what? I guess they would probably double dip. Well, you know what? I think, offensive line, like I could see them going like backup interior, like a guy who could maybe down the road, maybe in a year or 2, start at center or compete for center, but a guy who like maybe could, give you flexibility, starting like center, guard, like a reserve guy. I could see that. How about you?
Well, I mean, since they haven't got one yet, I could see them double dipping at defensive tackle, just to get big bodies in there to clog up the lanes.
Yeah, we do have a 5th round pick, right?
Yeah, we have 105, 145, 186, 192, 193. We have 6 picks.
Yeah. Gotcha.
5.
You know what? I'd be totally happy with I'd be totally happy with double dipping at defensive tackle, because I don't think like there's not going to be too much talent at the other positions in this particular draft.
So you got some fire plugs here at defensive tackle still on the board. You have Dante Corleone.
Yeah, I've heard you mention it a few times.
Right? He's like a fire hydrant, 6'3", 340.
Yep.
You got that kid you mentioned, Dominique Orange out of Iowa State.
Yeah.
I've heard his name linked to the Giants.
Yeah, I see him gone in the third, and we don't have the third. I could be wrong. If he's there in the fourth, I'm running up to the
you're
podium.
right. No, I think you're right. I think he's gone in the third.
I can see Corleone dropping to the fourth, but like I said, this is a deep defensive tackle class, and I think you're going to have like a series of runs at different stages on defensive tackles, because it's kind of where the talent is, you know?
Yep, you got some guys like you got another kid from Alabama, Tim Keenan, who played behind McDonald.
Yeah,
and he's like another fire hydrant. It's going to be interesting to see what they do, and of course they can still get some guys a free agent, right? They're gonna sign DJ Reader. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yo, that's after the draft. I think Reader, and I think they're probably going to sign OBJ as well.
Who, OBJ?
Yeah, I think they will. To me, it makes sense. I'm not like at this stage of his career. I'd be in the stage of where the Giants are. I'd be happy to have OBJ back on, just as like wide receiver 5. Yeah, you're not going to tell me that Jalen Hyatt, and who knows, maybe he could be reclaimed by this regime, but you're not going to. I still think the guy's got game. He's not 2015 OBJ, but the guy has great hands. He knows how to run routes. He's one of the smartest wide receivers I've ever seen in terms of how to play how to play his position. There's value in that. You know, it's not like they're loaded at wide receiver.
And do you think his attitude is better now?
I think so, and it's also, you know what? It's a different time, and he's been under Harbaugh, and Harbaugh was praising him.
Yeah.
You know?
And when you look at the receiving core, right, Joe, you have Collinbray, Bo Collins, Hyatt. There's room for improvement. And if he could just be any semblance of what he was, he could fit right in as a 3 or 4 behind Austin and Mooney.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I think you're going to have him at a pretty inexpensive contract. And I think his ceiling is like he could be wide receiver 3 on this roster. Honestly, he could, if he's healthy, maybe he winds up being wide receiver 2. If we don't, I don't see us adding any big name wide receivers like really behind Hyatt. Like nothing against Mooney, but I love having a veteran player on this team who I think can still move.
And he works hard, right, Joe? I mean, the guy is working.
He's great. Apparently, the drill or whatever, the practice, whatever, the workout he had at the Giants last week, where apparently he looked phenomenal. So it's nothing against Mooney, but I love having a guy on a cheap contract who played, not just a guy who's been around for like 10 years, 12 years, a guy who had succeeded at a very high level at one point and we all know is a savvy player. I don't think he'd come into here and be a problem. I really don't.
No, and the fact that he's already played for Harbaugh knows what he gets, what he's getting with him. So he knows what to expect. He had no issues with him in Baltimore, and if he did, he wouldn't have wanted to deal with it again. So the fact that he's open to it shows that there was a good relationship there.
Exactly, and I know OBJ wants to be back here too, and I was never like an OBJ, stan, I guess you will. Like I appreciated him. He was possibly the most talented wide receiver I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And he was uncoverable. And but I don't like stupid games from players. It's just not right. I don't like it. And but I never hated the guy. Mm-hmm. And I'd like to have him. It would feel nice to have him back and kind of rectify things, make the world right again in Giants. Get the
he has something to prove. He has something to prove because of the doubters. And I think he would come in here and play hard. He's not washed. He has something left in the tank.
I agree. I don't think he's washing. If he is, well, it's probably going to be a 1-year contract, and who cares? Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, really, would you rather have OBJ on 3rd and 5, like I keep saying, or Darius Slayton on a big catch? You can't trust Slayton. I can trust Odell.
Right. I know we can trust him. And I'd really like to see it. I think we're going to see him. Yeah, and DJ Reardon. Yeah, I'm sure I hope they signed another tackle.
DJ Reardon. Yeah. Well, they have the other guy. Who's the other guy? Harris. No, not, is it Sheldon Harris? Who's the other defensive tackle?
Robinson Harris.
Robinson. Yeah. There's another one out there that's a veteran. So, but. Right, guys, like just a run stuffer. Need somebody in the middle to just give us some depth to help with that run. Run defense.
I don't want to hear about like, oh, hey, listen, I don't want to hear too much about like, we need tackles that can push the pocket. That would be great to have ideally. For right now, can you just get me run stuffers? Can you get guys who can clog the lanes or make it easier for your linebackers to penetrate and get through those gaps and. That's what I want. We've been 32nd, 31st, 30th ranked run defense for a long time. Like that, this crap needs to end. It needs to end. We need.
Yeah, and they brought a stat up this week. I let Mike know with Dexter Lawrence. Even the last 5 years with Dexter, they were still not even top 20 in stopping the run.
Listen,
you have to go back to Leonard Williams and Snacks and those guys to really talk about stopping the run.
Yeah, seriously. Like, listen, Dexter is great. He was a great player, and that's awesome when you can have someone like him who can push the center back on a consistent basis into the quarterback's face. But you also, I don't care who you are, it's a 3-man line at least. You can't do it all by yourself. You can't stop the run all by yourself.
And
you need bodies on there. They don't all need to be 1st or 2nd round picks. But if he's going to be Batman, he needs his Robins too.
Yeah. Even with Delvin Tomlinson, when you lost him, you saw it go down. So Dexter hasn't had that guy. You haven't had that guy next to him for a while.
Just give me some unsexy run stuffers, please.
Yeah. And you know who was out there the last couple of years who Dallas picked up? Jonathan Hankins. He was pretty good against the run. And he's like, he must be about 36, 37 years old.
I'll tell you one thing. Jerry Reese was really bad at drafting. But one thing he knew, well, 2 things he knew. He knew wide receivers like nobody's business. You look at all the wide receivers he drafted. And he knew defensive tackles very well, too.
Yeah,
I give him credit. Like every time we drafted defensive tackle in the 2nd round. After 4 years, he walks, and they replace him with, maybe even someone who's better.
Because before Dexter, right, Joe, Linval Joseph was like the big thing, and then Dexter, overshadowed that. But Linval Joseph.
I think they took Linval Joseph. Maybe I'm wrong. I think they took him the same draft as in round 2, the same draft as JPP. I think 2010. I believe so. Yeah. But man, after the 2nd round, Reese was just horrible at drafting.
Yeah. A lot of misses in those middle rounds. That became.
There was one
middle
draft
rounds killed us.
Where we had
he wasn't very good in the third day 3 picks.
We would pick up those linebackers in the middle rounds that just never panned out either.
That was horrible. He was after round 2. He was horrible. He'd hit on some superstars like Nix, OBJ. JPP and his defensive tackles. Other than that, he was horrible.
All right, guys, I'm gonna throw out names at you. While you guys are talking, I was going through my availability of defensive tackles. From rounds 4, 5 through 6. You have the kid out of Florida State, Darnell Jackson, who's got an 85.6 rating against the run. I'm looking at guys who are good run defenders. You have the kid out of Ole Miss, Xavier Harris, 6'8", 330, projected 5th round, good run defender. And me and Joe talked about Tim Keenan from Alabama. I think it's Alabama.
Let me see.
Is it Alabama or is it?
Is he gone? I'm looking at defensive tackle.
No way he's taken.
Hunter was the last defensive tackle to go.
Okay. Unless they have him listed as like because I'm not seeing him.
But anyway, those guys
those
guys are available and they're all good against the run. They're not going to sack people.
I see Keenan.
Okay.
I see Keenan.
Yeah,
so Mike, who would you value in if they did pick up a third round? Who would you say?
Oh, a 3rd rounder?
Would you say any of these guys are valued
back in the 3rd round?
Yeah. if they were.
You got a couple of guys, Joe and I were talking about
Mm-hmm.
that could that
Defensive tackle.
That would be there, defensive tackle. Let me
Orange.
Yep, Orange. And you got the other guy who's right there near him.
From Cincinnati.
Yeah, Coleon. Another guy
him
who's
earlier,
a
right?
friggin' fire. He's a fire hydrant.
Darrell Jackson or Darrell Jackson, Florida State.
Yeah.
There's also Capehart, DeMonte Capehart out of Clemson too.
Yeah. I don't know about him.
You know what? Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm not really familiar. I'm not going to pretend like I'm familiar with this particular player, but at this point, there are schools and programs I look at that I have more faith in, and I always like Southern Carolina. I'm sorry, Southern. I always like South Carolina's defensive players.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a guy, Nick Barrett, defensive tackle out of South Carolina.
Nick Barrett, another one. Yep.
Yeah, and I just like the way South Carolina produces some bangers on the defensive side of the ball, and on defense pretty much every year. And it's just one of those programs that if I'm looking late rounds, like my eyes are automatically going to gravitate towards.
Really? It's interesting. Yeah, you're right.
I just like their program a lot. And
Sure.
I don't even know anything about it.
Right. But they seem to pump out some good linebackers. I guess similar to Penn State, right? That's kind of their thing. And linemen.
Yeah.
But
yeah, so he's, you know what, Nick Barrett, defensive tackle, South Carolina. But yeah, no, Orange is I think going to go. Are we still in the second round?
Yeah, we're still in the second round.
Yeah, pick 29. Okay.
Yep. Oh, he just went. Actually, 29 just went to tight end from Ohio State, Max Clare.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. The yeah, I don't think this is a great tight end class, except for Sadiq, who the Jets took.
The Jets took, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is really classic, man. If we got to get out. Yeah, you're right, guys. I don't remember if it was Chris or Truth saying it earlier, but let's without reaching. I'd love to double dip in the 4th and 5th round at defensive tackle. And apparently, just from what I heard recently on whatever program, that Harbaugh, does like to, like use like 4th, 5th picks on on maybe 6th round picks, like on defensive tackles.
Okay.
Just to
Well,
not that
they'll be there.
Yeah, exactly. So, and this defensive tackle is, probably the strength in terms of the depth of this class. Like I do want to walk out of here with some defensive tackles.
Yeah, I'm sure I think you're right, Joe. At some point in the 6th round, they'll probably just grab one, even if it's some monster run stuffer, situational player.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be just like by the time we're picking in the 4th round. This is not a deep class overall, like we've seen the past 5 years. So, get a defensive tackle in the 4th round. I doubt there's going to be I got to have it wide receiver, or I got to have it safety. I doubt that in this draft class. I doubt it.
Yeah.
Just keep loading up the trenches.
Yeah,
let's keep doing that.
Yeah, and then like I said, the DJ Reader will get signed after the draft, and they won't have to give up a comp pick, and he'll help. At least in the immediate future.
Big body,
plug him in. Big body, and plug him in. He could start.
Yep, that's what we were talking about when you were walking your dog.
Yeah.
We're talking about a big body. You have a guy just occupy space. Space. That's it.
But I'm just so super excited to see, how this coaching staff uses their edges or linebackers that they've been accumulating over the past few years. Like, this is a staff I have faith in. It's funny, I'll tell you, as a huge fan base, we all communicate on X or other social media platforms, but you get your goofballs out there who don't really know anything, who just go crazy over every free agent signing or draft pick or players we didn't draft, players we didn't sign. But I'll tell you, consensus-wise, the fan base is pretty damn smart. Like I'm saying consensus-wise, like, and I remember, like, I think to a man, we're all like, when Shane Bone was hired as the DC, we were all like, I'm not seeing it, but whatever.
And he wasn't the first choice, right, guys? I mean, we heard later on that Dable, it wasn't his first choice. The other candidates, I forget who the one guy was. They want to go with him. Yeah.
the DC they have now. Yeah, and he went to the DC.
Oh, that's right. Him too. Mm-hmm.
He went to Tennessee instead.
Right.
You
It was
know, and,
Leonard Wilson. Yep.
yeah, but I remember Shane Bowen. I'm like, all right. I mean, whatever. I was hoping, like, if you can't get a guy from the NFL that you really like, I don't know, is there a promising upcoming mind from the college levels that you can maybe guys?
And then that scares you because we've been down that road so many times and it doesn't work out, right? And that scares you.
I get it, but
and then Vrabel got all the credit. It was Vrabel. It wasn't Bowen. We heard that, you know?
Right. Yeah. I remember even when Vrabel was the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, I'm like, well, they got some good coaching going on over here, or at least under Vrabel, because I'm like, I'm not crazy about the players that they have, but they have a good system.
Yeah, and they stopped the run, and that was the whole thing. Bowen, this is what we're supposed to do, and they never did it. And obviously the players, but that's on them too. That's on Joe Shane. I mean, you got to stop the run.
Yeah, and it's on Dable too as the head coach.
Of course, most definitely, especially with his, roster and depth chart maneuvering with players.
Yeah, oh man, absolutely. But I'm so excited to see what they're going to do. I really love this staff. What do you guys think of what's his name as our OC, the former I'm brain farting, but the former head coach of the Bears,
Matt Nagy.
Nagy.
Go ahead, Mike. What do you think? What do you think of the whole operation with Nagy?
I don't know if I can add too much to it. I'm more of a defensive guy, but he's come from Kansas City, right? And he was the Bears coach. Is that right?
Yep.
I mean, I'm just hoping that Harbaugh knows what he's talking about and he's the right guy.
Right. And you know what gets me kind of excited about Nagy too is that I love that he brought in they brought in the run game coordinator.
Greg Roman. So it takes a little bit off of Nagy.
Yes. And it's like, man, like, because I do want to see like a powerful running game, but I know Nagy's being brought in to to bring in his own, passing schemes or whatever from Kansas City and his own ideas.
And he wanted to call plays, and this is something he hasn't been able to do because of Andy Reid being there. And they're good friends, but he wasn't a play caller there.
And I'm not going to try to indicate to other Giants fans that Nagy is definitely going to be the best defensive coordinator ever. But I am legitimately excited. And it all comes from the hiring of Harbaugh. Just his 18 years of success, and it's like Coughlin. Like he knows what it takes to win. And so I just have confidence in him, and I am excited about Nagy and their run game coordinator, and so I'm excited. It's that offensive line is going to be. I'm looking to see some road getting graded by Andrew Thomas and our new guard from Miami, and it's going to be fun.
I will say with Nagy, he wanted Todd Monken very bad. And nobody thought he'd get the job at Cleveland. So I'm hoping he made the right choice with Nagy, but it's growing on me. Because you know what? It comes from Andy Reid. Andy Reid obviously vouched for him. Obviously.
It's cool. I know we're all there. I think we were all excited about, we're going to get Monken. And who was going to be our defensive coordinator? The guy, the younger guy, who was originally the rumors were he was going to be our defensive coordinator. Leonard.
The old safety out of
Stanford. Jim Leonard. Jim
and
everyone's
Leonard,
oh my god, we're going to Jim Leonard. Oh my god, we're going to have offensive coordinator who went to Cleveland, and we didn't get it. But remember, everyone was and what I'm about to say is nothing against those coaches, but remember when everyone was clamoring for Matt Rule, and they were like, "Listen, we wound up Joe Judge. Don't get me wrong."
I know.
We passed up on Matt Rule. I'm like, the guy hasn't coached a game. Nothing against Rule.
No.
The guy hasn't coached a game in the NFL, and I'm not giving him the contract that.
He wanted like 7 years guaranteed. Remember the contract he wanted? From Carolina.
It was a lot of money per year, and it was like fully guaranteed 7 years. I'm like, I'm not doing give me Joe Judge. Like I didn't even know Joe Judge. I'm like, guys, calm down. It's sometimes the guys you get wind up being the best, the better choice. What falls into your lap.
Yeah.
So, but I think the thing with with his staff is that even if he didn't get OC number 1 or DC number 2, is that these guys are competent. I just see competency throughout this coaching staff. I love it.
Yeah, they've been there, done it. They've been in the league. There's no rookies on this staff that haven't done it before, and that's kind of like we've been through the coaches that have never done it, and if this is their first time head coach. First-time coaches coming out of the collegiate ranks. These guys have been in the NFL, and that gives us, a little more confidence.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. it feels stable.
Feels
Like,
different.
legitimately
man. Yeah.
stable.
Right.
You know,
Right.
even with Shane and Dable, I'm like, all right. It's funny, even at that time, when they were hiring Shane and Dable, I really wanted a crew from like Baltimore or San Francisco, a team like an organization that had a history of like success for a long period of time. But I'm like, all right, these are new guys. Dable is highly regarded, and Shane, we'll see what happens. And at least it was new, you know, at least it wasn't Gettleman. But like, even then I was excited, but I'm like, we'll see what happens, because neither of these guys are experienced as a head coach or a general manager.
Yeah.
But now I just feel like this is, you know, competency and stability, and it's going to be throughout this organization, this coaching staff, and it makes me feel so good. Like we're in good hands. We're not going to be, you know, world beaters this year, but I do expect us to, like last year, like the way you'd lose, you know, over the past years, but last year was the worst. Like
it was the worst.
You couldn't get out of your own way. You could not get out of your own way.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Joe, and I said this to Mike. If you know those games that were gut wrenching, they lost 3 or 4 games in the fourth quarter. If they win a couple of those games, Dable gets to a couple extra wins. Maybe he comes back, and it's like 2 ships passing in the night, and you miss out on Harbaugh because of the whole Dart-Dable connection. So the pain was worth it to lose those games to get Dable out of here and have Harbaugh be the coach.
You know, I think by sometime like end of October, I was like, you know, whatever, let's continue losing. I'm not rooting for losses, but I accept it. Let's get through the season. Get rid of Dable. Get rid of Shane. He's still around, but whatever. Maybe things work out. But Dable's coaching staff needs to go.
Yeah, you know, come October, we almost emotionally check out. Like it hurts, but it's just like you're not letting it keep you up at night anymore because you just can't.
I think I was checked out by end of September. I'm like, I'm not going to do this.
For years,
I paid attention, but I'm like, I want the season to end. Let's get some good picks. Go ahead, Drew.
Hey guys, I want to throw some at you. I know this is a Giants podcast, but I hate to say this, but Cleveland is putting together a pretty nice little draft. First round, you know, they got Spencer Fano, right? The offensive tackle. Then with the second pick, they got Concepcion, the slot receiver out of Texas A&M, right? Then they double dip. They got Denzel Boston.
Right. That was a nice
big wide receiver.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And then Joe and I were talking about this player, and Emmanuel McNeil Warren, safety out of Toledo, they picked him up. So they're having a nice little draft right now.
Yeah, Cleveland. They are.
Speaking of Todd Monken, right? He's the new coach.
Yeah, good for them. They get some wide receivers.
There's one more pick left in the second round, by the way. One more pick left.
Cool.
Okay, yeah.
And then we've got one full round to go before we get to pick again tomorrow, unless they trade.
Unless that's right. I mean, yeah.
So,
hey Joe, thanks for sticking on with us because we're still waiting. We have one more guest. A couple people didn't make it, so if you're cool with still hanging on till our next one, you're welcome to stay with us.
Joe's getting double dipped over here, boy.
Yeah, Joe, we're gonna have to pay you. Craig's gonna have to get a check now.
I was about to say I do have to get going. It is pizza.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whenever
you got to run.
Residence.
Whenever you got to run.
Okay, man.
Friday night pizza night. So I'll have
do it, Joe. We can't go do it, Joe, because we're all hungry too. So don't eat in front of us. We don't want to watch you. We're all dying here. But Joe, thanks for joining us, man. We want to see you during the season. We're going to do something, Truth and I and Spartan, for the preview show. We're going to bring people, guests back on. So especially to preview the game. So we'll be all in touch.
Man.
All right, great.
Anytime. Love you guys. Really appreciate your show.
No, likewise, Joe. Do you go to the games? Oh, you do, right? Are you at? I know you went to training.
No, I'm
camp.
not a season ticket holder. I go like maybe once every year. It's expensive, so
I know it is, man. But last minute, reach out to Craig or I, and then we'll square it up and come to a game.
All right, cool. Sounds good.
All right, Joe. Guys. Thanks again for all the input, man. Good stuff tonight.
No, thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Hey, likewise. Guys. You got it, Joe. Catch you soon. Bye. All right, Mike. We had a couple people that couldn't make it last minute. We got one more. Joey Z is supposed to come on at 9:20, and Mike, we might wrap it up after Joey Z.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
But,
I'm just checking the draft. I'm checking to see.
Yeah, we're gonna post this by Gino. Gino just posted this. Cleveland has begun. Yeah, just like what you're saying. Past 2 drafts. So maybe Todd Monken could turn things around over there with because they need the players, man. Right. They need the players.
Yeah, he's
and that's
picking
probably the only
Cleveland.
reason why he took that job, because he's like 67 years old and he's never going to get a head coaching job. So he took Cleveland. He had no other choice, but good for him.
Well,
Maybe he could turn it around.
Would it be something he becomes coach of the year?
If he could turn Cleveland around to, after they decimated with that roster, then
Yeah. I don't know if they can with Sanders though. I'm not too sure about him.
Well, the division, like Pittsburgh, they're always good. I mean, they're still up there. Bengals are, who knows? Ravens will be decent, but we never, we always expect the unexpected because it never kind of plans, goes the way we think. So, but yeah, interesting to watch. Hey, Mike, let me ask you something. If the Giants had Todd Monken as the offensive coordinator, do you think they still bring in Greg Roman as the running game coordinator, or would they have probably just gave it to Todd?
I don't know. I mean, maybe not. Perhaps not.
Yeah. But I like the fact that Giants have these little these coaches in specific roles. Callahan, quarterbacks, passing game. Nagy, offensive coordinator. What we just said with Roman, running game. Yeah. Because the knock on Roman is, as offensive coordinator, he's just thinking about the run all the time. He doesn't open it up a little bit. So I think it's a good mix, man. I'm really curious to see how this all meshes together in training camp.
Yeah. Hey, I asked Joe, you were off away for a minute. And so we had 64 picks, second round's done.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Which position do you think got the most picks?
We might have said it earlier. I'm still going to go with, because it was a run on it early, and even in the second round a little bit. Tackle, right?
All right. I'll tell you this.
Or linebacker. Did it switch to linebacker now? All right, go ahead. I don't know.
I'll tell you this right now, and you can change your answer. I'll let you if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Not one tackle was taken in round 2.
Not one. It went on those. Was
it
4?
Were taken. 7 were taken in round 1.
Round 1, and then it dropped off. Yeah. Okay.
So I'm looking at one more position. I already got one position that I think is the first one.
Okay.
5, 6. I think I'm going to be right.
Is it line? I don't know. I'm going to linebacker or corner. Seems like running corners, but I'll go with linebacker.
No, actually edge.
Edge. Okay.
Edge.
So kind
11 edge players have been taken thus far out of 64. Yeah. Let me see how many linebackers. And I'm not even counting Reese as an edge, just linebacker. Let me see linebackers.
Yeah, I was looking. Yeah.
Let me see linebackers. 1, 2. Okay, in round 1, only 2 linebackers were taken.
Mm-hmm.
In round 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, wow. Okay.
7.
All right.
Tie with a tackle. It was a tackle.
Okay. Hey, Mike, let me ask you about the center position. I mean, that's something that needs to be addressed for the Giants too, with some depth later on in the 6th round, maybe 5th. I mean, once again, you know the college players getting deep. Is there anybody worth it in that 5th round that would actually maybe drop or be there in the 5th that would be kind of like a little bit of a steal that would have went in the 3rd or 4th? Because I know center was kind of deep in this draft.
Was it? Do you think it was deep this draft?
Well, that was the consensus, from a lot of people, scouts and evaluators. That center was pretty pretty deep in the mid round. Maybe not first, but in that third on.
Yeah. I know the Slaughter kid out of
I saw that.
What school is he out of? I want to say Pittsburgh, but I think I'm going to be wrong.
He was Florida, and then Iowa.
Florida.
Logan Jones went as well in the second round.
Who else?
Logan Jones, Iowa. Which it's Iowa, right? I mean,
yeah, Iowa always does that with linemen, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You got Slaughter. You got Connor Lou.
Okay.
I got to check and see if he was taken. He probably was. I don't know. You said Logan Jones was taken, right?
Logan Jones was taken. Yep.
Yep. All right. He's slated as 4th here.
Okay.
Brian Parker out of Duke so far. He's still on the board. So is Trey Zun out of Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
He's still on the board. Good size. Big,
Yeah.
big for a center, 6'6",
Oh
312.
wow, that is. I got to Mike with the fifth. Well, maybe not the fifth. I think a center is coming off at some point.
Pat Coogan, Indiana,
Uh-huh.
6'5", pretty decent center. Bryce Forster, pretty decent center out of Kansas. And you're looking at day threes like mid to late.
Yeah.
Day three. Let me see where they got Bryce going. When they got him going. They got Bryce. Oh, they got him late. 6th-round pick. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, and that's something that could happen too, Chris.
Yeah.
Giants could, in during a UDFA phase, they can maybe go pick a center up.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Mike. I mean, what would be interesting, because you follow the college game so much, is on Sunday, those undrafted free agents that, hey, we're projected to go maybe in the 6th or 5th round that kind of fell off and are now undrafted. So I'm curious to see what you think of any of those players that do fall undrafted that you thought may have been drafted. There's always a few in there that don't get drafted. So I'm curious to see which who they are.
Yeah, well, a guy like that, I would think would get drafted.
Yeah.
But let me look at the tackles, because that's where you're going to see it. Let me see some tackles here that might not get picked up and go UDF. I mean, right now the Giants they got Bo, and who is their other tackle?
Yeah, Bo.
Who's the other backup tackle?
I'll tell you, they lost obviously Schlottman, but it's they picked up. Well, Aaron Stinney does play a little, but you know what? I wouldn't count on him.
Yeah, he's more of he's really a guard, right?
Yeah, he has played a little center, but no, it's really thin. It's who's the other guy? Oh, okay, they picked him up from the Bengals, Lucas Patrick, a few weeks ago.
Lucas Patrick, okay.
Yeah, he was undrafted. I forget where he came from, but he was. I think you know what? I think he was a Duke. I don't know, but I thought he came from a smaller school, undrafted. He might have been with maybe the Raiders too before Cincy, but yeah, Lucas Patrick.
I don't know much about him. I gotta be honest with you. What kind of play do they say he is?
I did a breakdown of him. He's 32. He was undrafted. Oh no, unrestricted free agent. But I got to see when he was, how he came into the league. Let me check that out. I think he was undrafted as well coming into the NFL.
Right.
But, they need something. They lost Schlottman, who actually did a decent job. So, it's really it with him and Schmitz.
So they really don't have, technically, they don't have a backup center right
now?
I
was right. 2016, Mike, undrafted out of Duke.
Okay.
Lucas Patrick. So, he came into the NFL with the Packers in 2017. He's played a lot of games other than last year. He's played 14, 16, 17, 16, 11. I'm not too familiar with his play, but it looks like he started 15 games in 2023, 10 in 2024. I think he got injured last year. He got banged up. He only appeared in 6 games last year. So I don't know much about him, but it is, Schmitz goes down. I think,
they got to
even with Schmitz, it's a little dicey, but if he goes down, it's really dicey. So they have to address the center spot.
They gotta find a suitable center. And I agree. I think possibly in next year's draft, it could be a better draft for center. They may draft a center somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because what year will Michael Schmitz be in?
Okay, so this is his 3rd year now. So he's a first round.
He's right? Second round pick.
Second round. So this will be it. Wait, last year was his 3rd? No, this is his 3rd. He'll have one more year. Oh no, wait, 3-year deal, second round picks, right? Second round picks usually get 3. Yeah. So this is probably his last year.
Yeah, this is
it. Look at his contract. Yeah, this is it. And you know what, Mike? We know during training camp, because of the numbers game, guys get released. So you may get a center that's an actual decent starter or player that they could actually pick up. So guys do fall off because of numbers on the roster. So maybe, the Giants can pick somebody up during preseason.
Oh, nice pick. Carson Bench, finally. Cardinals.
Oh, wow. Okay. We were waiting for
Cardinals
that.
drafted
Yeah.
him.
Okay. All right.
Another defensive tackle off the board.
Yeah.
Tyler Olidine from
Okay.
Texas A&M. Some of these names. Are so
And we're
hard
going
to-
into that's the third. We're into the third
This is
round.
round 3.
Yep. Okay.
This is round 3.
All right.
I can't believe we made it, Chris. We survived.
Yeah. Spartan got caught in the airport. So everybody knows.
No kidding, did he?
Yeah. He got caught in the airport. The flight delay. The
That's
crazy.
what I used
So
to
no
say
problem.
too.
Yeah.
That
All
was a
good.
good excuse I used to say.
Hey, Mike, I'm just happy we didn't have any audio problems. So we were pretty
know.
smooth tonight. Yeah. So pretty
know.
decent, man. And the time went. I know we had a couple people that couldn't make it. So it
It
is
did
what
go
it is.
pretty quick, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, man. We were having fun, man. It was a good time. I don't know where Joey Z is. Joey Z was supposed to come on at 9:20. We'll give him a few more minutes. If not, are you cool with pulling the plug?
Yeah, I
We'll
am.
end it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
me
if
too.
you have to pull my arm, yeah.
But yeah, man, we can't thank everybody enough for tuning in tonight, watching the show, and tuning in on Mondays. And once again, in the fall, we're gonna have the preview show. Myself, The Truth, and Spartan Mike. We're gonna do that preview show and get everybody ready for the next game coming in. August,
Yeah, that should be
September.
fun. We haven't
Yeah.
done that in a while.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun, and
And
we'll get some guests on too.
And maybe you should we should redo the draft next year and get you on it. Have us 3 do it, me, you, and Spartan.
The problem is, Mike, I play so much catch up with the draft because I don't follow college that tightly or closely. And come February, man, I am just trying to catch up so much. It's not my wheelhouse. I try to do the best I can, but I do like the fact if you give me a positional, position, then I could do the studying on it. But just to go overall, it's tough, man, to come up with, the right
That is-
analysis without me just BSing and trying to wing it. I don't want to
It's
wing
hard.
it, but if they give me the position like you did with centers a couple years ago, I had Schmitz, I had Linderbaum, and those guys. That was good, man. I did the homework on it, and I was able to at least hold my own. But you're the go-to, man. You and Sean too. But you're the go-to at the college game.
Well, I enjoy looking at the film. I enjoy looking at highlights and any kind of video. Watch these guys play. I like that stuff. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So
Well,
let me
the college
ask you
game is
something.
fun. Yeah.
It is. Let me ask you something. 3 picks in. What's your grade for the Giants?
I hate to give grades just because you don't know till they hit the field, but
Sure.
I don't know much about the Hood, right? Colton Hood.
Co-
Other than what you told me. I mean, listen, I'm going to go. I'm going to say B plus, man. If you're going off of those first 2 picks in the third, I would have liked a defensive tackle. He wasn't there. Miller was still on the board, though, right, Mike?
Who was?
Miller was still there.
Miller was still on the board when they picked.
So let me stop you for a second. What do you think they should have went with? Just looking at face value, do you think they should have went with Miller at 37, or are you happy with the pick with Hood?
I like Hood. I think Hood's a good athlete. I think he's good. I think it doesn't hurt adding more talent, because injuries, like you said, and because guys don't perform. I don't think it's bad, and I think perhaps, I think Joe made a point that Harbaugh likes to go DT in later rounds. Just get the big guys that just clog up the lanes.
Yeah.
Just clog up the lanes.
And we've seen that with those Ravens interior guys. They're massive. They're not like the most pass rush type guys, but they stop the run.
No, they're like giant Clydesdales. They're standing and just hold, take up space.
Yep.
And that's good when you have guys that they got in the linebackers and edges. I mean, those guys are mobile.
That's right. And Mike, maybe the value with Hood outweighed because they got DJ Reader, who they think they're going to sign. Maybe that was, pushed them in that direction too, because they're going to fill that spot with him and felt like, hey, Hood was too good to pass up when they have a Reader that they're going to sign. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I think Reader's going to do a good job. He was pretty pretty dependable last year.
He was, and he's been a veteran. Yeah,
good job.
Right.
Yeah.
I do too.
But he's
But
not going to get you sacks. He'll get you sacks like like Dexter, and then people need to understand Dexter's gone,
Mhm.
and it's and now we turn the page,
Mhm.
and now we move on. So
Yep.
I got you saw my the owner stick his face in
Yeah.
early.
Eagles. Yeah.
He's an Eagles fan, and I got
Uh-huh.
a bet with him. I got a bet with him
Okay.
that the Giants will win the NFC East before I retire. Okay, so I got a few years left before I retire.
Oh, I
What do
believe it.
You think that's I got a shot there?
No, that's a great shot because we're getting close. Even without Harbaugh, it was getting a little closer. Now it's really going to tighten up.
So basically, with Harbaugh's 5-year deal, I'm
Mhm.
saying the Giants are going to win that division easily within his 5-year deal.
I believe it. And and it's going to be sooner than later. I really do. Dallas is coming. Dallas has still got that offense, but their defense, listen, they're coming back to the pack. The Giants I think they're going to be right in that mix. Oh, here's Joey Z. All right.
All
But I
right,
agree
let's
with
go.
you.
Let's end this with a bang.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, we were just about to log off, man. I'm glad you joined us. We were like, all right, Joey's not coming. We're heading out. We're unplugging. So, Joe, thanks for joining us. I know last night we had audio problems.
Yeah, no problem.
You're gonna take us home and end this show. So, Joe, let's
Yes,
backtrack. Number 37. We were just talking about the cornerback. I didn't know much about him. Truth filled us in. What's your feeling on 37? Did you want Miller to defensive tackle, or are you happy with Hood, the cornerback?
I was happy with either one of them. I wanted the defensive tackle to fill the hole that Dex left, but a corner is another desperate position of need. So I'm perfectly happy with it. If he can turn into that solid, corner to go across from Paulson, now you have Drew Phillips in the slot. Who knows if Harbaugh can work some magic and turn to Tay Banks into a serviceable corner. Then we'll have, pretty solid secondary.
Yeah, and we said earlier, the defense had taken such a step back under Bowen. Everybody regressed. So you're hoping that, now it flips around and these guys start to progress a little bit. But Mike,
And once Bowen took over after Bowen left, the defense actually looked pretty good.
That's what we said before,
The coverage was getting stickier. So I just think a lot of this was just bad scheming, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%, man. We were just talking about that before you came on with Joe Clark, who was on with us. So I know we text a little bit, but, hey, 5 and 10 yesterday. What's your feeling on those two picks?
Oh, man, I love Arvell Reese. I can't believe he actually fell to us. Just goes to show that mock drafts mean nothing. Not even Joe Shane predicted that would fall into his lap.
They were all shocked, weren't they?
That's it. Do you guys think it's more damning against the Jets taking Bailey or the Titans taking Tate? I mean, what kind of because it made it, push it down. What do you think? Why
I just think it was a matter of circumstance. I was really surprised that the Titans went with Carnell Tate. That was kind of a bit of a surprise there.
Oh yeah,
I didn't think Jeremiah Love was going to go to the Cardinals either. But it's the draft. Things happen. You don't know what these GMs are thinking. I was a little concerned when we took Malinois. Is that how you say it?
I think we are. Hey, hang on one second. Hold that thought, Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe. Mike's here.
Yeah.
Spartan Mike, who just flew in. The guy's probably hurting right now. Hey, you made it before we're shutting off. What's up, Mike? Spartan Mike. It's all right. It's all good, man. It's all good. We got
guys. Get ready for this from Joey. Do not want to steal your thunder, and I want to hear your thoughts on everything, man.
No worries, buddy.
The flight got in early. We sat on the tarmac so long, we actually got off the plane after they said the arrival time was. So we were sitting there for over an hour.
Man. Oh, life is flying
now,
now,
flight
man.
coming in from Washington, so it is what it is.
Well, I'm glad you made it safe and all good, man. We held down the
I got
fort.
some
and
deep dish pizza here. I'm cheating on.
Don't show us any food, man. We're hungry. Put that down. What is that? Is that Lou Malnati's over there in Chicago?
You got it. Lou Malnati's, man. It's very good, Chris.
Awesome. Hey, I've ordered there, a couple of years ago, frozen, delivered, for $90 from Chicago.
It doesn't beat New York, but you know what?
It was like eating dessert. It was like eating dessert.
That gets the job done. So
but we were just talking about Malinois, the tackle, and we'll get your thoughts too, Mike. But go ahead, Joe. I know Manoa, we were talking earlier today, but
it was
again, man.
Just the injury, but I felt better when I found out that one of our head trainers worked with him for 3 years, and he didn't seem to have any concerns about it.
I just learned it was Miami. Yeah, is that crazy?
That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, me too, man. The medical's cleared, and the fact that we love his attitude, man. He loves football, right?
Yeah, And, he'll be a guard. And, when Luminor finally moves on, you might be able to kick him out to tackle. But, we'll
and
see.
you got Bo ready to go at that point, you know, somewhere too. So, yeah.
I was also thinking, what if Schmitz doesn't live up to the billing and they put Bo at center? Is that even a possibility? Because I remember when he drafted him, they said that would be a good fit as far as position.
Yeah, it's a good thought. We were just talking about center before, man. They are awfully thin with Patrick Lewis, who's kind of a journeyman, hasn't played much, and then Schmitz. So yeah, man, center is definitely a concern if Schmitz goes down right now. So who knows? Maybe they work him in training camp, right? I mean,
let me ask you something. Do you have a little bit more confidence in JMS coming off of last year? Because I thought he did a decent job of improving it.
Yeah, I'm more concerned if he gets hurt.
Second half.
Yeah.
Right. That's the last thing we want to deal with right now. I'm with you.
Yeah. But so overall, 10 warming up to you, Manoa at 10. He's warming up a little bit, Joe.
100%.
Good,
well, after
man,
I slept on, I said, you know what, I feel good. Can't really feel that bad building the trenches when the offensive line has been as abysmal as it was for the last decade.
That's it, and that's the identity of this team, right? Harbaugh's building the trenches and wants to really lean on the running game. Hey, Mike, since you just came on, and I know we were. What's your thoughts, man? 5-10 yesterday as well, man. Are you're happy overall?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, I wasn't even talking about Reese. And Truth and I talked a few weeks back and talked about the guys we liked. I didn't even consider Reese. I thought he was going to be gone because I thought he was the best non-quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Everybody did, yeah.
So that's why I was a little surprised when we're going over Styles, Downs, and any of those guys could have been gone too. So I love it. He played inside linebacker at Ohio State. So I'm not really worried about that. The switch, is he edge, is he linebacker? He's going to play linebacker for us, and I think he's going to do a damn good job.
Middle, yeah.
Would I prefer to see Downs at that pick like a lot of people are complaining about? Yeah, I would have. But again, we could use the lineman. He clearly wants to be here, and he's clearly a very formidable offensive lineman, and we can use an offensive lineman. I just say this for everybody that we get in the first, and I'll address Colton Hood in just a sec. My goal is please be a top 10 player at your respective position when you get into the NFL. Like, can you reach that level? That is the most important thing for me. So I am very much, I don't care if it's receiver, I don't care if it's cornerback, I don't care if it's guard. Just become that guy that could be, in and out of potentially being an all-pro player in a given year. That's what my goal is for those guys. When we start getting in the second round, it's a little bit different. Can you just be a strong player at your respective position? Can you be like, at the very least, middle of the pack in the NFL in terms of starters? I didn't look up Hood too much. I'll be very honest with you, but I'm loving what I'm seeing on Twitter from a lot of the analysts, especially that physicality piece, because we've been missing that. And Truth, I know you and I have talked. I mean, watching the Giants defense last year, the softness, like that's got to change. So we got a cornerback that's going to be physical, which could lead to problems, Chris. We've talked about that before too, where they're too physical. It can draw some issues. I'd rather be more like he wants to fight out there. He wants to tackle, and we have to scale it back a little bit to avoid penalties.
Yeah, versus a Banks who doesn't want to go, and it seems like sometimes he doesn't even want contact and he backs off, right? And that's maybe this will actually, competition will, help him, be a little more motivated. But yeah.
So yeah, truth is concern. I truly think the Giants secondary is our worst. I mean, the defensive line, the tackles are bad, but the secondary, I'm really concerned about.
Yeah. What's your feeling, Joe, on the defensive tackle? Now, it wasn't addressed. I mean, there are a couple of guys, the Truth was saying, maybe in the 5th or 6th round that, just some guys to fill in and just run stuffer types. I mean, DJ Reader will get signed, but would you say right now, Joe, that defensive tackle is probably the until they sign a Reader is like the main concern to be addressed at this point?
That 100% is the biggest need at this point because, there's a huge void now that Dexter Lawrence left. You can throw bodies at the situation, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's quality. When the trade up went in front of us to take the defensive tackle, that really hurt the Texans. Yeah. But, just maybe you'll get someone a late round gem. You never know. You don't need an all world. You just need someone to be able to plug the hole and be competent. So I think DJ Reader's a foregone conclusion at this point that we're going to sign him as soon as the draft is over.
I mean, you like to collapse the pocket up the middle, but considering the pass rushers you have on the outside, you really just want that run stuff for a big guy, that massive defensive tackle, nose tackle to stop the run. I mean, that's been the issue, right? Stopping the run.
Unless they run a 3-4, now that you have so many linebackers, it might be worth taking, that approach. It's probably what they end up going to.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be game plan specific. Depending on who they're playing, is hopefully that's the way Denard Wilson wants to run the defense schematically on the opponent, right? Depending on who they're playing and how they want to approach it. So
for sure,
I'm hoping it's a little bit of everything. Keep everybody confused, right? And that's the one thing with Bowen. It was vanilla. It was the same thing every week. There was no
predictable.
There was no creativity, and he wasn't versatile enough. It seemed like it was the same thing thrown out every week. So.
And I hope Javon Holland and Tyler Newman take a step forward this year too.
Oh man, Joe, we were saying before the guys that took a step back. Even Okereke with the tackles, he wasn't the same. But Newman, Holland, Drew Phillips, Okereke,
they're a lot more talented than
so many guys took Banks. So many guys took step back.
Even
Adebo, who wasn't here the year before, but didn't even live up to what he was with the Saints. It was kind of iffy.
Correct. Yeah.
So
but I think they're going to take a step forward this year.
Yeah.
I really do.
It's funny. I feel like of all the positions in football, too, the most dependent unit on the scheme itself and not just raw talent is the secondary. And I think back to the Giants in 2009. The defense back in that era was more known for being pass rushers, but our secondary got the job done. But the defensive coordinator, I'm going to draw a blank on his name, but we had him for 1 year as the replacement to Spags.
Perry Fuel.
It wasn't Fuel. No, there was a guy in between Fuel and 2009 Giants. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank because I actually know someone who knows him.
Shannon?
Oh, not Sheridan. He was already gone.
No, that's Sheridan. Bill Sheridan.
Oh, it was Bill Sheridan. And then they X'd him. Yeah.
It was 1 year, but like the Giants went from the best defense in the NFL, or at least one of them, to all of a sudden being just absolutely horrendous, and the secondary was getting gashed because they were in these awkward formations of zone defense that just didn't make sense for the Giants, you know. And I'm hoping that that's what the story was with Bowen last year, because I'd really love to see our secondary get put in a position to succeed, because a lot of those guys, Adebo and they've succeeded in other places, right? So that's what we're hoping back to.
Yeah, and that was the knock on Bowen, because Bowen had his system, what he wanted to run it. It didn't matter what the personnel was. He was going to do what he wanted to do. So you get the feeling with Harbaugh and Wilson, he wants to play to the strengths of these guys, right? I mean, don't try and put a square peg in a round hole. Play to the strengths of your players. So looking at the cornerback position, me and Mike were talking about earlier. Right now, who do you peg in that other side? I mean, Banks, is it Newsome, or you think are you guys know Hood, or you, Mike Spartan, or Joe? Like, is Hood a guy that's going to come right in and take that job, or he's going to compete, obviously, maybe with Newsome, or what do you see at the other corner outside spot?
I think Newsome will get the nod early on, and they'll compete. But, in training camp, if Hood's, the clear-cut better corner, I think he could be a day one starter for sure. He's a second rounder. He just has to get polished in a couple areas. So I think he would definitely get the chance for sure.
Yeah. What's the knock on him? Truth? And Spartan and Joe. Sure. The negative on Hood. I mean, we heard some of the positive. What's reasons why he fell to the second and he wasn't like a late one?
Well, he's only had really one season of success.
For McCoy, right? Coming in off of McCoy.
Yeah. He benefited from McCoy being injured. That's how he got on the map. So that could be something like that. I mean, we talk about that with quarterbacks who've only had 1 year success. That could be an issue, but it could be the same with a cornerback as well.
Yeah. And playing in the SEC, right? I mean, so that goes a long way too. He's the competition.
That does. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I think the couple of the concerns here, like I said earlier, the physicality piece can be a little bit too much at times. And you got to be careful in the NFL, especially these days with the penalties.
Is he grabby, Mike?
Yeah, a little grabby, just a little pushy, just a little too pushy. You know what I'm saying? If it was the 70s, he'd be a stud. But I think another thing I heard is I forget what the hell it was. Oh, the interceptions. There was a real lack of interceptions, and people bring that up, but sometimes that's kind of scheme dependent. You see that a little bit more in zone defenses, whereas when you have, more man press defenses, that doesn't happen so much. If you remember Wink's defenses, they were zone defenses. They were just better zone defenses than, what Bowen was instilling.
Yeah.
But when the Giants were on those Super Bowl runs, they really weren't a turnover heavy team. Because it was mostly man coverage under both Fuel and Spags, right? So that could be scheme dependent. We don't know what the situations were with interceptions. Sometimes they're just miracles and luck.
Yeah.
Rarely are they ever complete fight for the ball situations.
Yeah. Hey, look at the Jets last year. I don't think they had one interception.
Not one.
They did.
They had none.
The ball just could
had
not
none.
find
I couldn't believe that when I read that.
Right. Is that ever? I don't think it's ever happened. Yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah. So overall, Joe.
So
happy
right
with the-
now, right now we're in round 3, guys, and
nothing's happened. Yeah.
I'm just saying something real quick. We're in round 3, and McCoy has yet to been taken, and neither has Chris Bell, who were before injuries were definitely
And
possible
he had a whole
first round
year out.
picks.
And
Wow.
and it wasn't a knee; it was Achilles on the McCoy.
No,
right?
it says knee here for McCoy.
Oh, really? So there you go.
Yeah,
Maybe it
it says
wasn't
a knee.
A little more risky than Achilles. Okay, so yeah, obviously, was he at the combine? I don't remember. Do you know?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
So right now, I mean, what do you think he goes? We're going into
don't
round
know.
3. You think he goes round 3?
Boy, wouldn't that be? That's a great pick for a team like, a team that's coming off like Seattle. I mean, why not?
Yeah, a team
That'd be
that's
a
got
great pick
depth
for them.
and could take a risk on a guy in the 3rd round.
Yeah. Wow.
You know,
Don't get
kind
Philadelphia
of reminds me of
ideas.
Jesse Armstead, right? Jesse Armstead fell to the 6th or 7th, wasn't it? I mean, he coming off the knee injury, had a
Eighth.
couple.
Eighth. He was the
back
8th
then,
round
eighth,
pick.
yeah.
That was the last
Right?
year. They had
Yep.
an 8th round pick.
Yep, and he wasn't even. He was a top. He came off an ACL and
right.
it worked out. So, but
Do you guys believe in this smoke with Kayvon being traded to the Saints, or you think it's just all rumors?
Well,
I bet you it's true based on
on the show, I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think,
So-
Joe? Do you think it's any?
Kayvon posted something on his Instagram. I don't know if you saw it, saying goodbye, and that's what started this whole thing. And
I think
everyone
Dan
ran
Dugan
with
might
it.
have posted a picture of that.
But
Yeah. Okay. Huh.
Joe Shane said absolutely not, and then Adam Schefter, pretty much furthered that. So I don't know where these rumors are coming from.
Yeah, maybe he's here. He sees the rumors and he posts
Well,
that, right? 'Cause
Seattle-
he doesn't
I
even
mean-
know. He sees the rumors. Yeah, he sees the.
The Saints just made their 3rd round pick. They got a tight
Yeah.
end out of Georgia. So if he goes there, he ain't going for a 3rd round pick. It's gonna be a 4th round.
No.
pick.
Right.
Hey
Oh,
guys,
the Giants just traded
guys
up.
have a pick.
They did.
Giants
Okay.
traded with
Number
Cleveland.
74.
Whoa.
So who do you?
What did
wow.
I tell you?
So-
Spot? Hey, Chris, what did I tell you, Chris?
Yeah, he loves those picks. Oh, so all right, we got to see what the compensations. But
Where
go ahead,
is it?
guys. What do you think? Number 74.
I
I
What do
told you
think?
that they're
Wide
not going to
receiver?
sit back.
This is juicy, guys. We almost missed it.
We almost did. Joe, thanks for
Tackle,
being
go
late.
tackle.
Joe and Spartan,
Hey.
if you guys were a couple minutes later, that would have logged off.
I'm going defensive tackle. Come on,
Oh,
Yeah, that's a need pick for sure.
Yeah.
give me,
And
give me Corleone. Give me Corleone.
Who's on
And
the
you
board?
said Woods went, right? Woods gone. He's gone.
Yeah,
right?
Woods is gone.
Hey, what if we got McCoy, huh?
Oh, interesting.
Who?
2 corners back to
Boy,
back.
wait,
huh?
what if we got one of those dogs?
The Browns received. Oh, I just had it. Hold on.
Kayvon Thibodeau.
Picks
Oh.
105 and 145,
Oh my God!
along with the 2027 4th rounder.
Holy
They must have
crap.
they know who they want. They got they got somebody pegged.
105 is our 4th rounder. So our 4th rounder, and I think our 5th and the 2027 4th.
Okay.
for a 3rd. That's a lot they gave up.
Sure.
So
They,
who
well,
is
they have a conviction
I
about
love
somebody.
it. Oh, Macaulay Fields from Notre Dame.
Oh, Notre Dame receiver.
Oh,
That name was floated out by somebody
6'4",
earlier on our show. Wow.
A big wide receiver. I like it.
Truth. Yeah. What are your thoughts on him? And guys, I do want to preface
Yeah.
this for everybody that watches this show. Truth absolutely is the king of knowing what he talks about. I mean, when we do
Yeah.
draft shows,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah, man. I know.
I mean,
I'm
every
saying
time like I go back to some of the old episodes that we do, and it's like, holy crap, you were right about everybody.
it.
I mean, and last year too, you had me and Sean like, oh, come on, Truth. Shadur's obviously the best quarterback because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And,
tell us
you're
about
the one that's like,
Fields.
well, guys, I don't know about that. I actually think Jackson Dart might be the guy. I'm like, come on, Truth. What are you talking about over there? Jackson
Uh-huh.
Dart, and he was right. So, Truth, what are your thoughts on him?
I like this kid. I like this kid, man.
He's
Big-
6'4".
big body,
Big body, yeah.
big body, catches in traffic. I like him.
Good.
I forgot all about him. I thought he was taken already.
And you know what, guys? Of all the position groups in the NFL, the best, some of the best, like, you know, oh, you got them in the mid round, they succeeded. The position group that does the best is generally receiver and offensive line, or you know. So this is good.
Yeah.
they're addressing every position of need, even though we had a ton of them.
I'm glad they got a big. I'm glad they got a big wide receiver, big body, big guy.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
He'd be good
and
opposite
that,
Malik, for sure.
Wow, this is awesome.
Is he a
look,
true
we
t-
so
t-
badly
yeah.
needed another receiver. We so badly did. And 6'4",
Yeah.
that frame and that athletic build. He's a wiry dude.
Yeah, that'll be nice to see him and Likely on the field together, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Two big guys.
he's very good in yards after the catch. They say he breaks tackles.
I just watched this one-handed catch against Pitt. Holy crap!
Man, that's a good pick. Boy, they wanted him, guys, huh?
Yeah,
they
they
gave
did.
up
They did.
fourth,
Yeah.
fifth, and next year's fourth. They wanted him.
Wow,
Yeah.
they gave him. You know, honestly though, once you get past pick 100, things get so spotty. Like, why
Yeah.
not trade up?
That is a
True.
good-
I don't mind it. I'm gonna go grab another slice of pizza, guys.
We're gonna log off in a second anyway, but that's great. I'm glad we got it in.
Boy, hey, good thing we stayed on, Chris, huh?
Yeah, really. Joe, thanks for being late. A couple minutes late. We would have logged off.
Didn't you say 9:40, or am I mistaken?
No, I'm sorry, man. I switched you to 9:20, but maybe I didn't tell you that. Whatever. It worked out fine though. It was
You're
perfect.
blaming Joe, and you.
I had
and you
it.
the one
Yeah, my
screwed
bad,
up?
man. I thought I said
No,
9:20.
no worries.
I
You know,
probably
Joe-
did. I probably.
Hey, Joe,
Yeah, I probably.
And I'm
Yeah.
a millennial. I just
Good.
show up
Good.
late. And
we
expect
had
you guys to
another
fall
Joe
right.
on earlier, and we said that when the second round ended, there's no way Harbaugh is going to sit around and wait until pick 105. He's
Yeah.
going to trade up. We
That's
all
a
said that, and
long
he did.
drop,
Mhm.
for
And
sure.
he did.
All right, so he gave
Now,
up a
now
fourth
that
round
now they're
pick.
gonna obviously they can't do anything. They only got 6 round picks left. That's it.
Yeah.
So I can't
Wait,
see
no,
them
we-
doing
Round
anything.
picks and
He gave
but-
up
and they'll
our
address it.
fifth this year.
He gave up a fourth. You said the fourth, the fifth, and next year's fourth. That's what you
Right.
said, right?
Yeah, that's right. Oh,
Yeah.
you're right. All right.
So-
Well, they're going to get a
Conviction.
compensatory pick for Dexter Lawrence next year, right?
Yep, the year later.
So
Or maybe
that's
they
probably-
think maybe they'll think that'll be a 3rd round pick or something, or 4th round pick.
Yeah. So,
Mhm.
all right.
We'll get it right
Hey, listen.
back.
Hopefully, we can get another, another stud here between now and the end of the draft, another
Yeah.
starter, or at least a depth piece, and
Yeah,
it'll be all
Yep.
worth it.
That's it. Defensive
Just give
tackle
me
could
big
be.
bodies in the trenches. Give him big bodies
right.
in the trenches.
Yeah, defensive tackle will come in the 6th somewhere. Some 340-pound guy.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
sure.
So, what do you think, guys? Should we wrap it up?
That
Yep.
sounds good. guys.
I'm heading out.
Good way to end it.
You guys,
Yeah,
you guys
Joe,
are
Chris is
great, man. I'm
dying
glad
over
I
there.
recorded. Oh man, I'm good. I'm ready. I'm ready. Hey, Joe, thanks for coming on. I'll be talking
Thank
to
you, guys. All right.
Truth, great job.
Take care,
Spartan,
guys.
we'll be talking. We'll be doing the preview
Yes, sir.
show and everybody. So that'll be cool.
All right.
All right, guys.
right,
Enjoy. Have
boys.
a great time, man.
Take
Okay,
care.
everybody. Thanks for everybody tuning in tonight. We'll catch you soon. Bye.